Hanju wanted to escape directly, but he had a bold thought. This strange deity had yet to take form and did not have intelligence. Could he take it for himself? No. If it was that easy, why didn't the sages do it? Hanju cautiously used the derivation function and asked in his heart, "If I subdue the strange deity, will I be in danger? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue." Not for the time being. These words appeared in front of Hanju. If I subdue the strange deity, will it involve the karma of anyone other than the strange deity? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Was this worth spending his life? Hanju's heart started to bleed. However, the more this was the case, the more cautious he had to be. After all, he had a long lifespan. No other karma is involved for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He began the simulation trial, detected the strange deity, and fought with it. A second later, Hanju opened his eyes. He had an awkward expression on his face. The strange deity had no combat ability at all and was insta-killed by him. He could tame it. After Hanju detected the strange deity's location, he directly used his divine sense to suck it into the cave abode. It was a ball of black aura. It was tall and floated in front of Hanju. It was extremely strange. The moment it entered, the temperature in the cave abode plummeted. The resurrection lilies withered rapidly. Shocked, Hanju hurriedly used the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus to suppress the strange deity, preventing all the resurrection lilies that had been nurtured for thousands of years from dying. Immediately after, Hanju discovered that the strange deity was like him, able to absorb negative karma. Amazing! Hanju began to look forward to its talent after transforming. However, before that, Hanju had to use the 6 paths insignia to control it. The current strange deity didn't have intelligence. It didn't resist Hanju's 6 paths insignia at all. Why didn't anyone else discover the strange deity? Hanju thought in surprise. No one has captured the existence of a strange deity. So powerful? The system was still the best. Hanju thought silently. He suddenly thought of something and called Dao Comprehension Sword in. "Do you see what's in front of me?" Hanju asked. The strange deity was between the two of them, with the evil light of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus shining on it. Dao Comprehension Sword replied, "Your lotus throne is glowing? What else?" "Nothing." Dao Comprehension Sword looked confused, not understanding what he was asking. Hanju chased her out and let the others in one after another. Soon he learned something. Apart from him, no one could see the strange deity or sense its aura. To the people of the hidden sect, the strange deity did not seem to exist. Even immortal emperors couldn't capture its existence. That was impressive. Hanju touched his chin and thought, "Is it because of my stellar primordial body or the system?" The system is only a support, not a mystical power. You're even more impressive than mystical powers. Hanju cursed silently. In other words, it was because his identity as the primordial fiend celestial was higher than the strange deity. But then again, what kind of existence was the system? Hanju asked in his heart. Is the system stronger than the Tao ancestor? The power of the system is based on your growth. The stronger you are, the stronger the system is. The current system can't resist the power of the Tao ancestor. Hanju was even more curious. Could the system be formed by some great Tao? If the system did not answer, he would not know. If he wanted to know the truth about the system, he had to become stronger. Hanju focused on the strange deity again. 10 years later, Hanju's 6 paths insignia was completely imprinted in the depths of the strange deity and couldn't be erased. He continued cultivating. As for the strange deity, it was wrapped in his divine origin dermic powers. It was as if it was wearing a layer of clothes and would no longer affect the resurrection lily. At first, the strange deity did not wander. As time passed, it began to take action. First, It floated slowly and approached Hanju. Then, it looked at the 9 heavens galaxy water and became more and more like a curious baby. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years passed. Hanju was already close to the 6 mystic divine origin. It had been more than 200 years since his last breakthrough. He had always maintained a good speed. After reaching the 6 mystic divine origin, he wouldn't be far from the zenith heaven realm. Hanju was very excited. The strange deity seemed to sense his emotions and couldn't help but approach and rub his back. Hanju was amused. This fellow was massaging him? It was quite comfortable. Massage? Hanju felt that he could nurture it and let the strange deity develop in this direction. He could still serve him while cultivating in the future. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. At this moment, Hanju felt that someone in the chaotic domain was summoning him. Other than Tao Sovereign, who else could it be? Hanju shook his head helplessly and sent his consciousness into the chaotic domain. After arriving in the chaotic domain, Hanju was shocked to discover that the strange deity had followed him. It was also equivalent to the chaotic physique? No. This fellow's physique was higher than the chaotic physique, so it could enter the chaotic domain. Hanju was curious if Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan could see it. Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan were both here. When they saw Hanju, they immediately surrounded him. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist." Zhao Shenyuan was the first to speak. His tone was very excited. Hanju was alerted. "How long ago have you been saved? Why are you acting like you just got saved? There was definitely a trap." Tao Sovereign coughed and said, "I owe you another favor. With your cautious personality, it seems that I will never be able to repay you." Hanju smiled and said, "How can that be? Come and be my disciple." Tao Sovereign fell silent. He could accept being a subordinate of the heavenly court, but if he was a subordinate of Hanju, wouldn't he be a generation younger? He saw Hanju as his opponent. Seeing that this fellow didn't reply, Hanju couldn't help but develop 2 stars of hatred towards him. Useless. Zhao Shenyuan said, "Fellow Taoist, Senior Li Daokong wants to see you. Are you free?" Hanju said, "Then invite him in." Zhao Shenyuan. Tao Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. How can he be qualified to enter the chaotic domain? Although he couldn't defeat Li Daokong, he had the right to look down on him in terms of talent. Hanju smiled secretly. "No wonder you were severely injured by Li Daokong. You really know how to talk. You're looking for me for this?" Hanju asked and couldn't help but ponder. These two really couldn't see the strange deity. The strange deity had the potential to be an assassin. If no one could see it, wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted? The dark forbidden lord paired with the strange deity was a perfect match, right? The more Hanju thought about it, the more excited he became. "This is the first time your grand disciple, Heavenly Emperor Fong, has held a heavenly peach banquet. Aren't you coming to help?" Tao Sovereign asked. Hanju said, "I'm not going." "Why?" "I'll definitely be beaten up if I go. If nothing happened during this heavenly peach banquet, Hanju would write his name backwards." Tao Sovereign said helplessly, "You're definitely at the deity realm now. What are you afraid of? If the 3 of us join forces, who below the zenith heaven realm is our match?" He wanted to form a team again. Hanju couldn't help but think of how Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were so naive a long time ago. "If you get beaten up, don't drag me down with you. All these years, have you really been living a carefree life?" Hanju said bluntly. There was no need to show mercy to these 2 brats. This was especially the case for Tao Sovereign. He used to think that he was quite cold, but now why was he chasing after him like a cowhide? Crazy. Hanju prepared to leave. Tao Sovereign suddenly asked, "If you defeat me, I'll join you." Hanju glanced at him and said, "If you can find me, you win." With that, he left with the strange deity. After returning to reality, Hanju let the strange deity stay aside and continued cultivating. Next was to break through to the 6 mystic divine origin realm. After that was the Zenith Heaven realm. 20 years later, Hanju finally had a chance to break through. He adjusted his emotions and checked his emails to understand the recent commotion. Your good friend Zhoufan has grasped the true sun flame and has transformed into a heavenly Tao divine spirit. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons X14009. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by your good friend Di Lantian and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun obtained a supreme treasure by chance. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and died. Heavenly Tao Divine Spirit? So impressive. As expected of a sage. Hanju had a feeling that Zhoufan would become a dark horse in this immeasurable calamity. This was the first time Li Daokong was severely injured. He was even attacked by the Heavenly Emperor and a mysterious mighty figure. The Divine General had actually perished. Hanju seriously suspected that the mysterious mighty figure who had severely injured Li Daokong was the same person who had killed the Divine General. Looking at the email about the Divine General's death, Hanju sighed. The Divine General was the Heavenly General who had worked the hardest for the Heavenly Court. He was always at the front. Hanju asked in his heart, who is the mysterious mighty figure who killed the Divine General and severely injured Li Daokong? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju felt that this might threaten him. He had to calculate. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. A name appeared in front of him. Below was the introduction of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. It was the same as what he had seen before. It was indeed this fellow. Hanju asked, does Jade Emperor Zhou Yan have any intention of harming the Heavenly Emperor? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Hanju frowned. No. He had to eliminate this fellow. Li Daokong was severely injured. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's next target might be Fang Liang. Furthermore, this fellow wanted to slaughter all living beings and create his own heavenly Tao world. He couldn't let him succeed. He had to break through first. Hanju immediately started to break through. About 4 years later, he successfully broke through. 6 Mystic Divine Origin. Hanju's dermic powers transformed and he reached perfection. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 5,932/999 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race, Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation, 6 Mystic Divine Origin. Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma. 999 quadrillion years. Who else can match me? Hanju felt proud. Next was to break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. 5 years later, Hanju's cultivation had completely consolidated. He wasn't in a hurry to increase his mystical power. Instead, he visited the Heavenly Emperor in his dreams. After entering the dream, Hanju saw the Heavenly Emperor and discovered that his hair was messy and his dragon robe was tattered, as if he was a prisoner. Hanju asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing the dark forbidden lord appear, the Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up. He said, "You guessed that he had the intention to rebel against the Tao ancestor?" Hanju said, "That's right. Otherwise, why didn't he help you subdue the chaos of the Heavenly Tao?" The Heavenly Emperor sighed. Clearly, the reason why he was in such a sorry state was because of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the Heavenly Emperor. His figure was gray and like Hanju, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Hanju instantly guessed the other party's identity and was secretly shocked. How could this fellow enter his dark nightmare? Could it be that Jade Emperor Zhouyan had already controlled the Heavenly Emperor? Are you the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jade Emperor Zhouyan asked with a calm tone. Hanju didn't reply. Jade Emperor Zhouyan ignored the Heavenly Emperor and stared at him. Join forces with me. In the future, I'll be the Tao Ancestor and you will be the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju felt that he was too arrogant. Did he really think that the Tao Ancestor was already gone? Somehow, the Tao Ancestor might have developed 2 stars of hatred towards Jade Emperor Zhouyan. Hanju pretended to sneer. On what basis? Jade Emperor Zhouyan said, if you refuse, you will be my enemy. Actually, I also want to fight with someone. No one in this world has the right to resist me. Too arrogant. How could Hanju tolerate him? He asked, how are you going to deal with the Heavenly Emperor? Do you care about him? No, I care about Li Daokong. You injured him. I won't let this go. Li Daokong is not dead, but he will die in my hands sooner or later. As for the Heavenly Emperor, I still have a use for him. The two of them seemed to be old friends as they chatted casually. The Heavenly Emperor stood at the side and did not say a word. Soon, Hanju and Jade Emperor Zhouyan fell silent. The two of them stared at each other. Hanju suddenly left the dark nightmare. Jade Emperor Zhouyan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Great. Hanju directly took out the Book of Misfortune. Since the other party had already seen the Dark Forbidden Lord, Hanju didn't wait anymore. He suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously, has Jade Emperor Zhouyan seen through my true identity? No. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and started cursing Jade Emperor Zhouyan. He would spend 30 billion years playing with this fellow. Hanju was no longer the same as before. Using 30 billion years of his lifespan at once should not be the limit. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan started to decrease. He opened his attributes panel and stared at it carefully. His lifespan had decreased much faster than before because the strength of his curse had also increased. Facing Jade Emperor Zhouyan, he had to give it his all. 5 billion years. 10 billion years. 20 billion years. 30 billion years. 40 billion years. Hanju had no choice but to stop. His face was covered in blood and his soul was dizzy. He couldn't take it anymore. He checked his emails and did not see any emails about Jade Emperor Zhouyan being cursed. He was secretly depressed. This fellow was really stubborn. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds, there was a crooked tree. Under the tree, a person was meditating. It was Jade Emperor Zhouyan. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, I underestimated you. No wonder those zenith heavens were forced to death by you. He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Facing the terrifying curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he almost lost his balance. Fortunately, his mystical powers were impressive and his dermic powers were boundless. Jade Emperor Zhouyan became even warier of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Was the curse the Dark Forbidden Lord's full strength? Apart from sages, this was the first time he encountered an existence that he couldn't deduce. Jade Emperor Zhouyan's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Seeing this notification, Hanju's depression vanished. If not for the fact that it affected Jade Emperor Zhouyan, how could it increase hatred? If 40 billion years of lifespan didn't even ruin the other party's mood, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Hanju adjusted his state of mind. He was hiding in the dark forbidden zone now. Jade Emperor Zhouyan shouldn't be able to find him. However, he couldn't expose his identity to prevent Jade Emperor Zhouyan from using his friends to threaten him. Several days later, Hanju recovered. He began to improve his mystical power and let his strength reach its current limit. A year later, Hanju started the simulation trial and fought Li Xianxia. Instant kill. He could kill Li Daokong in 10 breaths. He could kill the Heavenly Emperor in an hour. He could kill Xue Mingyi in 5 minutes. Han Ju challenged all the listeners in the great ultimate hall. No one in the deity realm was his match. Some weaker zenith heavens were also killed by him. Zenith heaven mystical power, stellar primordial body, 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. This was the reason why Han Ju could cross realms to kill enemies. The difference between the 6 mystic divine origin and the 5 mystic divine origin was extremely great. Not only were there a lot of dermic powers, but it was also the essence of dermic powers. Han Ju had already vaguely come into contact with the Zenith Heaven realm. This realm comprehended the Great Tao. Although the 12 ancestral magi did not have an essence soul, their bodies cultivated a Great Tao origins. They could still reach the Zenith Heaven realm or even higher. Han Ju prepared to comprehend the Great Tao of life and death and break through to the Zenith Heaven realm. It was only because Ancestor Shiqian had taught him the Great Tao of Karma. If Ancestor Shiqian developed ill intentions in the future, wouldn't he become his puppet by cultivating this Great Tao? Wait, why can't I create a brand new Great Tao? Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. However, he quickly abandoned this thought. He couldn't rely on himself unless he gathered all 9 Great Tao fragments. Currently, he had only accumulated 1. Who knew how long it would take him to accumulate 9 Great Tao fragments? 6,000 years old, and the Zenith Heaven realm should be enough for 1 fragment. Han Ju thought silently. Before that, he still had to rely on the Great Tao of life and death. Just like that, Han Ju began to comprehend the Great Tao of life and death and rushed to the Zenith Heaven realm. While he was in seclusion, the immortal world was in chaos. The former heavenly emperor, Jade Emperor Zhou had appeared. He directly suppressed the heavenly court and controlled the 9 heavens. He personally appeared to suppress the various factions. Dragon Court, defeated. The true dragon race was defeated. Darkness sect, defeated. The Qilin race was defeated. The human race's sacred dynasty was defeated. Everyone was in an uproar. Jade Emperor Zhou used his supreme dermic powers to bring despair to all living beings. In the broken heavenly emperor palace, Fang Liang sat on a mat. 2 figures knelt in front of him. They were the heavenly god general and the martial god general. Fang Liang stared at them faintly and said, "You still acknowledge me as the heavenly emperor?" The martial god general said in a low voice, "His Majesty is the heavenly emperor. You were personally chosen by the previous heavenly emperor. It's truly orthodox." The heavenly god general added, "You're the heavenly emperor." Fang Liang looked at them and sighed. His heart sank at the thought of the divine general. "I'm already Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's prisoner. Only you can look at me." Fang Liang smiled bitterly. He had yet to become the heavenly emperor when he was suppressed. He was filled with unwillingness. The martial god general said in a low voice, "Jade Emperor Zhou is too much. He's humiliating the heavenly court." The heavenly god general was expressionless and did not reply. Fang Liang took a deep breath and said, "I need you to do something." The martial god general asked, "What is it?" "Go to Kunlun and inform the sages of the heavenly court situation." "All right." The martial god general agreed. In a dark cave, Xue Mingyi was nailed to the ground by the 7 white jade swords and could not move. Countless members of the darkness sect gathered in the distance. Duan Hongqin, Xian Qingjun, and Mo Fuzhou were among them. Everyone looked at a figure. That person was surrounded by clouds, and he was sitting on a dragon throne. His posture was arrogant and his eyes were disdainful. His black robe fluttered slightly. It was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned. He had deduced for a long time but still had not deduced the relationship between Xue Mingyi and the Dark Forbidden Lord. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's gaze landed on Xue Mingyi. Xue Mingyi gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with fear. Although he worshipped the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was even more afraid of death. He said in a low voice, "I really don't know where the Dark Forbidden Lord is." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said, "Do you want to live?" "Yes." "Tell your disciples to curse the humans." "What?" Mingyi was shocked. The human race was the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. It was fine to curse some people, but cursing the entire human race was courting death. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's eyes turned cold. The temperature in the cave decreased to a freezing point, causing everyone to shiver. Mingyi could only force himself to agree. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan dissipated in the air, leaving behind a light sentence. There are 3,000 great Tao, but only a chance of survival. It depends on whether you can grasp it. The 7 white jade swords on Mingyi's body vanished. He cursed silently. Bastard! If not for the fact that I can't defeat you. He could only pray that the dark forbidden lord would avenge him. 19 years had passed since he began comprehending the great Tao of life and death. Hanju was still immersed in comprehending the Tao when he was suddenly interrupted by a system notification. Detected that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to forcefully advance the calamity and harm the heavenly Tao's providence. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and say that you want to compete with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to bring hope to all living beings. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a supreme treasure inheritance, a random natural treasure, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju cursed silently. This option was completely demonic. However, how could he dare to compete with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Wasn't that courting death? Hanju could only choose the second option. It wasn't a loss. It was what he needed anyway. You chose to continue cultivating and obtained a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju placed the strange deity into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, then took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Tao spirit stone. As long as he was cursing, he would imprison the strange deity, just in case. Since you're so arrogant, I'll fight you. Hanju thought to himself that he was going to be the savior again and no one would know his contributions. It was really lonely. Hanju began to fuse the 2 treasures. The Book of Misfortune was a deity realm supreme treasure before. After raising it, it could reach the zenith heaven realm no matter what. At that time, the curse power would increase by leaps and bounds. Hanju was looking forward to it. He checked his emails as he fused. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He was severely injured. Your good friend Mingyi was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He was severely injured. Your good friend Di Lantian was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He was severely injured. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He was severely injured. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He was severely injured. Hanju frowned as he read. Was this how this fellow planned to advance the calamity? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had attacked the leaders of the various factions so fearlessly. It seemed that he had clearly negotiated with the sages. Hanju was fighting with a sage. It had to be said. How exciting! The Tao field could now block the prying of sages. Why was Hanju afraid? He didn't want to fight Jade Emperor Zhou Yan face to face. However, the most important thing now was to reach the zenith heaven realm first. Myriad worlds, all living beings of the heavenly Tao, wait for me to break through. Hanju thought heroically as he continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. Outside the immortal world, on an island, Li Daokong sat under a tree, meditating. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Beside him stood 2 figures. They were Li Xianxia and Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao looked at Li Daokong's pale face and was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen Li Daokong injured. Previously, in his heart, Li Daokong was an invincible existence. Even his master, Li Xianxia, was firmly suppressed by the former. Li Xianxia asked, Senior, are you returning to Kunlun? Li Daokong didn't even look up. Why? Li Xianxia frowned and said, The heavenly court is being controlled by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. There's no need to support it anymore. This is not for the heavenly court, but for the human school. What do you mean? Do you still want to fight with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? He's a pseudo-sage. How long have you been in the Zenith Heaven realm? Why not? But... If not for him manipulating the Heavenly Emperor to ambush me, how could I have lost? Li Daokong opened his eyes. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp. Li Xianxia hesitated. Li Daokong glanced at him and said, I know what you want to say. I also know that it's the immeasurable calamity now. If I'm not careful, my body and soul will be destroyed. I'll be doomed forever. But I want to fight. Who does Jade Emperor Zhou Yan think he is? Li Xianxia said helplessly, Senior brother, put away your arrogance. We're really not Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's match. Li Daokong closed his eyes again and said, Junior, do you know the greatest difference between us? What's the difference? You do what you know you can do, but I do what I know I cannot do. Li Xianxia frowned and said, Am I not as good as you? Li Daokong didn't say anything else. Li Xianxia glared at Huang Jihao and asked, Disciple, what do you think? Huang Jihao secretly complained. Although he admired Li Daokong's heroism, he didn't feel that Li Xianxia's path was bad. He had seen people more cautious than Li Xianxia. He even felt that Li Xianxia was not worthy of Li Daokong's evaluation. Huang Jihao organized his words. Everyone has their own strengths. Li Xianxia snorted unhappily. He turned to look at Li Daokong and frowned. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. He knew that he couldn't persuade his senior brother. Ever since he was young, no one had been able to change Li Daokong's will, not even their master, a sage. At this moment, Li Xianxia was a little dazed. He suddenly understood why Li Daokong was the eldest disciple and why he always walked ahead of him. He couldn't help but be confused. Was he wrong? Another 20 years passed. Hanju stopped comprehending the Tao and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He had to curse him every 5 years to prevent him from successfully slaughtering the world. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Zhoufan has fused with the blood of the Golden Crow ancestor and obtained the Golden Crow Dharma idol. He has obtained the providence of the Golden Crow divine clan. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul has transcended into the primordial era. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Pan Xian has awakened a mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X13. Your good friend Li Daokong was severely injured. Fortunately, a sage made a move and his soul escaped. Hanju was secretly shocked. Li Daokong had entered the calamity. He couldn't defeat Jade Emperor Zhou Yan but still fought so crazily? Of course, there was another possibility. He was being chased by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Hanju also noticed that Fang Liang's soul had passed through the primordial era again. What did this kid do every time he went back? Hanju didn't think further. He would curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan first. He would directly offer 20 billion years of lifespan. Be polite. Half a month later. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, I want to know what Fang Liang's soul did in the past. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years? So much? What was this fellow plotting? Hanju was shocked. He had to continue. Continue. Too much karma is involved and cannot be deduced in one attempt. The price of lifespan you paid will be refunded. Can't deduce? Hanju had to change his method. Will Fang Liang's soul transmigrating into the primordial era harm me? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It won't harm you. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be cautious. Although Fang Liang's favorability towards him had not decreased, after so many years, there was no knowing what others were thinking. He had to be careful. Hanju stopped deducing and focused on breaking through. Relying on the stellar primordial body and the Great Tao cultivation technique, the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, Hanju's comprehension speed was very fast. He estimated that he wasn't far from reaching the zenith heaven realm. Without reaching this realm, he would never have the right to compete with Jade Emperor Zhouyan. Immortal world, human race. In a vast arena, countless human cultivators gathered. Xianxia was among them. She was surrounded by female cultivators with extraordinary auras. All the cultivators looked up at the sky. A huge painting hung upside down above the sea of clouds. The painting depicted a mountain and river. It was vivid, and there were all sorts of immortal birds flying past. It was like a paradise. Children of the human race, the immortal world is facing a calamity and all living beings are in danger. How can we cultivators stay on the ground? We should fight in the sky and save the trapped immortals. An ancient voice sounded, causing the blood of most human cultivators to boil. Xianxia frowned. Something was wrong. Were they courting death again? She had also heard of what had happened to the heavenly court. The primordial heavenly emperor had appeared out of nowhere. Even the immortals had been suppressed. How could the humans resist the powerful primordial heavenly emperor? Previously, they had been enemies with the heavenly court, but now they wanted to save them. Xianxia couldn't understand what the human leaders were thinking. She had to think of a way to avoid this. 20 years later, Hanju succeeded in comprehending the Tao and began to fuse with the great Tao of life and death. He imprinted it in his dermic powers and made his dermic powers transform and his soul sublimate. When everything he had fused with the great Tao, he would condense a zenith heaven Tao fruit and become a zenith heaven cultivator. According to the notification of the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, the zenith heaven realm stood above the laws of the heavens, pierced through space and time, invincible and indestructible. The tribulation here referred to the heavenly tribulation. If he encountered an even stronger existence, that would be fate. Detected that a mysterious existence is influencing your fate. Do you want to resist? Hanju was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to choose yes. But on second thought, he asked, is it good or bad? Uncertain for now. Resist. Hanju immediately made his choice, beginning to resist the mysterious existence's influence on your fate. Defended successfully, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 lines of words. Although he didn't know if the other party had good intentions or ill intentions, it was better to resist just in case. Hanju was quite satisfied with his current situation and did not want to change it. Who's affecting my fate? Hanju asked in his heart. If it was an enemy, he would be dead. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind. It was Fang Liang. Hanju frowned. He could only see Fang Liang's appearance and didn't know what he had done. The system couldn't detect if Fang Liang had good intentions. Could it be that he was plotting in the primordial era? Hanju remembered that his soul had passed through the primordial era and had yet to return. Very likely. Hanju asked in another way, is Fang Liang harming me? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Then, he stopped thinking and continued to comprehend the Tao. More than a year later, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. Detected that you have reached 6,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the calamity and fight for providence and fame. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Avoid the calamity for the time being and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Hanju didn't make a choice immediately this time. He asked silently, I'm not in the calamity. Yet. You are, but you don't fight for providence and fame. You need to let everyone know your true existence. There was no need to consider. Hanju chose option 2. You chose to temporarily avoid the calamity and obtained a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the great Tao mystical power Grand Unity aspect. Grand Unity aspect. A mystical power formed by the great Tao. It can condense the Dharma idols of the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. Great Tao mystical power. Stunned, Hanju hurriedly inherited this mystical power. An unprecedented memory surged into his mind. The Dharma idols of the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials were not their bodies, but their Tao. The appearance of the Dharma idols could only be known after Hanju successfully cultivated them. Several days later, Hanju finally digested this huge memory. The first chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idol he cultivated was extremely ferocious. He cultivated step by step according to the mystical power inheritance. However, the great Tao mystical power was a great Tao mystical power. Hanju had cultivated for a month but still hadn't condensed his first chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idol. How long would it take to condense all 3,000 chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols? Hanju had no choice but to give up and continue cultivating. He had to reach the zenith heaven realm first. Cars. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jade Emperor Zhou. Although the Book of Misfortune was already a zenith heaven numinous treasure, if he wanted to affect Jade Emperor Zhou, he had to wait for his cultivation level to increase to the zenith heaven realm. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your good friend Li Daokong has fused with a mysterious Tao literature. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended a heavenly Tao mystical power. He has shocked the world. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by an immortal emperor. Your good friend Zhoufan was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou. He was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, X6. Your good friend Tai Sutian has been enlightened by the heavenly Tao and has stepped into the Emperor realm. Your good friend Han Ming obtained a mysterious mighty figure's inheritance. Li Daokong was so crazy. Hanju could imagine the dangerous scene of Li Daokong fighting with Jade Emperor Zhou just by reading the emails. Looking at the emails, only Li Daokong dared to keep fighting Jade Emperor Zhou. After Dilantian was killed by Jade Emperor Zhou, there was no more news. As expected of the eldest disciple of the human school. Brother Li, don't panic. With my help, you won't be alone. Hanju thought silently and started to increase the curse power. He noticed that Han Ming had obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. He didn't plan to do anything. This kid had already reincarnated. What did it have to do with him? The enemy could forget about using Han Ming to threaten him. 5 days later, Hanju began to consume his lifespan. 10 billion years. 20 billion years. 30 billion years. 40 billion years. Hanju stopped cursing as he felt dizzy. He bled from his 7 orifices and was extremely pale. However, his external injuries were superficial and he could recover quickly. I wonder how that fellow is now. Hanju secretly looked forward to it. Then, he put away the Book of Misfortune and released the strange deity from the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The strange deity floated in the air and wandered around as if expressing its dissatisfaction. After being with Hanju, its intelligence had been growing. Although they couldn't communicate yet, Hanju could already feel its emotions. Go away! Don't disturb me! Hanju waved his hand. After pushing the strange deity away with his dermic powers, he continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. The strange deity stared at him and stopped flying. It seemed to be in deep thought. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds under an old tree, Jade Emperor Zhou was circulating his energy when his expression suddenly changed. He clearly did not feel good. Damn it, when will he stop? Jade Emperor Zhou was furious. He had fought Li Daokong not long ago. The dark forbidden lord had suddenly cursed him, almost causing him to lose. On average, every 5 years, the dark forbidden lord would curse him once, and each time, he would become more ferocious. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was not afraid of curses, it was really annoying if this continued. He had thought of contacting the dark forbidden lord, but there was no way. Even the heavenly emperor couldn't take the initiative to contact him. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. His body shone with divine light. He was burly, but he did not reveal his true appearance. Jade Emperor, you're too impudent. You've already displeased some sages, the divine light figure said bluntly. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't even open his eyes as he said, Great Nine Heavens, are you here to stop me? The divine figure called the Great Nine Heavens snorted. If the sect master supports you, I will naturally support you. However, I hope that you won't cause more trouble for the sect master. Sages are unfathomable, and their emotions are even more so. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan opened his eyes and asked, I want to know, which sage is supporting the human race? Great Nine Heavens shook his head and said, We're not qualified to know. Be careful in the future. Before fighting for providence, don't go against the heavenly Tao's will. With that, Great Nine Heavens vanished. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan frowned and snorted in his heart. When this calamity ends, I will be the heavenly Tao's will. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred towards you increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Ju, who was cultivating, didn't care when he saw this notification. They were already irreconcilable. It had been 4 years since the last curse. In another year, he could mess with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan again. As Han Ju was thinking, he suddenly felt something on his back. It was the strange deity. Han Ju was shocked to find that the strange deity was touching his dermic powers. What was he doing? The strange deity crawled on Han Ju's back as if it wanted to fuse into his body. At first, Han Ju was very nervous and thought that this fellow was going to devour him. But he quickly discovered that it was not the case. When the strange deity touched the dermic powers in his body, his dermic powers instantly boiled and began to become stronger. It was as if there was some kind of resonance. Even the great Tao of life and death in Han Ju's body began to resonate, increasing the speed at which he fused with his dermic powers. This is... Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the strange deity to be so useful. He had always thought that the strange deity was an assassin, but he didn't expect it to be a support. Han Ju remained cautious and continued to observe. The strange deity was indeed helping him increase his dermic powers and even fuse with the great Tao of life and death. This was helping him reach the zenith heaven realm? Can strange deity be so useful? Han Ju asked in his heart. Will it harm me by doing this? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't even say, for the time being. Even so, Han Ju still maintained his rationality and stared at it seriously. Time passed. Half a year later. The strange deity had completely fused into Han Ju's body and become one with him. Although they were fused together, Han Ju could feel the strange deity's existence and could expel it out of his body at any time. It formed a strange bridge in Han Ju's body. With its help, his dermic powers and the great Tao of life and death were rapidly fusing. At this rate, he would reach the zenith heaven realm quickly. Han Ju was very excited after thinking about it. He had a 5-star favorability towards the strange deity. It seemed that his decision to subdue it was correct. Just like that, Han Ju focused on becoming a zenith heaven cultivator and ignored what was happening outside. In an ancient stone hall in the immortal world, Li Daokong, Li Xianxia, and Huang Jihao slowly walked forward. Stone statues were standing on both sides. They were the past human emperors, and all of them had extraordinary divine might. Huang Jihao walked at the back and curiously sized up his surroundings. Li Xianxia asked in a low voice, They don't seem to respect us. Li Daokong's expression did not change as he said, It's fine. Let them see. We can test our strength. The 3 of them advanced and arrived in front of a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10,000 feet tall. There were all sorts of red patterns engraved on it, as if it recorded the history of the development of the human race. With just a glance, one could feel that it was magnificent, like an epic. Li Daokong stopped. Li Xianxia and Huang Jihao also stopped. The stone tablet shone and figures walked out. The leader was a white-haired old man with long eyebrows that covered his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Greetings, two immortal masters of the human school." Li Xianxia snorted. "Instead of welcoming us personally, you're still spying on us. Do you think we can't sense it? Or are you afraid of us?" "Of course I'm afraid. The two of you shocked the myriad worlds. How can we mortals not be afraid?" "Humph." Li Xianxia's expression softened. Li Daokong said, "Against Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, the humans can join forces with the human school." The white-haired elder asked, "What about the Chan and Jie schools?" Clearly, he did not believe in their strength. That was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, a mighty figure who had recently suppressed the immortal world. Li Daokong stomped his right foot and a sword appeared behind him. It emitted a dazzling purple light, and a terrifying sword aura spread out. The stone statues of all the emperors in the hall began to shake violently, including the 10,000-foot stone tablet in front. All the mighty figures were moved. What a terrifying sword chi! No wonder he could become the eldest disciple of the human school. It seems that the rumors are true. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan can't do anything to him. Where did that sword come from? My dermic powers can't help but be attracted by it. This aura. Has he really just stepped into the zenith heaven realm? The human mighty figures communicated with their divine sense. Most of them were afraid. The white-haired elder smiled. The humans are willing to join forces with the human school. Li Xianxia snorted disdainfully. They changed their tone so quickly. Huang Jihao looked at Li Daokong in admiration. Uncle Master was much more capable than his master. The longer he spent with Li Daokong, the more he admired him. In his opinion, Li Daokong was definitely the person he wanted to become. His master, Li Xianxia, was not good. He bullied the weak and spoke too much. If not for Li Daokong, Li Xianxia would have died thousands of times. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to slaughter all living beings. The humans can spread the news. Li Daokong continued. The white-haired elder asked in surprise, "Is this true?" Li Daokong said calmly, "So what if it's true?" The white-haired elder was silent. 10 years later, Han Ju's dermic powers and the great Tao of life and death had completely fused. In his body, brand new dermic powers began to condense into a zenith heaven Tao fruit. As long as he succeeded, he would step into the zenith heaven realm. However, condensing the zenith heaven Tao fruit required time. The dermic powers of a zenith heaven were extremely vast, so it was naturally not possible to succeed in a short period of time. Fortunately, Han Ju did not need to control it personally. The zenith heaven Tao fruit would automatically condense. Han Ju got up and walked out of the cave abode. Prepare for the Tao preaching. Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the island, causing everyone to be excited, including the 10,000 nether race beings. The nether race couldn't reproduce. Their population had never changed. Their potential was not bad. The weakest had already reached the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal realm. Han Ju sat down under the Fusang tree. Tao Comprehension Sword came to his side and asked curiously, "Master, your eyes." The others also looked at Han Ju in surprise. When he heard that, he couldn't help but carefully check. He discovered that his pupils had turned purple. It was not temporary, but permanent, making him look even more mysterious. Not only his pupils, but thin black patterns also appeared between his eyebrows. They fluttered like tentacles. Han Ju said, "It's only a realm. You don't understand." Tao Comprehension Sword did not say much. Han Ju noticed that Liao and Tu Linger looked at him strangely, as if they wanted to eat him. Fairy Xixien and Chang Yuer also walked out of their cave abode. When they saw Han Ju, they couldn't help but be stunned. Han Ju began to preach the Tao. The moment his voice sounded, everyone's souls shook, and they entered Tao comprehension state one after another. Zenith Heaven's voice. Although Hanju had yet to completely enter the Zenith Heaven realm, his voice already had the Tao insight of the Zenith Heaven realm. Even the Nether race members were entranced. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed. Hanju had yet to condense his Zenith Heaven Tao fruit, so he planned to continue preaching and sort out his Tao during the process. At this moment, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that a sage has entered the world. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the calamity and challenge the sage. You will win great providence and obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Avoid the calamity for the time being and cultivate in peace. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. A sage had entered the world? Hanju immediately chose the second option and obtained a great Tao fragment. He thought, I want to know which sage has entered the world. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. After Hanju chose to continue, lines of words quickly appeared in front of him. Wuxia. Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao sage, ancestor of the human race, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the 8 trigrams. Because he was summoned by the human race, he used his Dharma idol to enter the world and avoid the heavenly secrets. He wants to help the human race obtain great providence. Wuxia. The legendary Emperor Fuxi in the mythology? Since he was helping the human race, Hanju was relieved. At least Xianxia would be fine. Perhaps Wuxia would even deal with Jade Emperor Zhou. Hanju was looking forward to it. After understanding it, he continued to preach. Time flew. Another 10 years passed. After Hanju finished his lecture, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed under the Fusang tree and faced the east. The other disciples were still in a state of Tao comprehension and could not extricate themselves for the time being. Most of the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit in Hanju's body had already condensed. The strange deity flew out from his body and looked at the Fusang tree. It flew around the tree trunk quite cheerfully. No one could sense the strange deity's existence, including the Fusang tree. After the strange deity left his body, the black pattern between Hanju's eyebrows disappeared, but his pupils were still purple. Hanju didn't stop the strange deity. After this fusion, the strange deity already had his dermic powers. They could use the dermic powers together. Hanju used his dermic powers to isolate it from the strange power and prevent the Fusang tree from being destroyed. Hanju's gaze landed on the strange deity. He could feel that he had already completely gained control of the strange deity. From now on, he could erase its intelligence at any time and absorb it, turning it into his own power. However, the strange deity had helped him greatly. He naturally wouldn't be so heartless. I wonder how strong this kid will be in the future. Hanju thought expectantly. The strange deity's current strength was difficult to figure out. If he said that it was strong, it was actually just so. If he said that it was not strong, then it was not strong. Other than the primordial physique, no one could spy on it. No matter what, the strange deity's potential was definitely terrifying. After all, it had inherited the chaotic fiend celestial's providence. Since he had nothing to do, Hanju checked the emails. Recently, he had been condensing the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit. Hanju didn't dare to use his dermic powers to curse Jade Emperor Zhou. He didn't know how the situation in the immortal world was. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons X189900. Your disciple Su Qi has absorbed the dark power, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Dilan Tian was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou. He sacrificed his soul to sound the Emperor ancestral bell. Your good friend Dao Ancestor's providence has decreased. Your good friend Tai Sutyin has received guidance from a sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. In short, the immortal world was relatively calm and the battles were not intense. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan seemed to have stopped recently. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. The friends he cared about were still there. When I reach the Zenith Heaven realm, I'll offer Jade Emperor Zhou Yan 100 billion years of my lifespan. Let's see if you can withstand it. Han Ju thought silently. He suddenly thought of the Heavenly Emperor. He could visit him in his dreams and ask about his situation. Using the Dark Nightmare did not consume dermic powers. He only needed to use his divine sense. Soon Han Ju created a dream. When he saw the Heavenly Emperor again, he looked much thinner and his eyes were dark. The Heavenly Emperor was not moved when he saw Han Ju, who had transformed into the Dark Forbidden Lord. He slowly sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" He began to adjust his dragon robe, and the Heavenly Emperor's temperament quickly recovered. Han Ju asked, "Other than Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, do you have no other backing?" He remembered that the Heavenly Emperor had been to Kunlun. Previously, in front of the Great Ultimate Hall, the Heavenly Emperor had also been chatting and laughing with many mighty figures. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "You want me to deal with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan?" Han Ju didn't answer but asked with a smile, "Jade Emperor, aren't you going to show yourself?" With that said, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan appeared. Han Ju cursed silently. "Bastard!" He was indeed here. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Have you thought it through?" In the past few decades, the Dark Forbidden Lord had not cursed him. He had thought that he had chickened out. Han Ju asked, "Do you know that a sage has descended into the mortal world?" Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was silent. The Heavenly Emperor was moved. The reason why Han Ju said this was to intimidate Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and prevent him from slaughtering all living beings in advance. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had the intention to slaughter the world, all the races in the immortal world had powerful backgrounds. He didn't dare to act rashly. He was still weak in front of a sage. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Which faction?" Han Ju teased, "You have to identify them yourself. You still don't have enough pawns, I see." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Great. This was irresolvable except for death. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan hated the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju had given him a hint because they had seen each other in the dream. As long as Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not know that the Dark Forbidden Lord was him, he would be fearless. This was a little... Han Ju inexplicably thought of his high spirits when he surfed the internet in his previous life. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Can we really only be enemies?" Han Ju said, "If you don't threaten me, I won't threaten you either." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan smiled. Han Ju also smiled and didn't say anything. The atmosphere fell silent again. After a long while, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said, "The power of your curse is too weak. Could it be that you're not even a Zenith Heaven cultivator and only rely on the supreme treasure to curse your enemy?" Han Ju said, "I'm waiting for an opportunity." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan fell silent again. What opportunity? This fellow was definitely waiting for him to enter an intense fight. Han Ju suddenly ended the dream, and his consciousness returned to reality. After confirming that the Heavenly Emperor was fine, he also messed with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. It was about time. Next, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan shouldn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Han Ju could reach the Zenith Heaven realm in peace. Sometime later, the disciples of the hidden sect woke up one after another. Han Ju returned to his cave abode. Year after year passed. 20 years later, Han Ju's Zenith Heaven Dao fruit completely condensed. All his dermic powers were sucked into it. Boom! The entire Cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain began to shake violently. A vast pressure swept through the Dao field, shocking everyone on the island. Chu Shuren widened his eyes and muttered, "Zenith Heaven! Too fast." How long had it been? Han Ju had been hiding on the island and could still break through at lightning speed. Although his voice was soft, everyone heard him clearly. Sun Chang'an, the Black Hell Chicken, and the others who were with Han Ju the earliest couldn't help but show admiration and yearning. How old was Han Ju? What? He's already at the zenith heaven realm? Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. The first time they met, Hanju wasn't even at the immortal emperor realm. Now, he was still in the emperor realm, but Hanju had already surpassed the deity realm and reached the zenith heaven realm? What a joke! Could this fellow really be the Tao ancestor? That stinky chicken wasn't joking? At the same time, in the cave abode, Hanju was drowned by a purple pillar of light. His soul began to transform. Zenith heaven realm. He transcended the heavens. Hanju was extremely happy as he felt the strange changes in his body and soul. The zenith heaven realm was finally reached. After Hanju condensed the zenith heaven Tao fruit, he understood a lot. At the zenith heaven realm, with one thought, he could manipulate the heavens, space and time, and even fate. After reaching this realm, one could exist forever below the heavenly Tao. Of course, if they were attacked by a stronger force, zenith heaven experts would still die. Only zenith heaven or existences that surpassed zenith heaven could defeat zenith heaven. The rules of the heavenly Tao could not directly kill zenith heaven. This was the zenith heaven realm. Several days later, Hanju's full dermic powers fused into the zenith heaven Tao fruit. A strange power of the great Tao enveloped his body. He succeeded. Zenith heaven realm. Feeling his body transform, Hanju almost wanted to roar. How satisfying. The last time it felt so good was when he was at the mortal transcendence realm. The transformation from a six-mystic divine origin to the zenith heaven realm was unimaginable. In terms of power alone, Hanju felt 1,000 times stronger than before. His divine sense was the same, but he still couldn't spy on the dark forbidden zone. Hanju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 6062/10 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race: primordial fiend celestial. Cultivation: early stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Technique: primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. The zenith heaven realm was also called the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. There was only one major realm, and it was divided into the early, middle, late, and perfect stages. Hanju felt extremely comfortable when he saw the words zenith heaven golden immortal. His lifespan increased by 2 digits. 10 quintillions. Almost eternal. Hanju wondered if the heavenly Tao could exist for so many years. Detected that you have reached the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. The system has begun to upgrade. Hanju was pleasantly surprised when he saw this line of words. Although he hadn't obtained the great Tao fragment and the heavenly Tao spirit stone, the system's upgrade meant that the Tao field had been upgraded. It would make him safer. After becoming a zenith heaven cultivator, Hanju could also protect himself. He was no longer a weakling who could be controlled by anyone. Hanju consolidated his cultivation after spending 7 years. He imprisoned the strange deity in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The first thing he did was curse Jade Emperor Zhou with the Book of Misfortune. Didn't you mock me that my curse was not strong enough? You even said that I didn't reach the zenith heaven realm. Now that I've reached the zenith heaven realm, are you prepared to withstand the anger of 100 billion years? Hanju smiled frivolously. He had the right to be proud as a 6,000-year-old zenith heaven cultivator. Zenith heaven dermic powers poured into the Book of Misfortune. It emitted a black light that shone on Hanju's face. The black light flickered in the Khanate cave abode, looking ghastly and terrifying. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan started to reduce. He opened his attributes panel and stared at his lifespan carefully. It was descending so quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he had lost 10 billion years of his lifespan. However, having reached the zenith heaven realm, he did not feel any discomfort. He continued cursing. In a palace, Jade Emperor Zhou sat at the head of the table. All the forces were gathered here. Fongliang, Long Hao, Shuemingi, Dilantian, King of Hell, Divine Might Buddha, and so on were the leaders of the various forces. They were discussing the region of the immortal world, but the humans did not come. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not interrupt. His expression was rather ugly. Shuemingi noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Everyone looked at Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. This was the first time they had seen him reveal such an expression. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan replied, "I'm fine. Continue." He was circulating his energy to resist the strange curse. He knew that the Dark Forbidden Lord was beginning to make a move. This curse was far stronger than before. However, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not dare to disband the meeting immediately. Otherwise, he would expose a flaw. "Are you being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Shuemingi asked, pretending to be terrified. He was extremely excited. The Dark Forbidden Lord finally attacked. The others revealed strange expressions. If this was true, it would be a good thing for them. However, they did not dare to show it. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan snorted coldly. "The Dark Forbidden Lord is only a worm hiding in the dark. His curse can't hurt me at all." These words were equivalent to a disguised admission. Shuemingi almost cheered, but he restrained himself. He wasn't the only one. Jing Tiangong, who represented the Jie school, was also excited. In the current immortal world, who could resist Jade Emperor Zhou Yan below the sages? Other than the Dark Forbidden Lord, who else was there? Boom! A terrifying pressure attacked from outside the hall. The door turned to dust and a figure stepped over with a sword. Sword shadows appeared under his feet and his white robe fluttered. He was handsome. Who else could it be but Li Daokong? "Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, our battle is not over." Li Daokong's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with killing intent. The masters of the various factions in the hall were moved. What a powerful aura! They had heard that Li Daokong was fighting with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. They didn't expect to see him today. Amitba, the human school has really taken in a good disciple with unparalleled talent. Divine Might Buddha side. Everyone was stunned by Li Daokong's aura. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sneered. "Li Daokong, you're not my match at all. If not for the sage protecting you, you would have died long ago." Li Daokong continued forward as he stared at him. A huge battle was about to break out. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju cursed as he stared at the attributes panel. He had already lost 50 billion years of his lifespan. He still did not feel any discomfort, so he continued cursing. 60 billion years. 70 billion years. 80 billion years. Han Ju's breathing quickened. It wasn't the backlash of the curse, but his heart ached. This was the first time he had consumed so much lifespan. Most importantly, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had yet to be cursed. "Continue." "I don't believe it." Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. 90 billion years. 100 billion years. Boom. The Book of Misfortune rumbled like an ancient ferocious beast was roaring. Wisps of black aura visible to the naked eye overflowed and wrapped around him. Han Ju was surprised. What was this? This black aura was somewhat familiar. Wait. Isn't this strange deity's black aura? Could it be that the strange deity was related to the curse? His lifespan decreased rapidly. 110 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan lost control of his dermic powers. Misfortune surrounded him and he developed mental demons. He was finally cursed successfully. Han Ju hurriedly stopped. The black aura around him was absorbed by the Book of Misfortune and the black light vanished. Han Ju hurriedly checked his state to see if the black aura had any effect on him. Fortunately, it did not affect him at all. Perhaps it was because he had stopped in time, or perhaps it was related to the fusion of the strange deity. If Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has developed a mental demon, he isn't far from death. It's time for the outcome of the calamity to change, right? Han Ju hesitated. Should he calculate the outcome of the calamity? Don't be a bad outcome again. Apart from him being able to change the calamity, sages could also do the same. Forget it. I should at least avoid some kind of risk. I want to know who is the greatest winner of this calamity. Hanju thought silently. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju wanted to see what changes would happen in the future. After Jade Emperor Zhou collapsed, would a new overlord appear? Hanju entered the illusion. He came to a forest with pleasant scenery. Peach trees were everywhere, and the fragrance of peach blossoms filled the air. Following the path in the forest, he saw a Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. For some reason, Hanju felt that this forest looked familiar. Could it be the Cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain? Wait. The final winner was him? Hanju was about to walk forward when he saw two people walking out of the Taoist temple. One of them was Hanju, and the other was Li Daokong. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It was really him. That's good. The future Hanju stopped and said, "I'll send you here." Li Daokong turned around and smiled. "Your master is leaving. Aren't you going to send me off? You're the next eldest disciple of the human school. You have to be polite." Hanju showed a frown. What the heck? Would he become the eldest disciple of the human school in the future? The future Hanju said helplessly, "Yes, master." The greatest winner was not Hanju, but Li Daokong. Hanju was dumbfounded. Something was wrong with this script. Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Are you unwilling? I didn't force you to join the human school. Who asked you to offend a sage?" The future Hanju asked, "Has that sage really stopped? As long as the sage of the human school is still around, he won't dare to act recklessly." Fine. The scene shattered. Hanju returned to reality and frowned. After the calamity ended, he had no choice but to seek refuge with the human school because he had offended a sage. This was not good. Hanju didn't want to join any sage sect. That would result in great karma, and he would lose his freedom. Most importantly, a sage secretly was watching him. How could he be at ease? No. He had to be more cautious. Could it be because he had obtained the Zenith Heaven Tao fruit that he had become arrogant and offended a sage? Hanju wanted to prevent this from happening. "I want to know who the sage I offended is," Hanju asked in his heart. Unable to derive the sage's future karma of a situation that has yet to happen. This will alarm the sage. Hanju frowned again. Were sages so impressive? Forget it. Hanju stopped thinking. He would wait for the system to upgrade first. He put away the Book of Misfortune and released the strange deity. Next, he began to improve his various mystical powers. All of them reached their limits after a year. Hanju didn't enter the simulation trial directly. Instead, he cultivated the grand unity aspect. After reaching the Zenith Heaven realm, he should be able to cultivate a new Dharma idol. Even if it was only one, it could increase his combat strength greatly. The grand unity aspect was extremely profound. Fortunately, Hanju could already completely understand the cultivation method of the first Dharma idol. A full 10 years passed. Hanju finally mastered the first chaotic Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharmic powers had immense strength. His fist could break through the great Tao. Of course, this was his limit. Hanju was only at the Zenith Heaven realm, so his heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol was naturally not that terrifying. After succeeding, Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial and challenged Li Daokong. After entering the battle, Hanju directly used the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. A dark and mighty figure condensed above his head and punched out. Li Daokong was obliterated. Instant kill. Awesome. Hanju felt the domineering pleasure of destroying all techniques with one move. He began the simulation trial. No deity realm existence could withstand the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's punch. Unless he had the protection of a supreme treasure, It was similarly difficult for anyone below the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm to withstand his punch. The Heavenly Emperor was at the mid-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. He had a Dharma treasure, but he was still killed after 10 punches. At the early-stage Golden Immortal realm, Xue Mingyi had been insta-killed, after fighting for a few days. Han Ju had been familiarizing himself with the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial's fighting style. In short, he was very surprised. The grand unity aspect was too powerful. Just the first one was already so domineering. The 3,000 appeared at once. How terrifying would that be? Could he destroy the entire Great Tao alone? Han Ju felt very excited just thinking about it. Next, he began to comprehend the Zenith Heaven realm. After reaching this realm, Han Ju could clearly sense various invisible rules, such as space and time. Now, he could easily enter space-time and travel through the past and future. However, his intuition told him that doing so would result in great karma. Thus, he couldn't rashly proceed. Not only could he transmigrate through time, but Han Ju could also see the river of destiny, hanging high above all living beings. It didn't exist in the myriad worlds, but on another level. The eye of Zenith Heaven could see it at a glance. This space was extremely mysterious and could not be deduced with common sense. Those below the Zenith Heaven realm could not directly spy on it. Han Ju was very curious about how those non-Zenith heavens entered the River of Destiny. The River of Destiny did not look that weak. When Han Ju was still comprehending the Zenith Heaven realm, the immortal world stirred again. The human race had risen. Unknowingly, the geniuses of the human race had broken through one after another. Their auras were like a rainbow, causing the overall providence of the human race to constantly increase until it shocked the myriad worlds. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. Feng Liang sat on the Emperor's throne. There were fewer immortals in the hall than in the past. He looked rather carefree. At the front were the Heavenly God General, the Martial God General, Xianxia, Li Daokong, and the others. A white-haired old immortal bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the human race has risen. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan is in seclusion. This will be a good opportunity for the Heavenly Court to rest. Don't enter the calamity again." The other immortals nodded. After experiencing the Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's calamity, the Heavenly Court had suffered heavy losses. They were all afraid. Feng Liang said calmly, "I know what to do, but I can't rest completely. Opportunities are always fleeting in the immeasurable calamity. I've decided to recruit immortal gods from overseas. What do you think, my dear subjects? Overseas?" The immortals were in an uproar. The Heavenly God General praised, "Previously, the outer seas were dominated by the Jie School and the true dragon race. Now, the Jie School is hiding in the 9 nether purgatory. After the true dragon race joined the dragon court, they raised their race and fought. There are indeed no forces overseas who can make decisions. Since ancient times, there have been many hidden cultivators overseas." The moment he spoke, the heavenly generals expressed their support. The literature immortals looked at each other, but no one jumped out to refute. In the calamity, the heavenly generals had greater authority. Feng Liang looked at Li Daokong and asked, "What do you think, fellow Taoist Li?" Li Daokong smiled and said, "The human school supports the heavenly court. If your majesty feels that it's not convenient, I can personally go overseas and use my sword to recruit immortals." He spoke very casually, but the group of gods could sense his dominance. No one doubted it, because Li Daokong was a powerful existence who had defeated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. That's right. The reason why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was in seclusion was that he had been repelled by Li Daokong. Although Xue Mingyi said that it was due to the Dark Forbidden Lord, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was indeed defeated by Li Daokong. After this battle, Li Daokong's name shook the immortal world and he became the #1 sword immortal in the immortal world. He was in the limelight. Feng Liang ordered, "Then, I won't trouble fellow Taoist Li. Martial God General, Xianxia. The two of you will bring 5,000 heavenly soldiers. You can choose a literature immortal to help." Han Ju didn't know the situation in the immortal world. He was focused on comprehending the Tao of the zenith heaven. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. The system finally succeeded in upgrading and interrupted Han Ju's attention. System upgrade successful. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the pseudosage realm. The Tao field's internal space has been expanded. Tao field immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Kanate chi has increased by 5 times. The Tao field can block the prying of heavenly Tao-level divine sense. The system has added a new guard. You can completely duplicate a zenith heaven expert in the simulation trial as a guard. He will listen to you. The guard cannot leave the Tao field for more than an hour. Otherwise, he will directly melt. It took decades to successfully upgrade. Han Ju took a look and was pleasantly surprised. The safety of the Tao field had increased greatly with the pseudosage formation. Not only that, but it could also block the divine sense of a heavenly Tao existence. Han Ju felt a strong sense of security. In that case, as long as he did not go out, he couldn't die in the calamity. Han Ju began to choose the second guard's template. At the same time, the spirit chi and kanate chi in the Tao field began to increase. The disciples thought that Han Ju was using a mystical power, so they were not shocked. After all, this was not the first time. After hesitating for a long time, Han Ju still decided to choose Zhu Tu as the template. After all, he was once the number one in the immeasurable calamity. He was equivalent to the strongest person in the zenith heaven. At this rate, will I create an army of Zhu Tus? Han Ju thought sinisterly. Although Zhu Tu was dead, he was still alive. It also took time to duplicate the guard. Han Ju continued to comprehend the zenith heaven Tao. Ever since he broke through, he had never started cultivating. He had always been sensing the zenith heaven Tao fruit. The zenith heaven Tao fruit was all-encompassing. It contained countless truths of the world and the rules of the heavenly Tao, causing one to sink into it. The zenith heaven golden immortal was not only powerful in terms of dermic powers, but he also had other mysterious advantages. If he completely understood them, he would be omnipotent to a certain extent. 5 years later, the second guard was successfully generated. Han Ju named it Ma Chao. First, there was Lu Bu of the Three Kingdoms, then there was Ma Chao. He had assembled a set. When Ma Chao walked out of the Khanate cave abode, everyone was stunned. They finally realized that Lu Bu was really not Zhu Tuesday. He had really died. It was just that Han Ju used some powerful mystical power to create a new Zhu Tu. Not only did Ma Chao look identical to Zhu Tu, but his aura was also extremely terrifying. Chu Shuren, Murong Qi, Li Yao, Tu Linger, and the other talented disciples were all stunned. They felt that they might not be important to Han Ju. He could already create powerful subordinates that far exceeded them. Why nurture them? In other words, Han Ju treated them with sincerity. Thinking of this, they were even more grateful to him. After Ma Chao went out, Han Ju received several notifications that his favorability had increased. He couldn't help but be baffled. Not minding it, he continued to comprehend the zenith heaven Tao fruit. Han Ju opened his eyes again as Xianxia used the invocation technique to summon him. He checked his attributes panel and discovered that another 43 years had passed. He couldn't help but sigh. To the zenith heaven golden immortals, each of their naps could last as long as several dynasties. Han Ju stepped into the black vortex and arrived at Xing Hongshuan's chamber. He discovered that Kanate Chi had appeared in her chamber, and it was very dense. Seeing Han Ju appear, Xing Hongxian immediately came up and smiled. "Husband, you're finally here." She pulled him to the table and sat down. Noticing his purple pupils, she was secretly shocked. Husband had broken through again. She didn't ask about this. Instead, she began to talk about her experiences during this period of time. 100 years ago, the human race welcomed a sacred ancestor. Under the sacred ancestor's mystical power, the providence of the human race increased greatly. The immortal chi in the area continued to increase, causing the cultivation of the human cultivators to usher in an explosive period. Now, the humans had greater ambitions. The human race wanted to eradicate all the races and sects with providence. They would control the heavenly Tao alone. Hanju was speechless. The humans had also become arrogant. Hanju thought of the previous demon court, heavenly court, divine palace, and dragon court. At this rate, wouldn't the calamity be endless? Xianxia asked, "Husband, do you think I should take over the authority?" Hanju asked, "What authority?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "The authority of the human emperor." She looked at Hanju nervously. She knew that this thought of hers was very daring. No one would believe it, especially Hanju. He was so afraid of trouble. Would he cut ties with her because of this? However, Hanju was not surprised or even indifferent. "Up to you." Husband isn't worried about me? What's there to worry about? Even if you die outside, I won't be sad. Tsh, you're stubborn. I told you to come back long ago. If you don't, I can respect your will. But you can forget about dragging me to death with you. Although Hanju said it heartlessly, Xianxia was not sad. She wasn't stupid. If Hanju was really heartless, she would have already reincarnated more than 10 times. Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry, husband. If I die, I won't implicate you. If I succeed, whatever you want in the future, as long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. I can even drive the entire human race to do things for you." Hanju snorted. "Be careful. The battle for the human emperor isn't that easy." "Hee, I know." Seeing her smile so confidently, Hanju couldn't help but guess. Did Nuwa say something to her? It was very likely. Although Xianxia was bold, she never did anything she was not confident of. After Hanju thought it through, he didn't stop her. As long as Nuwa had no ill intentions towards him and her, so what if he accepted this favor? Sages also needed good karma. Hanju began to guide Xianxia in her cultivation and impart his personal experience. A year later, Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He walked out and prepared to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. The strange deity followed behind him like a shadow. Hearing that he was going to preach the Tao, all the disciples gathered and waited expectantly. Hanju began to preach the Tao and led everyone into a state of Tao comprehension. 9 years passed in a flash. Hanju didn't answer the disciples' questions anymore. Instead, he turned around and returned to the Khanate cave abode. He placed the strange deity into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune. "I haven't cared about you for a long time. This time, I'll care twice as much." Hanju thought silently. Jade Emperor Zhou hatred for him had already reached 6 stars. He had to kill this fellow. Otherwise, there would be no end to trouble. He had also been paying attention to emails. Jade Emperor Zhou had been quiet for decades. In the past few years, he had begun to become active again. He had just attacked Li Daokong not long ago. Hanju had said before as the Dark Forbidden Lord that he cared about Li Daokong. He had to put on a show and use this excuse to kill Jade Emperor Zhou. 5 days later, Hanju began to consume his lifespan. 10 billion years. 20 billion years. 50 billion years. 80 billion years. 100 billion years. This old fellow was still fine. He continued cursing. 110 billion years. 120 billion years. Hanju's Tao heart began to waver. His lifespan consumption broke the record again. Was there really a need? Yes. He had to kill Jade Emperor Zhou. This was the only thing. He wouldn't do this again. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. After consuming nearly 150 billion years of his lifespan, he finally saw an email. "Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou had his Tao heart cracked. His dermic powers went into chaos and misfortune attacked him with endless negative karma." Hanju immediately stopped. After cursing for so long, Hanju didn't feel any discomfort, but his breathing was a little chaotic. As expected of the Zenith Heaven realm, he was firm like a tree. Hanju looked forward to how many years of his lifespan he could spend at most, but he didn't dare to think too much. He was afraid that he would become addicted. No matter how long his lifespan was, He couldn't withstand the consumption of hundreds of billions of years. Hanju was vigilant against himself. He couldn't become addicted. Even as a zenith heaven golden immortal, he could not rashly provoke a powerful enemy. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and released the strange deity. He started cultivating after so many years, he finally began to cultivate. He actually felt that it had been a long time. He checked his emails as he cultivated. Your disciple Long Hao and the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal have begun to fuse. Your disciple Su Qi accidentally entered the Fian Celestial's vortex. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by human cultivators X-1092. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the Tao ancestor when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has devoured the true sun flame and obtained the Emperor Ancestral Bell's recognition. Your good friend Huang Zuentian listened to the sage preach and his cultivation increased greatly. Long Hao and Hao Tian had fused. He wondered what kind of trouble these two would cause. Ever since Long Hao began to oppose the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju no longer had a favorable impression of him and no longer cared about his life. People changed. Hanju noticed that Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. He was already a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The mysterious mighty figure was definitely stronger than a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. At the very least, he was a pseudosage. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan still has a pseudosage around him? Hanju discovered that he had still underestimated Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's connections. As for Zhou Fan, he had inherited Di Lantian's legacy and wanted to control the Golden Crow divine clan, as expected of the reincarnation of a sage, the protagonist of the heavens. In short, the atmosphere of the war had weakened greatly. At least that was the case in his circle of friends. The past 10 years had been relatively peaceful. Hanju focused on cultivating after reading the emails. Even if he became a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Hanju could still rely on absorbing negative karma to become stronger. The negative karma contained in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus was extremely huge. The accumulation of countless calamities could be said to be endless. Time passed quickly. Hanju was cultivating diligently. The immortal world had been changing because of the calamity, causing all kinds of geniuses to appear. Among them, the momentum of the humans became stronger and stronger. More and more hidden experts appeared. Only then did everyone realize that as the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, the humans were no longer mortals who needed the protection of the various sage sects and immortals. Mortals were already comparable to immortals, even surpassing them. Year after year passed. About 17 years passed. Hidden Sect Island shook again. This time, everyone was calm. Hanju sensed that it was the dark power that surged over. Fortunately, the Tao field had already increased and there was no need to worry. 10 minutes later, Hanju suddenly felt a familiar aura pass. Su Qi? What a coincidence! Hanju knew that Su Qi was in the dark forbidden zone, but it was so big, and he could actually bump into him. Could it be a conspiracy of a mysterious existence? I want to know who planned for us to meet Su Qi here? Hanju asked in his heart. He would offend a sage in the future. He could only be cautious. He could only be plotted against by others, so he had to be careful. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So many? It was indeed a trap. Continue. A burly figure appeared in Hanju's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Jinan. Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage, Immeasurable Emperor, one of the golden immortals of the Jie School. Because he deduced that Su Qi has karma with you, he especially led Su Qi to wander around the dark forbidden zone, wanting to bump into you. Heavenly Tao Sage? Hanju was stunned. He thought that there was only one sage in the Jie School, who was the sect master of the heavenly court. After all, he had watched the investiture of the gods in his past life. Furthermore, the Jia school of the immortal world was really pathetic. They had all lost. Disciple, bear with it for now. Han Ju thought silently and continued cultivating, waiting for Su Qi to pass. Sage Jinan couldn't spy on the Dao field. As for Su Qi, he was the one who insisted on leaving back then. Now, all of this was karma that he should endure. After a while, Su Qi's aura disappeared. Han Ju couldn't spy on the dark forbidden zone. But Su Qi didn't belong there. In the dark forbidden zone, he was like a lamp in the night, very eye-catching. However, Su Qi had also lost all his senses. He couldn't spy on his surroundings. Han Ju didn't know how this kid had been all these years. After Su Qi left, Hidden Sect Island returned to normal. Han Ju entered his cultivation state again. 3 years later, the Hidden Sect's 100-year competition began again. Liao was still the strongest among the disciples, but compared to the other immortal emperors, she was still not their match. Zhang Yi was not bad. He had actually defeated the Black Hell Demon Lord. This excited him. Zhang Yi was in high spirits and finally straightened his back. This fellow overestimated himself and still wanted to challenge Han Ju. Han Ju didn't refuse and killed him with a punch. Although it was a simulation trial, Zhang Yi still felt depressed. The others were curious about what he had experienced. Haha! Could he have been beaten up by Master? The Black Hell Chicken laughed loudly. The others couldn't help but laugh. Han Ju was not a magus. How could he be so violent? Zhang Yi roared, "Shut up!" Seeing that he was so angry, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the stinky chicken was right? Above the sea of clouds, under the old tree, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan stood facing Great Nine Heavens, who emitted a divine light. "Have you thought about it?" Great Nine Heavens asked. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "I haven't lost yet. I was repelled by Li Daokong because the Dark Forbidden Lord suddenly cursed me. Otherwise, Li Daokong would definitely not be my match." Great Nine Heavens shook his head and said, "Defeat is defeat. You, a pseudosage, can't kill a zenith heaven. It's ridiculous." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was silent with a livid expression. Great Nine Heavens sighed. "This is the sage's intention, but I have a plan." "What plan?" "Kill Li Shenao of the human school and replace his role in the human race." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan almost cursed. This was definitely going to cause a fallout with the human school. He was not the sage's match. Great Nine Heavens said meaningfully, "You know best what will happen to you if you lose this opportunity. I'm doing this for your own good. The current heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity is only a piece of cake. The true calamity is still ahead. At that time, everyone below the sages will be as insignificant as ants." 30 years later, when his consciousness returned to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The cultivation difficulty of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm far exceeded his imagination. Although his absorption speed was still very fast, he did not accumulate much cultivation. He was far from the mid-stage Zenith Heaven realm. Han Ju had no choice but to look at the Grand Unity aspect. The Grand Unity aspect was the easiest way to increase his strength now. Although it was very safe in the Tao field, the immeasurable calamity was still ongoing. Han Ju had to increase his strength as much as possible. He began to cultivate his second Dharma idol. The second Dharma idol was different from the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. Its power was extremely sinister and terrifying. Han Ju was very cautious when cultivating this Dharma idol, afraid that he would suffer a backlash. It took him nearly 20 years to cultivate this Dharma idol. The 9 Fiend Celestial contained the power of Yin, able to devour souls and techniques. It was extremely powerful. If mastered, one could even devour the great Tao upon greater mastery. After Han Ju succeeded, he immediately entered the simulation trial. Both Dharma idols appeared at the same time. No one below the mid-stage Golden Immortal Realm could defeat him. Even if they were at the late-stage Golden Immortal Realm, Han Ju could still fight. After reaching the Zenith Heaven Realm, other than Dharmic powers, what was truly tested were mystical powers and Dharma treasures. Every Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal had their own powerful Dharma treasure. But not everyone had a heavenly Tao Supreme treasure like Hanju. Too strong. There are only 2 Dharma idols now. When I have 100, won't I be invincible in the Zenith Heaven realm? Hanju was extremely excited. He continued to comprehend the 3rd Dharma idol. However, he was stunned to find that he could no longer comprehend the 3rd Dharma idol. The grand unity aspect seemed to have closed the door to him as the huge quantity of memories vanished. What happened? Could it be that he could only cultivate 2 Dharma idols from the grand unity aspect? Hanju sensed carefully. The inherited memories of the grand unity aspect were still there, but they sealed themselves in the depths of his soul. He couldn't forcefully open them as a strange force blocked him. Hanju's heart tightened and he asked in his mind, could it be that the grand unity aspect is a trap of the sages? Everything given by the system is 100% harmless. Hanju laughed at himself. He was really too cautious. Then I want to know, why can't I continue the inheritance? Hanju asked in his mind. Cultivation is insufficient. This mystical power contains a great Tao restriction. Hanju suddenly understood. So that was the case. It seemed that cultivating the grand unity aspect was not feasible. He had to increase his cultivation first. Hanju sighed. He could only start the long and boring process of devouring negative karma. At this moment, he realized why those Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were so unrestrained. Even cultivating the stellar primordial body was so troublesome, let alone the others. Another 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Su Qi has devoured the inauspicious evil and the power of misfortune has transformed. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has reversed the fate of the heavenly court and revived your good friend Divine General. The providence of the heavenly court has begun to revive. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by human cultivators, X12222287. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. Your disciple Long Hao has created a heavenly Tao mystical power that can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Hanju was shocked to see that Su Qi devoured the inauspicious evil. This kid seemed to have embarked on an evil path and was becoming stronger. No matter how he looked at it, Su Qi looked like an evil villain. The dark forbidden lord had a successor. As for Feng Liang, he could actually reverse the fate of the heavenly court. What kind of method was this? In any case, Hanju was frightened. People who died could be revived by him? Could this kid be the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was suspicious. I want to know Feng Liang's most hidden true identity, Hanju asked in his mind. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Hanju cursed silently. Why did everyone around him have a powerful background? Could it be that a huge hand was pushing all of this? Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. Feng Liang. Rank 3 Immortal Emperor. Successor of the Tao Ancestor. Master of the Heavenly Court. The Tao Ancestor preached the Tao to the heavens and distributed providence for the children of the world. Because Feng Liang kept rising and had great karma with you, he was chosen by the Tao Ancestor to be his successor. Tao Ancestor's successor. So impressive? Hanju was shocked. Why was it still related to him? The Tao Ancestor was paying attention to him? It was not only the Tao Ancestor. There were also Nuwa Empress Hutu, Sage Jinan Ancestor Shitian and others. Hanju discovered that he was targeted by many sages. Most importantly, these sages did not directly target him. Instead, they used others to approach him. Could it be because he had transmigrated through the primordial chaos? The more Hanju thought about it, the more likely it was. If the sages wanted to harm him, they would definitely hate him. So far, the sages had only paid a little attention to him. That made sense. Sages looked down on the myriad worlds in the universe. How could they easily develop emotions towards some insignificant living being? Most importantly, the sages did not know where he was hiding. Hanju didn't have to worry at all. After thinking about this, Hanju felt relieved. No matter what, with Feng Liang's identity as the Dao ancestor's successor, he should be able to survive in the future. This calamity is really becoming more and more interesting. Even the Dao ancestor is involved. Hanju thought silently. Thinking about it now, it was a joke that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wanted to eliminate the Dao ancestor. It was even more ridiculous for Zhu Tu to challenge Nuwa. Everything was within the sage's plans. Wait, could this change be related to me? Hanju thought of this and was terrified. He was also very helpless. Was this fate? Even sages couldn't escape from it. Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. Feng Liang sat in the courtyard and drank with the Divine General. Feng Liang smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" The Divine General sighed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You're truly remarkable. I've never heard of such a mystical power." He wasn't flattering Feng Liang. The fact that his soul was revived was unimaginable. Feng Liang's face was a little pale as he smiled and said, "Among the three great generals, I trust you the most. The Heavenly God General is unfathomable. The Martial God General is anxious for quick success. Don't act recklessly in the future. I will arrange a new identity for you. Your Majesty can decide," the Divine General said seriously. He changed the topic and asked, "How's the previous Heavenly Emperor?" Feng Liang smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine. It seems that the Heavenly Emperor did not misjudge you. You're so loyal. If you become the Heavenly Emperor, it will also be a blessing for the Heavenly Court." The Divine General shook his head and said, "I know myself. I'm suitable for battle and not leadership." Feng Liang smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. Purple light filled the sky and strange phenomena appeared. Heavenly flowers scattered and 3 flowers gathered at the top. It was dazzling. The Divine General frowned and muttered, "Another zenith heaven appeared." Feng Liang asked, "Do you want to become a zenith heaven cultivator?" Hearing this, the Divine General looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he meant. Feng Liang said calmly, "Although I'm only an immortal emperor, I have a way to help you quickly become a zenith heaven cultivator. However, you will also pay a tragic price." Feng Liang's words made the Divine General fall into deep thought. He finally understood why Feng Liang revived him. This was the true reason. However, when he thought of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, the Divine General burned with anger. He had to take revenge. "All right, I'm willing," the Divine General replied in a low voice. Feng Liang revealed a pale smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Zenith Heaven is a realm that most living beings can never reach in their lives. However, this process is a little long and needs 1,000 years. The Divine General nodded. He knew that it was true. Although he was the Heavenly General with the greatest contributions in the Heavenly Court, he knew that he was too far away from the Zenith Heaven realm. He didn't even have the confidence to become a Zenith Heaven cultivator by his own strength. After all, how many Zenith Heavens did the Heavenly Court have? 20 years later, in the Khanate Cave abode, Hanju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. As long as Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not die, he would not be at ease. Until today, Hanju only cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. With fewer and fewer enemies, he cherished them even more. Of course, it was best if there were no enemies. 5 days later, Hanju was about to continue cultivating when the strange deity came in front of him and kept wandering, as if it wanted to bring him to a place. Hanju hesitated. He could read the strange deity's emotions. This fellow wanted to bring him away from Hidden Sect Island. What a joke! It was so dangerous outside. How could he go out? Hanju pressed down the strange deity and gestured for it not to go out. The strange deity stubbornly continued urging him to go out. Hanju found it annoying and imprisoned it in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Thinking for a moment, Hanju used the simulation trial to detect the powerful enemies around the Dao field. There had to be something that could make the strange deity so agitated. It better not be a living thing. Great Nine Heavens. Cultivation unknown, disciple of a sage, supremacy of the Chan school. Unknown cultivation level? A pseudo-sage. Another disciple of a sage. The Chan school was indeed impressive. Hanju had always felt that the Chan school was unfathomable. Previously, they had even invited all the geniuses in the immortal world to gather. They had deep foundations, and even the heavenly emperor often personally visited them. Hanju waited patiently. After failing to detect Great Nine Heavens, Hanju began the simulation trial. An hour later, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. This fellow was quite something. Hanju tried his best but could only barely reach a draw. Not only was this fellow remarkable, but his Dharma treasure was also very strong. Fortunately, Hanju had the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Hanju decided to use Great Nine Heavens as his target in the future. Although the other party was strong, it was very difficult to kill him. Hanju's goal was to kill him instantly. After Great Nine Heavens left, the strange deity calmed down. Hanju let it out. Then he asked curiously, "What made the strange deity so agitated just now? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Seeing such a high lifespan price, it must be something big. Inferior strange deity. Unknown existence. It has inherited the providence of a chaotic fiend celestial and has been nurtured for countless eras. It is about to become a spirit. Another strange deity? But this one was inferior. Hanju thought curiously, "What's the difference between the two strange deities?" "Your strange deity has inherited the providence of all the chaotic fiend celestials. The inferior strange deity has only inherited one chaotic fiend celestial's providence." Wasn't that a far cry? Hanju was relieved. It was fine as long as he had the best one. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued to absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds under the old tree, a divine figure arrived in front of Jade Emperor Zhou. It was Great Nine Heavens. Great Nine Heavens asked, "Were you cursed again?" Jade Emperor Zhou opened his eyes and nodded with an ugly expression. The dark, forbidden lord was like a nightmare. He cursed him every 10 years. It was even worse because he knew the time. Even if he knew, he was helpless. This feeling was too aggrieved. During this period of time, he had been deducing fate, wanting to find the dark forbidden lord, but he came up empty-handed. Great Nine Heavens raised his right hand and said, "Do you see what I'm holding?" Jade Emperor Zhou asked in confusion. "There's nothing. What are you saying?" Great Nine Heavens said, "This is a mysterious existence nurtured by the dark forbidden zone. It contains the power of the legendary chaotic fiend celestial. If nurtured, it can definitely overturn the immeasurable calamity or even dominate the great Tao immeasurable calamity." Jade Emperor Zhou frowned. "You don't believe me? Then, feel it." Great Nine Heavens smiled. He waved his right hand. Immediately after, Jade Emperor Zhou felt a sinister aura approaching him. It made his blood run cold. He stood up. Jade Emperor Zhou observed carefully and confirmed that there was nothing. He looked at Great Nine Heavens in surprise. Great Nine Heavens said, "This is an extraordinary existence. Even a pseudo-sage like you can't capture its existence. If it wants to kill you, how can you resist?" Jade Emperor Zhou frowned and asked, "Then, how did you see it?" Great Nine Heavens smiled and said, "The sect master cast a spell on my eyes." Jade Emperor Zhou was silent. "Next, we'll think of a way to make it stronger. Don't look for trouble with Li Daokong anymore. He has the backing of a sage, so I can't kill him personally." Great Nine Heavens said seriously. Jade Emperor Zhou said in a low voice, "I'm not looking for him. He's the one who keeps looking for me." The mention of Li Daokong infuriated him. This fellow clearly could not defeat the two of them, but he insisted on courting death. However, when he thought of the sage of the human school, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan felt very helpless. The current him was far from qualified to challenge a sage. Hide from him no matter what, Great Nine Heavens said unquestionably. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sighed. 8 years later, detected that a mysterious mighty figure is manipulating the evil creatures rejected by the heavenly Tao to engulf the heavens. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and kill the evil creatures. You can obtain heavenly Tao great merit, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue your seclusion and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Han Ju chose the second option without hesitation. He now had 5 great Tao fragments. He was getting closer and closer to fusing them. This evil creature should be the inferior strange deity. Han Ju thought silently. His strange deity had yet to mature. It would probably take time for the inferior one to grow as well. It couldn't threaten him. Han Ju stopped thinking about it and continued cultivating. Half a year later, Murongqi had stepped into the Emperor realm. At this point, Liao, Tulinger, Fang Liang, Murongqi, Long Hao, and Su Qi had stepped into the Emperor realm. This was the immeasurable calamity. With the heavenly Tao taking care of them, providence bearers cultivated very quickly. What Han Ju wanted to do was to stabilize their Tao hearts and not let them go out to waste their lives. Han Ju called Murongqi into the cave abode and taught him a mystical power. Even the peak of Murongqi's previous life could not compare to the current him. So Han Ju's guidance was enough to benefit him greatly. Another 3 years passed. Chu Shuren came to visit him. Han Ju was already qualified to look down on this supreme Buddha. He had fought with the heavenly Tao Buddha in the simulation trial and killed him. In fact, the supreme Buddha seemed to be inferior to the heavenly Tao Buddha. Greetings, Grandmaster. Chu Shuren knelt down respectfully without the bearing of a Buddha. Han Ju smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Shuren looked up at him and was secretly shocked. Had he really just entered the Zenith Heaven realm? The aura emitted by Han Ju was stronger than those old Zenith Heaven cultivators. In addition, after entering the Khanate cave abode, he had a bone-chilling feeling, as if there was some evil creature secretly watching him, ready to pounce on him at any time. This feeling was indescribable, making him uneasy. This feeling made Chu Shuren respect Han Ju even more. Chu Shuren adjusted his emotions and said softly, "Grandmaster, can you teach me your mystical power?" In the recent 100-year competition, he discovered that his mystical powers were inferior to Liao, Tulinger, and the others. In his previous life, he was a Buddha. He had learned the Buddhist Dharma methods. Although his cultivation level was high, his mystical powers were not good. The mystical powers he grasped were greatly inferior to the ones Han Ju taught. Han Ju smiled and said, "If you become an immortal emperor, I will teach you a supreme mystical power." Chu Shuren looked up and asked, "Really?" "Yes. I've always looked forward to your growth." "Thank you, Grandmaster." After bowing, Chu Shuren hurriedly left. Han Ju glared at the strange deity beside him. This fellow had been lying beside Chu Shuren just now and clearly made him uncomfortable. Han Ju was still very glad about the change in Chu Shuren. If not for his different ideals, he would probably become the strongest among the 5 great Buddhas. After Chu Shuren left, Han Ju continued cultivating. The strange deity lay on his back. Ever since it helped Han Ju reach the Zenith Heaven realm, the strange deity often helped him absorb negative karma. With its help, Han Ju's absorption speed far exceeded his own cultivation speed. Not only that, but the strange deity was also becoming stronger. Han Ju had entered a simulation trial with it not long ago. This fellow already had the combat strength of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. However, it was ignorant and did not have any fancy mystical powers. It fought too directly and clumsily. Han Ju and the strange deity seemed to be entering a strange coexistence state. In this coexisting state, the stronger Han Ju was, the stronger the strange deity became. Furthermore, Han Ju could completely control the other party's life and death. It was as if Han Ju inexplicably thought of the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. This was like a martial soul? Interesting. With the strange deity's presence, Han Ju would be equivalent to having an active avatar in future battles. He would also have 3,000 fiend celestial Dharma idols. An army by himself? Han Ju was excited. He wanted to be invincible among those of the same realm. This was the case for Zenith Heaven, and it was the same even after he had attained the Tao. Time passed quickly. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju maintained the frequency of cursing once every 10 years. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was fine, but he didn't cause trouble recently. The recent immortal world was extremely harmonious. It was so harmonious that Han Ju thought that the calamity had ended. This was until he saw an email. Your grand disciple Fang Liang received the inheritance of your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. His cultivation has increased greatly. What the hell? Fang Liang had submitted to the enemy? Or did Jade Emperor Zhou Yan bow down to him? Han Ju wanted to use the derivation function to understand, but on second thought there was no need. In any case, the outcome of the calamity had already changed. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan couldn't laugh until the end. Why should he care about his current situation? There were 6-star hatred points. No matter what, he had to curse him to death to prevent future trouble. I can't let him have a chance to rise again or clear his name. Han Ju thought silently. His cultivation had increased quite a lot recently. He could squander his lifespan to celebrate. He locked the strange deity into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease. In the Imperial Garden in the 9th level of the Immortal World, Fang Liang, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, and Great Nine Heavens were sitting around the stone table. Great Nine Heavens revealed his true appearance. He looked like a scholar, but his figure was extremely burly. I only have one request. Let the Heavenly Emperor go, Fang Liang said. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan shook his head and said, he faked his death. I didn't torture him. He's doing well now. If you're worried, I can let you interact with him. Fang Liang nodded slowly. He looked at Great Nine Heavens and said, can you represent the Chan school? Great Nine Heavens said, of course we can. The human's rise is unstoppable. This calamity has already become clear. It will definitely be a war between humans and gods. Other sages among the humans have arrived first. The heavenly court is also a force supported by the Tao sect. We have no choice. Fang Liang's eyes flickered. He was suffering inside. After all, he was also a human. Great Nine Heavens continued. His Majesty needs the help of the two of us. The heavenly court will definitely be powerful. If the humans win, what do you think they will do to them? The heavenly court can tolerate humans, but humans can't tolerate the heavenly court. Fang Liang frowned. This was very realistic and also the truth. He had lived in the mortal world and knew the evil of human nature. If the humans defeated the heavenly court, the immortal gods would no longer exist. Even if they survived, they would live an ignoble life. To let the immortal gods be slaves of the human race, could they still be considered immortal gods then? If the heavenly court wins, we will obtain great providence. With His Majesty's decision, the humans will also have a chance of survival. Great Nine Heavens continued to persuade. Fang Liang sighed. He knew that the other party was plotting something, but he couldn't refuse. The current heavenly court was not as strong as before. The various forces in the immortal world were overthrowing the rule of the immortals. If this continued, even if they didn't encounter powerful enemies, the heavenly court would only exist in name. As the heavenly emperor, Fang Liang had to do something. Just as he was hesitating, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the stone table to instantly turn into dust. Fang Liang was so shocked that he stood up and retreated. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan hurriedly meditated and circulated his energy to suppress the powerful curse. Great Nine Heavens frowned and asked, the Dark Forbidden Lord, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's face was pale as he replied, "Who else could it be?" His tone was filled with helplessness. Now even his anger was gone. He was already used to it. Fang Liang asked, "Can't the Chan school deduce who the Dark Forbidden Lord is?" Great Nine Heavens and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan were silent. That's right. Even sages could not deduce it. This was the most terrifying thing. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel despair. Being pestered by the Dark Forbidden Lord, he might one day face the calamity of death. Suddenly, an even stronger curse attacked. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said, "Quick! Use your dermic powers to help me suppress the Tao fruit." Great Nine Heavens arrived behind Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and pressed his palm on his back. Soon, Great Nine Heavens couldn't help but be moved. He had never been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, so he had always been suspicious. Was the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse really that terrifying? But now, so powerful. That fellow is definitely cursing with his lifespan. Could it be that he is sacrificing the lives of countless living beings? So he only curses once every 10 years. Great Nine Heavens frowned as he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. What a ruthless Dark Forbidden Lord. It was truly a crime punishable by death. In Great Nine Heavens' mind, the Dark Forbidden Lord became evil and cruel. Fang Liang watched from the side and noticed the change in their expressions. He had an idea. Were the two of them desperate and deliberately trying to deceive him? Hanju didn't know that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was in front of Fang Liang. He cursed with all his might. He prepared to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan until he was severely injured. He didn't want this fellow to harm his grand disciple. Hanju cursed as he stared at the attributes panel. His lifespan had already decreased by 80 billion years. Even many stars couldn't live that long. Continue. 90 billion years. 100 billion years. 110 billion years. 120 billion years. 130 billion years. 140 billion years. Hanju's heart started to bleed and he hesitated to continue. Damn it. Let's go. He had already sacrificed so much. How could he give up? He would succeed if he persisted for a little longer. He couldn't waste all his efforts. Hanju insisted on cursing. Strands of strange black aura wrapped around his body. It was very strange and terrifying. Soon, his lifespan decreased by 150 billion years. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was still persisting. Hanju almost died of anger. He could only grit his teeth and continue. When Hanju's lifespan was deducted to nearly 170 billion years, he finally saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's Tao fruit cracked. His mental demons haunted him. His dermic powers surged and he lost his mind. Hanju hurriedly stopped cursing. Almost 170 billion years of lifespan. Hanju's heart bled. Too painful. As expected of a pseudosage, such curses only made him lose his mind. It seemed that if he wanted to use the curse to kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, he was underestimating the pseudosage. What Hanju could do was to mess with the other party. After putting down the Book of Misfortune, Hanju started to think hard. What should he do to kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Hanju suddenly thought of Xue Mingyi. He had an idea. He immediately used his mystical power, Dark Nightmare, and sent him a dream. Immediately after, he entered the dream realm and saw Xue Mingyi. This was a mountain peak. Xue Mingyi was meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see Hanju. He hurriedly stood up and knelt in front of him. Greetings, Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and said in a low voice, I want Jade Emperor Zhou Yan dead. Xue Mingyi looked up and said without hesitation, What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Previously, he was present when Li Daokong repelled Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The reason why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan retreated was clearly that he was cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. After that, Xue Mingyi firmly believed that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was not the Dark Forbidden Lord's match. After being humiliated by him, Xue Mingyi had been waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity had finally arrived. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to slaughter all living beings and replace the Tao ancestors' influence on the heavenly Tao, controlling the heavenly Tao alone. Spread this news, Hanju said. His tone was calm, and it was difficult to guess his emotions. Xue Mingyi immediately said, I'll immediately let the Darkness sect and the Azura race spread the news. He didn't care if what Hanju said was true. Even if it was a lie, he had a way to make it true. Hanju stared at him and stopped talking. Feeling his gaze, Xue Mingyi felt uneasy, not knowing what Hanju was going to say. After a long while, just as Xue Mingyi was about to collapse, Hanju suddenly dismissed the dream. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was depressed. Why was Xue Mingyi so obedient and did not ask for anything? Should he read his mind? Forget it. It didn't mean much. Even if Xue Mingyi was disobedient, it didn't affect him. Hanju felt that he couldn't be addicted to spending his life. After reaching the Zenith Heaven realm, it would take a long time to break through. He didn't want to use up all his lifespan before it was refreshed again. Even if he used half, it wouldn't be good. Habits were too terrifying and difficult to change. Hanju performed Dark Nightmare again. This time, he used it on Jing Tiangong of the Jie School and told him the same thing. Jing Tiangong also agreed readily. However, unlike Xue Mingyi, he asked Hanju about the Jie School's attitude. Hanju replied ambiguously, claiming that if the Jie School did not become his enemy, he would not target them. Jing Tiangong was relieved and said that he would definitely defame Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Hanju was unhappy. What did he mean by defame? This was the truth. After dreaming twice, Hanju stopped messing around and continued cultivating. He would visit the Heavenly Emperor in a few decades. Recently, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have become peaceful. He didn't cause trouble anymore, and no one cursed him. That made sense. Everyone thought that the Heavenly Emperor had already died. Heavenly Emperor, wait a little longer. When I kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, you will be saved. Hanju thought silently. Killing a pseudo-sage required time. After all, Hanju was not a pseudo-sage. In the numinous palace, the immortal gods gathered. An old immortal said, trembling, Your Majesty, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to slaughter all living beings and replace the heavenly Tao. This matter has already spread to the heavens. The heavenly court can't cooperate with him. On the contrary, we have to declare war on Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The divine general stood up and said in a low voice, That's right. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan must die. Li Daokong's eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Liang. The hall was extremely noisy. Upon hearing that Fang Liang wanted to confer the title of emperor to Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, the immortals exploded. The heavenly court was on the decline because of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Now that they were working with Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, where was the heavenly court's backbone? Fang Liang said expressionlessly, I've already heard your opinions. From now on, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan will be an eternal enemy of the heavenly court. At the same time, we will abolish Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's position and sever his karma and faith with the heavenly court. The immortals cheered upon hearing this. Li Daokong smiled. Li Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. Severing karma and faith. How ruthless. One moment ago he was talking about conferring the emperor title, and the next he was cutting off Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's escape route. Li Xianxia didn't know if Fang Liang was a fence-sitter or ruthlessly decisive. No matter what Fang Liang thought, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan could forget about involving the heavenly court. Fang Liang looked at Ji Xianxin and asked, How's the situation overseas? Ji Xianxin replied, We have already recruited 100,000 immortals. Half of them are above the heaven immortal realm. The literature immortals were shocked. So many? Fang Liang smiled and said, Can you continue recruiting? Yes, but we have to use the divine investiture board. Those cultivators are worried. They hope to have the providence of immortals. Ji Xianxin nodded. The divine investiture board was a shackle to some immortals and gods, but to most people it was a guarantee to step into the immortal realm. Immortals were not self-appointed. They needed to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, regardless of race. Under the heavenly Tao, immortals were treated better than all living beings. There was no dispute. It was precisely because of this that immortals did not dare to rashly create slaughter, afraid of violating the heavenly rules and attracting monstrous negative karma. Fang Liang asked, "Has the human race expanded overseas?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. The humans are consolidating internally." At this moment, a literature immortal stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the humans have declared that they want to destroy the numinous palace and must be suppressed. They shouted that humans should be ranked higher than immortals and gods, stirring up the hearts of the people. This is not a good sign. Humans should rank higher than immortals." Fang Liang couldn't help but frown. The immortals were the same. Immortal gods were inclusive of many races. After becoming an immortal god, they would be a group that shared benefits. If the heavenly court was destroyed, their fate and providence would decline. Therefore, even if the human immortals heard that the human race wanted to overturn the immortal gods, they were still very angry. They had been working hard to become immortals for countless years. How could they tolerate others disrespecting them? The humans are too arrogant. Our heavenly court protected them and slaughtered demons and devils for them. We even adjusted the weather to alleviate disasters. And they're actually treating us like this. That's right. When the demon court attacked the humans, wasn't it our heavenly court who saved them? Such ingrates. With the support of a sage, they want to go against the immortal gods. Our heavenly court is an orthodox sect. How can we be afraid of a sage? That's right. We can also seek the support of a sage. The immortals discussed and united against a common enemy. Fang Liang was originally a human and did not want to see humans and immortals become mortal enemies. But now he had to make a choice. Perhaps this was the immeasurable calamity. It was not only a battle, but also a choice between life and death, Tao and righteousness. Fang Liang's eyes gradually became firm. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. All the immortals looked at him. Fang Liang said, "Prepare to declare war on the humans. Since the immeasurable calamity wants humans to fight with gods, the heavenly court can't retreat. We can only fight." The immortals agreed. Even if the heavenly court declined, the bottom line of immortals was not something mortals could touch. 15 years later, Hanju was still absorbing the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus when 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the battle for providence in the immeasurable calamity is about to begin. You have the following choices. 1. Join the human race and kill gods and immortals. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Join the heavenly court and show off your might. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. 3. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Hanju was stunned. The battle for providence had begun? Could it be that the final battle of this calamity was the battle between the humans and the heavenly court? Wait. Could it be that fate had arrived? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he shivered. If all of this was destined, then the demon court, the divine palace, the Buddhist sect, the Golden Crow divine clan, the dragon court, and the underworld were all cannon fodder? Hanju immediately chose the third option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Constitution Mystic Boots. Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure. A supreme treasure derived from chaotic chi. It can ignore the power of rules and move freely. It has a restriction to resist the divine sense attack of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This treasure was not bad. He had also accumulated 6 great Tao fragments. Hanju took out the Constitution Mystic Boots and started to make it recognize him as its owner. His thoughts drifted. The master of the heavenly court was his grand disciple, Fang Liang. The future human emperor of the human race was Xianxia. Both leaders were his. Unknowingly, Hanju was so powerful. He stopped and looked back. He couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. Back then, he only wanted to have more ways to survive by taking in disciples. He didn't expect to reach this point step by step. I really became the Dark Forbidden Lord, Hanju muttered and smiled helplessly. However, he did not regret it. So what if he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? As long as he could continue living and pursue the Great Tao, he was willing to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Of course, he could only admit it verbally. Too many dogs had framed their sins on the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was simply shameless. Even today, there were still many people in the immortal world cursing the enemy. Many of Hanju's good friends were cursed by a mysterious curse, including Fangliang, Xianxia, Zhou Fan, and others. He had to survive this calamity first. The next morning, Hanju put on the Constitution mystic boots and used the dark nightmare to send a dream to Xianxia. In the dream, the two of them were alone in the forest. Hanju sat beside her and said softly, "The true calamity has arrived. This time, the protagonists of the calamity are the humans and the heavenly court. One of them will definitely win. You have to be careful." Xianxia nodded. "Don't worry. I won't participate if I can." Hanju asked, "Who do you think will win?" "I'm not sure. I don't understand the heavenly court. But the human elders are full of confidence. I saw that sage's avatar. He's indeed powerful. Just looking at him makes me inexplicably nervous." Xianxia sighed upon the mention of Fuxian. Sages were too distant from her. In the past, she had thought that sages were only cultivators with stronger dermic powers. Only when she saw Fuxian did she realize that this was not the case. Facing a sage, she couldn't even be rebellious or profane. Her soul trembled in front of him. Hanju secretly guessed that the heavenly court would also have the help of a sage. Otherwise, they would definitely be defeated and might not even be able to achieve the cleansing effect that the heavenly Tao expected. In Hanju's opinion, the so-called calamity was a reshuffling of the heavens. When the number of lives reached the limit, the heavenly Tao's providence would change, attracting all living beings to fight and return peace to the world. Xianxia asked curiously, "Husband, will you support the heavenly court?" She had heard that the current heavenly emperor was Fangliang. She had seen Fangliang's potential before. Hanju also had a good relationship with the heavenly emperor. It was impossible for their names to be coincidental. They had to be the same person. Hanju said expressionlessly, "I don't support anyone." Xianxia smiled. "As expected of you." Eh? Why did this sound wrong? Xianxia didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she began to talk about her experiences during this period of time. Apart from cultivation, she had also followed the humans and fought everywhere. More and more ancient races had been attacked by humans. In the battles, the cultivation of the human prodigies had constantly increased. It was extremely miraculous. Xianxia guessed that it was done by a sage, while Hanju thought that it was caused by the calamity. In the calamity, breaking through and cultivation was faster than during peaceful times. Unconsciously, the heavenly Tao was pushing everything. Xianxia continued to talk, and Hanju spent most of the time listening. This dream lasted for a long time. After returning to reality, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Jade Emperor Zhou. Jade Emperor Zhou had already lost his mind, but there had been no movement recently. He couldn't let down his guard. This fellow was probably recuperating in a corner. He had to take his life when he was down. This time, Hanju cursed with 50 billion years. He would slowly grind him to death. Several days later, Hanju released the strange deity and continued to absorb negative karma. At the same time, under the Fusang tree, everyone surrounded Lu Huaxiu. His body emitted wisps of purple aura and his long hair fluttered. A terrifying and oppressive aura was brewing. "What's wrong with him?" Sun Chang'an asked curiously. Morong Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "He's awakening the power of his previous life." "This aura," Chu Shuren said firmly. "One of the 4 extreme emperors of the heavenly court, the Purple Star Emperor." Morong Qi glanced at him, secretly unhappy. Why was this fellow always so talkative? Do you think that only you know? Dao Comprehension's sword asked curiously. Is the Purple Star Emperor very powerful? Chu Shuren said. He's on par with the Heavenly Emperor. You tell me, is he powerful or not? When the disciples of the hidden sect surrounded Lu Huaxu, Han Ju also noticed his situation. He could sense that a powerful force was awakening in the depths of Lu Huaxu's soul. The 4 extreme emperors of the heavenly court were all zenith heaven existences. Han Ju checked Lu Huaxu's profile picture again. Lu Huaxu, early stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Purple Star Emperor, reincarnation of a zenith heaven emperor. He was once one of the 4 extreme emperors of the heavenly court. He reincarnated with the supreme treasure, the heavenly Tao Purple Emperor Spear. The Purple Emperor Spear is his soul. The two cannot be separated. His talent is powerful. He reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm in less than 300 years and awakened the Purple Emperor Star Tao Fruit. Current favorability: 5 stars. As the latest disciple, he had already reached the early stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. It could be seen how talented the disciples of the hidden sect were. Han Ju wasn't worried when he saw that Lu Huaxu's cultivation level had not changed. Even if Lu Huaxu completely awakened and became a Zenith Heaven Emperor, Han Ju was not afraid. Not to mention that Han Ju was already an expert in the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. The 2 Dao Field Guards were no joke. Lu Bu and Ma Chao were 2 War God Guardians. Han Ju paid attention as he absorbed negative karma. About half a year later, Lu Huaxu woke up. After waking up, he did not seem to have changed. When everyone asked him, he only smiled and did not say anything. After that, his cultivation speed soared, causing everyone to be speechless. After Murong Qi and Chu Shuren, another mighty figure awakened. Under Chu Shuren's introduction, everyone knew that Lu Huaxu was one of the heavenly court's 4 extreme emperors, the Purple Star Emperor. He was definitely a mighty figure of the myriad worlds. However, with the precedent of the Supreme Buddha, no one would change their attitude towards him. They treated him as in the past, especially the Black Hell Chicken. This fellow had taken the lead in bullying Lu Huaxu. It seemed that the stronger Lu Huaxu's identity was, the more excited it became. Lu Huaxu's rise intensified the internal competition within the hidden sect. In these boring years, there had to be some competition to be interesting. In the dark universe, above the sea of clouds under the old tree, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was circulating his energy to heal his injuries. His face was extremely pale and he was frowning. At this moment, great 9 heavens appeared in front of him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan did not open his eyes as he snorted. "Why are you looking for me again?" He was filled with hatred towards Great 9 Heavens. Great 9 Heavens said calmly, "The sect master has ordered you to bow down to the Heavenly Emperor and enter the Divine Investiture Board." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He was furious. "What do you mean? You're humiliating me?" He was once the Heavenly Emperor and had suppressed the Heavenly Court. Telling him to become Heavenly Emperor Fang's subordinate was definitely an insult to him. Great 9 Heavens said, "You have already failed. The sages have deduced that the protagonists of this immeasurable calamity are the humans and the immortals. If you want to fight, you can only enter the Heavenly Court and become an immortal god." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan asked, "Why can't I join the human race?" Great 9 Heavens did not answer. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was extremely angry. He knew that this was the sage's plan. He was only a pawn in the hands of a sage. He had no right to choose. Damn it! Just a little more. If not for the Dark Forbidden Lord, according to his plan, he would have devoured the heavenly Tao step by step. How would he have ended up like this? The more Jade Emperor Zhou Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. He hated the Dark Forbidden Lord. Great 9 Heavens vanished, leaving behind a sentence. "This is the only path you can take. If you disobey the sect master's will, you should know the consequences." Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was so angry that his chest heaved. He didn't say anything as he gritted his teeth. "You forced me. A black light flashed in Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's eyes. 20 years later. While cultivating, Han Ju cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Han Ming has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Duan Hongqin has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has obtained a primordial divine body. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has joined the heavenly court and is now an immortal god. Her providence has increased greatly. Han Ju's eyes widened. He was almost shocked. What the heck? More than half of his friends had joined the heavenly court? Where did Fang Liang get his appeal from? Han Ju looked carefully and discovered that Xue Mingyi had led the darkness sect into the heavenly court. The originally weak heavenly court immediately became stronger. Was he taking sides? Han Ju showed a frown. Could Xue Mingyi be mistaken? Han Ju immediately sent him a dream. When they met in the dream, Xue Mingyi said excitedly, "Forbidden Lord, you already know?" Han Ju said, "Yes." Xue Mingyi said, "The protagonists of the calamity are the humans and the heavenly court. You've always supported the heavenly court, so I shouldn't have done anything wrong by leading the darkness sect to join them, right?" Han Ju was speechless. He didn't expect that heavenly court's greatest backing was him. At this moment, Han Ju didn't dare to refute. Be it the humans or the heavenly court, both sides had people related to him, so he couldn't help either side. Although Han Ju was a human, he didn't have a sense of belonging to the humans here. After all, he had only stayed in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect his entire life and didn't know many people. "Has anyone contacted you?" Han Ju asked. Xue Mingyi said, "Yes. The sage asked me in my dreams to enter the heavenly court. It suited me, so I—" With that, he suddenly became nervous. Wait. Would the Forbidden Lord misunderstand him as a traitor? He immediately knelt down in fear and said, "I'm loyal to the Forbidden Lord. As for that sage, I don't even know who he is." Han Ju asked, "Do you know how many sages there are?" Xue Mingyi thought that Han Ju was testing him, so he replied, "There are 9 heavenly Tao sages for eternity. However, since ancient times, many mighty figures have transcended the heavenly Tao. I'm not sure how many sages there are in total. The sages all live outside the 33rd heaven or in the deity realm of the ruins of End." Han Ju asked, "What about Zenith Heaven?" It's difficult to guess the number of Zenith Heaven cultivators. After all, there have been more than 10 immeasurable calamities. Then, do you know about the deity realm of the ruins of End? I know. It's the heavenly Tao's first world in the primordial era. Because of a calamity, a sage took action and shattered the world. The Tao ancestor isolated the primordial heaven and earth and left the various races in the current immortal world. Only mighty figures can go to the deity realm of the ruins of End and stay away from the heavenly Tao's calamity. How much stronger is the deity realm of the ruins of End than the immortal world? It's hard to say, but they're all controlled by sages. Han Ju stopped asking. Xue Mingyi became nervous and couldn't help but ponder over Han Ju's words. Could it be that the Forbidden Lord was warning him that there was always someone stronger? It was very likely. He couldn't make decisions without permission in the future. He had to wait for the Forbidden Lord's arrangements. Yes, that's all. From now on, you will listen to Heavenly Emperor Fang until I give you a new order. Han Ju cancelled the dream. After returning to reality, Han Ju no longer cared about the heavenly court. However, 18 years later, Han Ju learned from the emails that Long Hao and Dilan Tian had joined the heavenly court. The humans were in danger. After the Dragon Court joined the heavenly court, They were considered the number one force in the immortal world. They gathered the support of the Darkness Sect, the Azura race, the Dragon Court, the Human School, the Chan School, and other major factions. It could even be said that the Heavenly Court had reached an unprecedentedly powerful golden age. It was even stronger than the Demon Court that had swept through the immortal world. How much time had passed? Hanju was shocked by the power of the sages. However, Hanju had a feeling that the stronger the Heavenly Court was, the more likely they would be defeated. The battle of the immeasurable calamity could not be a crushing one. Either both sides were evenly matched, both sides injured each other, or the weaker side reversed the tide. The Heavenly Tao wanted a small number of people to survive, after all. I'll just be a member of the audience and watch them collapse. Hanju thought silently. The Heavenly Emperor was already gone and the current Heavenly Court was beginning to rise again. He had repaid the favor he owed. If not for his secret help, the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Emperor would have been long gone. There was another goal now. Kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and save the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Several days later, he continued cultivating. The Zenith Heaven realm was extremely difficult to cultivate. Hanju's Zenith Heaven Tao fruit was like a bottomless pit. When the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus surged into it, the Tao fruit felt like it would never be filled. Hanju couldn't estimate when he would break through to the mid-stage golden immortal realm. The path of the great Tao was long-lasting. Time passed. While the hidden sect was cultivating in seclusion, the war between the humans and gods in the immortal world finally began. The human race had an extremely strong reproduction ability. In just a few decades, billions of people could appear. This was under the condition that the human race was constantly fighting. The humans of the immortal world had an extremely huge population, let alone the humans of the myriad worlds. They were the protagonists of the Heavenly Tao. Facing the powerful Heavenly Court, the humans were first attacked and defeated, but the characteristics of the humans were also displayed. They would never give up. The more humans lost, the more united they became. The cultivators from the other mortal worlds rushed to the immortal world to provide assistance. A world-shattering battle was brewing. About 30 years passed. Hanju walked out of the cave abode and prepared to preach the Tao to the hidden sect disciples. Lu Huashu suddenly came in front of him and bowed. "Grandmaster, the Divine Investiture Board is summoning me. What do you think I should do?" Hanju said, "Don't go. You'll die." Lu Huashu's eyelids twitched. Although he had already awakened the memories of the Purple Star Emperor, his reverence for Hanju deepened. Because like the others, he felt that Hanju might be the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. Looking at the hidden sect disciples, they could all form a huge faction. Previously, the Heavenly Court only had 5 Zenith Heavens. The 4 extreme emperors had not been in the Heavenly Court for a long time, and there were already 3 in the hidden sect. Lu Bu and Ma Chao were both manifestations of Zhu Tu. One had to know that Zhu Tu alone could fight against the 4 extreme emperors. "Everyone, sit down and prepare to listen." Hanju walked around Lu Huashu and sat in front of the Fusang tree. After everyone was ready, he began to preach. Hanju also didn't want to stay in the dark forbidden zone. After the calamity ended, he would still go to the immortal world. However, before that, he had to make the hidden sect stronger. This way, he could cultivate in peace and let his disciples protect the hidden sect. Apart from the hidden sect, the reroll world was also becoming stronger. One day, the reroll world would surpass the mortal world and become a great world. Hanju was also looking forward to that day. The white-robed Buddha's cultivation level increased quite quickly, and he had already reached the rank 3 Immortal Emperor realm. It was all thanks to the reroll world's providence. 7 years later, Hanju ended the lecture. This time, he did not return to the cave abode directly. Instead, he waited for the disciples to awaken. A year later, all the disciples woke up and saw that Hanju was still around. They continued to wait for him to speak. Hanju said, "The true battle of this calamity is about to begin. The battle between the humans and the Heavenly Court." Everyone was stunned. Morong Chi asked in surprise. Where's the divine palace? Where's the Buddhist sect? Where's the demon court? Tu Linger added. What about the Golden Crow divine clan? At the mention of the Golden Crow divine clan, Zhang Yi's expression became unnatural. Could it be that the Golden Crow divine clan was already gone? Chu Shuren pinched his fingers to deduce, and his expression changed drastically. Sun Chang'an noticed his expression and asked, What did you deduce? Sun Chang'an still couldn't change his attitude. He always cared about Chu Shuren. After all, he was born in the Buddhist sect and Chu Shuren was a Buddha. All the major powers have joined the heavenly court to suppress the humans. Someone wants to overthrow the identity of the humans as the protagonist under the heavenly Tao. What a move! Chu Shuren's expression was ugly. He was the supreme Buddha whose philosophy was to make peace for all living beings. His Buddhist way focused on humans, so he naturally did not want the humans to be slaughtered. When the disciples heard that, they were all shocked. How could the heavenly court be so powerful? Hanju said, Do you see? This is the immeasurable calamity. This is fate. The once high-spirited and insufferably arrogant behemoths can all become stepping stones. The hidden sect does not fight for providence or power. What we fight for is the great Tao. Cultivate well and don't think about going out. After the immeasurable calamity ends, we will return to the immortal world. The chaotic heavenly dog shouted. We still have to go back? Why can't we stay here? The black hell chicken flapped its wings and scolded. How dare you refute Master's will? The other's eyes lit up. Not everyone wanted to stay away from the world. Cultivation was sometimes only for the sake of being superior to others. Before this calamity ends, I hope that all of you can reach the Emperor realm. Can you do that? Hanju asked. All immortal emperors. This goal made everyone excited. Even if it was a major force in the immortal world, there were not many immortal emperors. Definitely, Lu Huashu said in high spirits. The others agreed. The Black Hell Demon Lord, Diamond Rage, and Zhang Yi looked at each other in shock. They felt Han Ju's ambitions. Could it be that he was plotting for the next calamity? It was very likely. Wasn't this the path of the previous divine palace? The divine palace had risen after the calamity ended. Taking advantage of the chaos in the world and the fact that order had yet to be rebuilt, it had appeared in one go and widely accepted geniuses, rising step by step. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction and returned to the Khanate cave abode. The strange deity pounced over. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for it to scram. The strange deity seemed to be very anxious and kept rebuking him. Han Ju frowned and immediately checked the powerful enemies around the Tao field. There were no powerful enemies. What was going on? At this moment, the strange deity suddenly entered Han Ju's body, and a huge memory surged into his mind. It was a distant memory. It was a misty void. Violent winds wreaked havoc in all directions. In Han Ju's vision, the clouds parted and he saw a majestic figure. It was even larger than the primordial Yuan Phoenix he had seen before. Even Han Ju, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this figure. Too huge to describe. For some reason, Han Ju inexplicably thought of the legendary Pangu who split open the sky. Giant god Pangu? Why did the strange god let him see this memory? At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt a terrifying gaze land on him. Although he didn't see that gaze, he could feel the pressure. It was a pressure that made his soul tremble. Facing this mysterious gaze, Han Ju couldn't help but feel uneasy. He looked up. Han Ju's gaze pierced through the layers of chaotic clouds and saw a pair of eyes. These eyes were like the eyes of a human. They were extremely indifferent, as if they had no emotions. Boom! Han Ju's consciousness exploded. Unconsciously, he witnessed a huge battle. Countless terrifying figures rushed towards the largest and most majestic figure like moths to a flame. That majestic figure stood on the lotus throne and held a huge axe. A dazzling light shone above his head, and his divine might was vast. It made Han Ju shiver. What kind of spirit was this? It was indescribable. Han Ju didn't see the end of this battle. When he came back to his senses, it was still the chaotic void, but the mighty figure in front of him was already gone. The heavenly Tao is like a dream. Everything is like a phantom. Mortal, jump out of this fabrication as soon as possible. Only then are you truly alive. A vast voice sounded in Han Ju's ears. It was air. Han Ju was stunned. What did he mean? Immediately after, this memory scene shattered. Han Ju realized that when he returned to reality, the strange deity was floating in front of him. Han Ju asked in his heart, "Who spoke just now? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 billion years?" Han Ju was shocked. With such a high cost, what kind of existence was he? He had to calculate. Continue. The karma is too great. It involves a realm that the system cannot reach at the moment. Cannot be deduced. The price of lifespan will be refunded. So ridiculous? Han Ju was shocked. The system could even deduce the Tao ancestor. Was this fellow even more powerful than him? Could it really be the giant god Pangu? Han Ju asked, "Currently, other than the hidden sect, who knows my exact location? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Continue. Not exposed for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. To prevent any accidents, he still controlled Hidden Sect Island to move away from this place. An hour later, he stopped and looked at the strange deity. Why could the strange deity bring him such a memory? Could the previous scene be the chaotic Fiend Celestial War during the chaotic era? The strange deity seemed to have forgotten what had happened and began to wander around again. Han Ju thought for a while and continued cultivating. To put it bluntly, his cultivation realm was too low and he could not see through everything. Immortal world, beside the heavenly river. Fong Liang stood above the clouds with his hands behind his back. He had a dignified expression. Beside him stood an immortal who looked identical to him. After so many years, Fong Liang had completely become the heavenly emperor. His eyes were dignified and he was extremely shrewd. The divine general suddenly appeared beside him. He glanced at the immortal god beside Fong Liang and looked at him. He cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, the Jiang family of the human school has chosen to support the human race. Jiang Dugu has returned. He brought the primordial Yuan Phoenix and devoured 100,000 heavenly troops. The heavenly court has suffered heavy losses." Fong Liang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Does Li Daokong know about Jiang Dugu?" The divine general replied, "Li Daokong has already gone to fight him." Fong Liang fell into deep thought. After a long time, Fong Liang said, "Send the immortals to the extreme north to invite the Fong family." Fong clan? The divine general was stunned and asked in surprise, "Are you related to the Fong family?" Fong Liang nodded slightly. The divine general was secretly shocked. So the heavenly emperor chose Fong Liang because of this. He immediately accepted the order and left. Fong Liang turned to look at the immortal god beside him and muttered, "This battle will depend on your divine power." This immortal god who looked identical to Fong Liang did not change his expression. He was like a puppet. Time passed quickly. 20 years passed quickly. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune again and cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has joined the human race. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a human cultivator X170098. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by human cultivators X390221. Your good friend Pan Xian has joined the human race. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and was severely injured. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and was severely injured. Jiang Dugu and Pan Xian joined the human race? Very powerful. Looking down, Pan Xian clearly used a huge move and severely injured Han Ju's friends. Why would this coward enter the calamity? They were all taking sides. Hanju was very curious about the battle in the immortal world. I want to know, which race will win this calamity? Hanju asked silently in his heart. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly Court. Hanju's eyelids twitched. Would the humans be wiped out? Hanju felt that his morals had been shattered. His subconscious still treated him as a human, so he always felt that the human race would definitely survive. Hanju asked, what will happen to the human race? They will be extinct. All living beings born as humans must die, including the human immortals. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. It should be related to the previous deduction. Extinction, including all the human immortals. Hanju frowned. What was going on? Will I die after the calamity ends? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that only the humans in the immortal world would die. What should he do now? Hanju decided to visit Xianxia in her dreams and tell her to return. He immediately used his mystical power and pulled Xianxia into the dream. Above the clouds, the two met. Xianxia didn't look good and didn't pounce on him. Hanju frowned. What happened? Could it be that it was inconvenient for Xianxia to enter the dreams now? A figure appeared beside Xianxia. It was a woman who looked identical to Dao Comprehension Sword. Tai Sutian. Crap. I screwed up. The next time he visited, he had to deduce the other party's situation. Hanju cursed himself for being careless. Tai Sutian stared at Hanju and said, please save the humans. Save the human race? Hanju said helplessly, the human race needs me to save them? Tai Sutian replied, yes. 6 of the 9 heavenly Dao sages chose to support the heavenly court and eradicate the human race. Only Sage Nuwa and Sage Fushi chose to protect the human race. Heavenly Emperor Fong of the heavenly court is your grand disciple. Although your karma is small, you are closely related to many people facing the calamity. Perhaps you can reverse the situation. Hanju said, but my cultivation isn't good enough. I heard from the sages that you are at least at the deity realm. Hearing this, Hanju secretly felt that something was wrong. Sage Nuwa was staring at him. The human race was a deep pit. Hanju didn't want to enter rashly. Even if he helped the human race, he couldn't help openly lest he provoked great karma. Tai Sutian continued, if the humans can survive this calamity, the sages will give you a huge opportunity that contains the method to attain the Dao. Dao attainment method. What was attaining the Dao? Wasn't it to become a sage? Hanju asked in surprise. Aren't there only 9 sages? Tai Sutian replied. Sage Nuwa will give up her position as a heavenly Dao sage. Hearing Tai Sutian's words, Hanju couldn't help but think of the outcome of directly deriving the calamity. Zutu went to Nuwa Imperial Palace and claimed that he was used and deceived to seek revenge from the sages. This matter had always been a thorn in Hanju's heart, making him unable to completely trust Nuwa Imperial Palace's sage. Moreover, he didn't want to become a heavenly Dao sage. The 9 heavenly Dao sages were obviously puppets of the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, there wouldn't be existences like Transcendent Dao Expert, Eternal Divine Spirit, Great Dao Divine Spirit, and so on. Hanju couldn't reference the novels and legends he had read in the past. After all, 10 immeasurable calamities had already appeared since the establishment of the heavenly Dao. Countless experts were born. Anyway, he couldn't agree. Hanju said in a low voice, this is very important. I have to consider it. Tai Sutian nodded and said, that's true. Tell me through Xianxia whenever you decide. The 2 of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. Hanju coughed and said, can I talk to my wife alone? Xianxia was overjoyed. The title of wife made her extremely happy. Tai Sutian hurriedly disappeared and did not say much. Hanju asked in his heart, will the dream realm be spied on by a third person? This mystical power is a great Tao mystical power. Only by entering a dream or reaching the great Tao level can one spy on it. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, "What do you think of what she said just now?" Xing Hongxian looked around and sent a voice transmission. Not reliable. Hanju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had also become cautious and was even transmitting her voice in the dream. Hanju sent a voice transmission. Then, "Hurry up and come back." "How? Where to find you?" "Go to the void. I'll think of a way to find you." "All right." "Don't alert the enemy. Find an opportunity and excuse to leave Tai Sutian's sight." "Don't worry. I'm familiar with this." After discussing, the two of them began to ask each other questions out loud, as if someone was really spying on them. After returning to reality, Hanju frowned. He couldn't visit anyone in their dreams so casually anymore. A sage could scheme against him at any time. Fortunately, it was only Tai Sutian. If it was a sage, Hanju wouldn't be able to decline. Will this calamity end up as a sage war? Hanju muttered in his heart. If that was really the case, the immortal world would be finished. Could the next immortal world be the 9 Nether Purgatory? The more Hanju thought about it, the more likely he thought it was. The 9 Nether Purgatory had already become a place for many factions and living beings to avoid the calamity. The sages only needed to pour out the negative karma in the 9 Nether Purgatory, and it would become a world of its own. Hanju shivered and stopped thinking about it. He should cultivate quietly. In the following period of time, friends joined the humans or heavenly court from time to time. 20 years later, other than the people from the hidden sect, all Hanju's good friends had taken sides. They were all in the human and heavenly court factions. After lining up, it was time for the battle. Hanju cursed silently. Didn't they say that the calamity would last for 10,000 years, or at most 1,000,000 years? It had only been a few thousand years, but the final battle was about to begin. It shouldn't affect the dark forbidden zone, right? Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function to ask. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. All right. It didn't even say, for the time being. Hanju was relieved and felt like he had just survived a calamity. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing while checking his emails. He suddenly saw an email. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was possessed by an inferior strange deity. His soul was suppressed. Hanju was furious. He still remembered that the inferior strange deity was picked up by a person called Great Nine Heavens. This fellow was a pseudo-sage. Could it be that the mysterious mighty figure who had always helped Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was Great Nine Heavens? He's asking to get killed. Hanju couldn't tolerate it. Before he grew up, the Heavenly Emperor had always helped him. He would give him whatever he wanted. How could he let the Heavenly Emperor endure such humiliation? He would first give Jade Emperor Zhou Yan the treatment of 200 billion years of lifespan. Then, he would give Great Nine Heavens 300 billion years of lifespan. A mere 500 billion years of lifespan was nothing to Hanju, who had a lifespan of 10 quintillion years. He had more than enough. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He stared at the attributes panel. 100 billion years of lifespan was consumed very quickly. In a mysterious hall, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sat on the ground with an extremely ugly expression. Great Nine Heavens and the Heavenly Emperor stood at the side. The Heavenly Emperor was in a strange state. His eyes were black and his hair was white. He was like a puppet. Great Nine Heavens circled around the Heavenly Emperor. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he nodded from time to time. At this moment, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Save me!" Boom! He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, burning a huge hole in the ground. Great Nine Heavens turned to look at him with a frown. He looked annoyed. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had been cursed more than once and needed his help every time. Great Nine Heavens wished that this fellow would just die. This useless dog. Great Nine Heavens cursed in his heart. but he still came behind Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to heal him. Soon, Great Nine Heavens' expression changed. What a powerful curse. He could clearly sense the other party's anger. The curse power was like a stormy sea, as if it wanted to drown Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Oh no! The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to death. Although it was very difficult for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to be cursed to death, at this rate, his Tao fruit would become unstable and his cultivation would definitely decline. He might even suffer from chi deviation and become a heavenly devil. Great Nine Heavens tried his best to help. However, the curse power was still increasing. He couldn't block it. Crap. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was doomed. Great Nine Heavens' expression was extremely ugly. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suddenly looked up and roared. Ah! This roar spread throughout the myriad worlds. Everyone could hear the hatred in his tone. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's body exploded and his soul turned into a black mist. Great Nine Heavens' expression changed drastically. Devil Chi! How is that possible? Then his expression turned furious. This fellow actually sought refuge with the devil ancestor. He's asking to get killed. The black mist that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had transformed into suddenly rushed towards Great Nine Heavens. He roared, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Great Nine Heavens, you will die a horrible death." Great Nine Heavens cursed this fellow for being crazy as he raised his hand to block. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had his body destroyed and his soul devoured by the devil ancestor. Seeing this email, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. This time he went overboard. He had actually used up 300 billion years of his lifespan. The hand holding the Book of Misfortune was trembling. How extravagant! Heavenly Emperor, I've really tried my best. Hanju's eyes became sharp. It was not over. Next was Great Nine Heavens. But before that, Hanju had to rest. Several days later, Hanju held the Book of Misfortune again and cursed Great Nine Heavens. On the other side, Great Nine Heavens had just ended the battle and expelled Jade Emperor Zhou Yan from the hall. He was meditating to heal his injuries when he felt a powerful curse. His expression darkened. The damned Dark Forbidden Lord had targeted him. Facing the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, Great Nine Heavens did not panic. He wasn't Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. He raised his hand and took out a green lotus throne. The heavenly emperor beside him was meditating and cultivating. His body was surrounded by wisps of strange black aura, as if there were evil spirits around him. It was ghastly and terrifying. 5 days later, Great Nine Heavens frowned as he felt the curse power increase. Why was it always 5 days later? Could there be something to it? Great Nine Heavens had accompanied Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to resist the curse and captured this detail. As he pondered, he resisted the curse. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju stared at his attributes panel. 110 billion years. 150 billion years. 200 billion years. 250 billion years. Because Great Nine Heavens didn't develop any emotions towards Hanju, he didn't know the other party's exact situation. Who cared? He would give him 300 billion years to enjoy first. Hanju continued cursing. He only stopped after deducting 300 billion years of his lifespan. Although Hanju was fine after spending 600 billion years of his lifespan, he was inexplicably terrified. To be precise, it was guilt. He felt that he had let down his soul and Tao heart. However, the Heavenly Emperor was in trouble, so he had no choice but to take action. I wonder if that fellow is injured. Hanju thought worriedly. Should he deduce it? Forget it. That was a pseudo-sage. If he asked, he would lose a lot of his lifespan. Hanju started to adjust his emotions and prepared to continue cultivating. In the hall, Great Nine Heavens was still meditating and healing his injuries. His expression changed from madness, anger, fear, and gloominess as if he had multiple personalities. The Heavenly Emperor stood at the side staring at him. After a long time, Great Nine Heavens opened his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly as he muttered, "Damn it! Why is this fellow's curse so terrifying? How many lives has he sacrificed?" He believed that the dark forbidden lord sacrificed living beings to curse the enemy. Using his lifespan to curse the enemy was the strongest way. No one would sacrifice their own lifespan to curse their enemies, even if they were Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were said to be immortal, but that was only the definition of all living beings. No Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal had lived from the beginning of the world until now. They were either dead or had broken through to a higher realm to elevate their essence of life. In addition, if he used his lifespan to curse, he would definitely provoke karma. To a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, this was the greatest taboo. Even if he was a pseudo-sage, the more Great Nine Heavens thought about it, the more he felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a huge danger. If he let him continue to grow, he would definitely become a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. "We have to report this to the sages," Great Nine Heavens thought silently. At this moment his mental demon was in chaos. He was so shocked that he hurriedly used his supreme dermic powers to suppress it. However, the mental demon was too strong, causing his dermic powers to run wild. He injured his Tao fruit and his cultivation fell slightly. Damn Dark Forbidden Lord. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be qualified to be a pseudo-sage. Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor, who had been standing quietly beside him, suddenly attacked Great Nine Heavens. With a palm strike, countless black chi wrapped around Great Nine Heavens like dragons and snakes. Great Nine Heavens turned around and widened his eyes. He shouted angrily, "You!" The Heavenly Emperor pulled with his right hand. Countless black chi interwove with lightning and tore Great Nine Heavens' body apart. "Humph! An evil creature like you wants to rebel? You're overestimating yourself." Great Nine Heavens' voice sounded, his tone filled with anger. Another 10 years had passed since he had cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and Great Nine Heavens. To mortals, 10 years was a long time, but to Han Ju it was like yesterday. He took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. The humans and Heavenly Court had already started a full-scale war. Most of the emails were about being attacked or even about being severely injured. How tragic. Humans were not demons. If they fought, they would either win or be wiped out. They would continue fighting. Han Ju was waiting for Xianxia to return. As long as she went to the void, she would use the invocation technique. However, after so many years, she had never used it. Although Han Ju was a little worried, he still waited patiently. Recently, he had not seen any emails about Xianxia encountering danger. The portrait was still there. She was probably waiting for the opportunity. After reading the emails, Han Ju made up his mind not to enter the calamity. From now on, no matter who looked for him, he would never go out. He had to survive this calamity first. 10 days later, Han Ju's curse ended. He would visit Fang Liang in his dreams this time. Before dreaming, he first deduced, "Will my dream attract the attention of others? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue." Fortunately, it was only 100 million years. It was not expensive. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately performed the technique. The two of them came to the numinous palace. This numinous palace was the scene Han Ju saw when he transformed it. It was dilapidated and desolate, just nice to match what he had to say. The scene in the dream was entirely decided by Han Ju. He felt that the atmosphere was very important. Fang Liang was stunned when he saw Han Ju using his true body and not the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. After coming back to his senses, Fang Liang hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Even as the Heavenly Emperor, Fang Liang did not forget Han Ju's kindness. He knew very well that if not for him, he would not be here today. Han Ju smiled and asked, "How have you been? Does the position of Heavenly Emperor feel good?" Fang Liang smiled bitterly. "We're just pawns and puppets." Facing Han Ju, he didn't pretend to be strong. He began to talk about the internal and external troubles of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court looked powerful, But as more and more factions joined, many internal conflicts ensued. As the Heavenly Emperor, his cultivation level was insufficient, so he couldn't suppress all the ambitious people. Every time the numinous palace discussed matters, they would quarrel. If not for Li Daokong, they would probably fight. In the outside world, the Heavenly Court was unprecedentedly powerful, but in Fong Liang's opinion, this alliance was extremely weak and could be destroyed at any time. After he finished speaking, Hanju asked, "Are you willing to come back?" Fong Liang smiled bitterly. "I also want to leave in a hurry, but I already have no choice. If I resign from the Heavenly Emperor position, I'll probably die the moment I leave." Hanju remained silent. This was not Fong Liang scaring himself. After all, the sages were watching. How could they allow him to destroy the game they had set up? Apart from sages, the Heavenly Court's enemies would also target Fong Liang. After becoming the Heavenly Emperor, Fong Liang had offended too many people. During this period of time, all the enemies the Heavenly Court had offended would blame him because he was the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju said, "Then you can only be careful. Next, I will completely close the hidden sect and avoid the immeasurable calamity." Fong Liang was not surprised. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Grandmaster, what's your cultivation level now? With your potential, you're at least at the deity realm, right?" Hanju replied, "Yes. I'm only at the one mystic divine origin." Fong Liang praised, "Grandmaster's talent is truly unprecedented. You'd be a genius even in the primordial era. You can even compete with the Tao ancestor." Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. He might not trust the others, but he believed Fong Liang when he said this. Hanju and Fong Liang chatted for a while more before ending the dream. Although Fong Liang was helpless, Hanju clearly felt that he wanted to fight for providence. He was not completely coerced by others. This was his own intention. Everyone had their own fate. Hanju couldn't force it. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju hesitated to contact Xianxia again. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he did it too frequently, it would alert the enemy. Next, Hanju visited Xianxia in her dreams. She had helped him a lot in the beginning and given him all sorts of resources. The favor he owed her was the most important. The dream was a cave abode, and the light was dim. Xianxia was stunned when she saw him. "Come back. The immeasurable calamity is about to erupt. The human race will definitely lose. Even the immortal gods will die," Hanju said solemnly. Xianxia frowned and fell into deep thought. Hanju waited patiently. After a long time, Xianxia said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I want to fight. Sorry." She looked at Hanju with an exceptionally gentle gaze. She believed him. The fact that Hanju could reveal the heavenly secrets to her meant that he really cared about her. Hanju remained silent. Xianxia said, "My potential is not good. Even if I avoid the calamity, how long can I live? After this calamity ends, I probably won't make it to the next one before I pass away. I can't rely on you to survive in the future." Hanju knew that this was the truth. Not just anyone could reach the immortal emperor realm. Although the hidden sect wanted everyone to become immortal emperors, those who had reached this realm were all geniuses among themselves. Hanju said, "As long as you don't regret it." Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Hanju thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll teach you some mystical powers." Xianxia had already obtained the inheritance of a mighty figure from the Jie school. However, this was Hanju's kind intention, so she didn't reject it. Hanju began to teach her the mystical power. Soon Xianxia was shocked. This mystical power. It was stronger than all the mystical powers she had grasped. What cultivation level was this kid at now? Xianxia suddenly couldn't understand Hanju. Could it be that this man had already reached the top level of the immortal world? Thinking of this, Xianxia was inexplicably stunned. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she first saw Hanju. At that time, she only felt that Hanju was the most good-looking and the only one who could move her heart. She didn't expect him to be a mighty figure of the immortal world. Is this kid the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Definitely. After returning to reality, Hanju sighed. Was this the immeasurable calamity? Apart from Xianxia, the others knew that it was extremely dangerous, but they did not return. The reason why Xianxia was willing to return was that she had already obtained the sage's inheritance and was qualified to avoid the calamity. Hanju then went to visit Zhoufan, Mo Fuzhou, and Xianxia in their dreams. The three of them rejected his good intentions. Zhoufan and Xianxia still challenged him. However, he did not give them a chance and directly cancelled the dream. Hanju thought of Mo Zhu again. This girl had not done anything for a long time. He immediately dreamed, but he was shocked to find that he could not find her. He hurriedly clicked on Mo Zhu's profile picture. He was shocked. Why did this girl reach the grand unity true immortal realm? With her potential, how could she cultivate so fast? Hanju immediately deduced, I want to know. Why can't I visit Mo Zhu's dream? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Sage Dao Field. There are great Dao restrictions to isolate your mystical power. Sage Dao Field. Hanju was shocked. Why was Mo Zhu also chosen by a sage? Hanju continued. I want to know which sage it is. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Li Muyi. Cultivation unknown. Transcendent Dao expert, sect master of the human school, creator of the sword Dao. His existence is untraceable. Because you refuse to protect the sword Dao river, his impression of you has worsened. He thinks that your personality is not worthy of being a sword cultivator. Current hatred points, 1 star. Sect master of the human school. Hanju frowned. Didn't this fellow look down on him? Why did he want to take Mo Zhu away? It was definitely not a coincidence. Sages could see through karma. The moment they saw Mo Zhu, they knew that she was related to him. I want to know why Li Muyi took in Mo Zhu. Hanju continued to ask in his heart. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. I didn't even blink when spending 600 billion years of lifespan. What's 10 billion now? Continue. Hanju thought firmly. Being targeted by a sage was really unpleasant, and there was more than one now. Hanju's consciousness entered the illusion. It was an endless hall. An old man sat on a mat. He looked extremely tiny here, like a firefly in the night. Li Muyi. He wore a Taoist robe and had white hair and a youthful face. He had a sage-like bearing and looked very similar to ancestor Shitian. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned, muttering, The human school is facing a calamity. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Li Muyi immediately stood up and bowed. Hanju frowned. Who was this person? To be able to make Li Muyi bow, he was not simple. Could it be the Dao ancestor? No. The Dao ancestor was long gone, and he had not disappeared recently. How old was Mo Zhu? The timing did not match. If the human school wants to transcend the tribulation, it needs to rely on variables. Are you still paying attention to that variable? The figure spoke with an ethereal voice. Li Muyi said, Master, I'm paying attention to him. This child has a weak personality and only cares about immortality. It's probably very difficult to change the heavenly Tao, let alone the great Tao. Can we rely on him? The figure replied, The variable is something that even us sages can't predict. If we want to break through, we can only rely on him. The 3 schools of the Tao sect are powerless before the great Tao calamity. Li Muyi frowned. He said in a low voice, Dao Kong is very concerned about him and wants to take him in as a disciple, but he rejected him. He's not easy to approach. The figure said, This child doesn't have much karma, but he values relationships. You can take this woman as your disciple. He waved his right hand and Mo Zhu's figure appeared beside him like a projection. Li Muyi frowned even harder and said, This mortal's potential is too poor. She's not worthy. Humph. You don't listen to me anymore? All right. Li Mui agreed helplessly. Then the scene shattered. Hanju opened his eyes. They were filled with worry. How many mighty figures were watching him? I want to know. Who is Li Mui's master? Hanju continued to think. That fellow sounded so cool just now. How strong must he be to accept a sage as his disciple? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju gritted his teeth and made his choice. Curiosity killed the cat. The identity of the sage was too enticing. Lousy. Cultivation unknown. Transcendent Tao expert. First disciple of the Tao ancestor. Founder of the human school, immeasurable emperor, sword Tao sovereign. Gasp. The legendary Lousy. This person had a high status in Chinese mythology and history. Hanju did not expect him to really exist. It seemed that he was not as simple as a heavenly Tao sage. Stronger. Could it be that he had already reached the great Tao level? How strong was Hongjun? Hanju cursed silently. If this was really the background of the primordial world, wouldn't he have arrived in an era countless times later than Journey to the West? Perhaps the primordial world and legends were these sages' projections of the heavens. They visited all living beings and let their legends spread widely. Apart from him, there were also Dijuan and Nuwa, and the latter was about to give up her identity as a heavenly Tao sage. Hanju increasingly felt that the existences above were unfathomable. He was also curious about the impression and effect of this variable in the sage's eyes. He clearly felt that Li Mui looked down on him. Although Nuwa wanted to rope him in, she did not have a good impression of him. Could it be that sages were really heartless? Impossible. How could they be impartial? Ever since he experienced this calamity, Hanju felt that sages were fighting for benefits and didn't even care about people's lives. It could be said that they were extremely selfish. Hanju shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Then, he thought of Huang Zuintian and Su Qi. Should he visit their dreams? Su Qi was in the dark forbidden zone, so he should be fine. Huang Zuintian's current identity was sensitive. Hanju did not want to visit his dreams. In addition to Jing Tiangong's existence, it would not be good if he was connected to the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju stopped the technique and continued cultivating. This was all he could do. Next, he waited for the calamity to descend. 40 years passed in a flash. Hanju still cursed once every 10 years. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had become a heavenly devil, his portrait was still there, so Hanju had to keep cursing him. All these years, he had not left the cave abode and cultivated in peace. His cultivation had improved greatly. Hanju couldn't understand the immortal world because it had always been the humans and the heavenly court fighting. The news of the war filled his emails. Other than the war, he couldn't see any other news. On this day, Hanju finally felt Xing Hongxian using the invocation technique. To be safe, he still deduced first. After spending 100 million years of his lifespan and confirming that Xing Hongxian was not being watched, he rushed to the immortal world's void. Passing through the dark vortex, Hanju saw Xing Hongxian. She wore a white dress and was dazzling. She was beautiful and devastatingly beautiful. Seeing him appear, Xing Hongxian immediately flew over and smiled. "Let's go." Hanju nodded and put her into his sleeve. Then, he stepped into the black vortex and returned to the Khanate cave abode. After Hanju released Xing Hongxian, he began to control Hidden Sect Island to move. Although the dark forbidden zone was very safe, it was good to be careful. Xing Hongxian wandered around the cave abode and sighed. This place still hasn't changed even after so many years. The strange deity sized her up curiously, surprised that she had come out of Hanju's body. "Your cave abode is still there. Go," Hanju said. Xing Hongxian came up to him. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Husband, I'm not free." "Fine." Xing Hongxian curled her lips and could only leave. Hanju was busy running away and didn't have the time to do those things with her. Xing Hongxian attracted everyone's attention as she walked out of the cave abode. She had already changed her appearance after reincarnation. No one could recognize her. The black hell chicken was the first to recognize her. It remembered Xing Hongshuan's aura, or more accurately, her soul aura. After Xing Hongshuan's identity was exposed, everyone was shocked. After understanding it, they muttered in their hearts, "She can even increase her potential like this?" Chu Shiren guessed. It shouldn't be as simple as just a reincarnation. He guessed that it might be related to Empress Hutu. Otherwise, how could she have been born with such a great background so quickly? Diamond Rage and Tu Linger were from the Magus race. It was understandable that Empress Hutu helped Hanju. The black hell chicken looked at the three-headed WYRM king and said, "Do you want to reincarnate?" The three-headed WYRM king said angrily, "I don't need it." The current him was already at the bottom of the hidden sect. He had already guessed that the black hell chicken was mocking him. Xing Hongxian didn't stay for long. She quickly left, while the others continued to chat. An hour later, Hanju stopped the hidden sect island. He exhaled, the uneasiness in his heart finally subsiding. Xing Hongxian had returned from the human race. Even if they lost, it had nothing to do with Hanju. As for his other good friends, Hanju had already advised them anyway. If they really died, he could only pray for them in the endless and boring years ahead. If it's a battle between sages, it's best to come later. If not, it's best to go even earlier. Hanju thought silently and continued to absorb the negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Half a year later, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. "Empress Nuwa sent you a dream. Do you accept it?" Hanju wasn't surprised. He pretended not to see it and continued to absorb negative karma. "Empress Nuwa sent you a dream. Do you accept it?" Again, Hanju neither rejected nor accepted it. In the following days, Nuwa would try to send him a dream from time to time. It was even more frequent than the Dijuan back then. He finally pulled Xing Hongxian out. Hanju didn't want to enter the calamity. He would attain the Tao in the future. If he encountered Empress Nuwa asking about this, he would pretend not to know. The signal of the dark forbidden zone was not good. 10 days later, Nuwa finally gave up. Hanju didn't receive her hatred, either. As expected of a sage, she wouldn't develop emotions without understanding the truth. Since he had nothing to do, Hanju checked the emails. "Your grand disciple Fang Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a deity realm human and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a heavenly court mighty figure. Your disciple Su Qi has broken through his limits and created his own Tao technique. Because of your curse, the killing intent of your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has increased. He slaughtered humans and was suppressed by the human race's sage. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the human emperor's inheritance and joined the human race. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has joined the human race. His providence has transformed." Hanju was amused upon seeing that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was suppressed by Fuxishan. "Bastard. Serves you right." Hanju also noticed that Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou had changed allegiance to the human race. These two traitors. They were not the only ones. Some immortals had also changed sides. If not for the outcome of the calamity, Hanju really didn't dare to believe that the heavenly court could win. After all, they had too many traitors. As he read, Hanju noticed another email. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has fused with an inferior strange deity. He has regained control of his body and devoured the inferior strange deity. He has transformed into a chaotic evil spirit. Was the Heavenly Emperor saved, or had he turned to the dark side? Hanju checked the Heavenly Emperor's portrait and discovered that he was showing a strange and sinister smile. It was evil and terrifying, like a villain who wanted to overturn all living beings. Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know the outcome of the Heavenly Emperor after the calamity. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He arrived at the numinous palace. The hall was clean and bright, filled with faint golden light. The heavenly emperor, dressed in a black dragon robe, sat on the throne and stared at the sky outside the hall. Hanju turned around and discovered that the sky outside the numinous palace was pitch black. There was no night in the 9th level of heaven. As Hanju was wondering why night had appeared on the 9th day, the heavenly emperor suddenly stood up and laughed wildly. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Are you afraid of me?" Hanju was secretly nervous. The outcome of the calamity had changed again. Who would appear next? If it was someone he knew, that would be fine. However, he was afraid that there would be another unknown figure. There were countless mighty figures in the myriad worlds. There were countless peerless mighty figures hidden in the dark. Hanju had always been in seclusion, so he didn't understand the immortal world or the heavenly Tao. A ball of flames appeared in front of the numinous palace's door. The flames parted and a figure appeared. Hanju focused his gaze. This person was dressed in black armor and had a cloak on his back. His hair was disheveled and he had a murderous aura. He looked like a sinister general from the 9 nether hell. Hanju took a closer look. This person looked familiar. This fellow was Zhou Fan. Hanju was stunned. The calamity had just ended, but Zhou Fan was already so powerful? This aura did not feel inferior to Zhu Tu. The heavenly emperor smiled disdainfully. "If not for the fact that you are a sage's dharma idol and have the protection of a sage, you would have died in my hands." Zhou Fan said calmly, "I've lost to many people in my life, but as long as I'm still alive, I can surpass them, including you, the heavenly emperor. In the war between the humans and gods, you devoured the grudges of all living beings everywhere, preventing countless ghosts from reincarnating. If the heavenly Tao can't suppress you, I'll do it. Are you prepared to accept the blood debt of billions of humans?" Hanju frowned. The heavenly emperor had turned dark, but the human race was still going to perish? The heavenly emperor laughed loudly. "You, mortal, you're just a pawn. Do you know why I can still be the heavenly emperor?" He raised his right hand and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Even though it was an illusion, Hanju couldn't help but tremble in fear. "I've already surpassed the heavenly Tao. So what if you're a sage's dharma idol? You're not a sage after all." The scene in front of Hanju shattered and his consciousness returned to reality. His frown eased. Although the heavenly emperor had turned dark, it was fine as long as he survived this immeasurable calamity. The so-called dark side itself was subjective. In this chaotic era, what was wrong with trying his best to survive? Furthermore, the war between humans and gods was not caused by the heavenly emperor. It was controlled by those high and mighty sages. A single thought from a sage would cause billions of living beings to die. Wasn't this a sin? Hanju decided to enter the heavenly emperor's dream. He used the image of the dark forbidden lord. After entering the dream, Hanju saw the heavenly emperor. It was very similar to the image of the heavenly emperor in the illusion. His imperial robe became dark and his body emitted a terrifying evil aura. This evil aura was identical to the strange deity, but it was not as unfathomable. The heavenly emperor wasn't surprised to see him. Instead, he smiled. Before Hanju could speak, the heavenly emperor smiled and said, "I was right. Hanju, you've already reached the zenith heaven realm, right?" Hanju's heart jumped, but he didn't panic. How did the heavenly emperor know his true identity? He must be probing. "Ever since you came to find me, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has begun to decline. I just fused with an evil spirit and you appeared. You really care about me." The heavenly emperor smiled faintly with a sinister expression. Hanju wasn't used to his attitude and asked in his mind, "Is the heavenly emperor tricking me? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" A lie detection required 100 million years? Damn system. Continue. Hanju cursed in his head. "He's testing you." It was indeed a test. Hanju wasn't nervous anymore. Although the Heavenly Emperor's favorability towards him did not decrease, the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord was too important. He had to be wary. You don't have to admit it. I understand. If not for your help, I'm afraid my body and soul would have been destroyed. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, I plan to use the negative karma of this place to attain the Tao. I need a new identity so badly. How about I become the Dark Forbidden Lord's envoy in the future? Hanju said, There's no need to guess. Many people do things in my name. Besides, you are the Heavenly Emperor. How can you escape the heavenly secrets? The Heavenly Emperor said indifferently, I have already transformed. In the eyes of the 9 heavens, I have already been possessed. The former Heavenly Emperor no longer exists. Only you know that I am still my original self. When I attain the Tao, I will protect you and make sure you no longer have to hide in the dark. You will help me curse some existences. How about that? Hanju remained silent. He was fucking luring him into the calamity. It was fine if the Heavenly Emperor did not know his identity. But now, he forcefully guessed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. If he followed the Heavenly Emperor's plan, would he be accidentally deduced by the sages? I know what you're worried about. In the calamity, sages can't deduce the people facing the calamity, let alone deduce the karma on me because I have a supreme treasure left behind by the Tao ancestor. The Heavenly Emperor said confidently. Hanju wasn't at ease and deduced the supreme treasure mentioned by the Heavenly Emperor. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Stability was the key to wealth. Jade slip of creation. Ruined chaotic supreme treasure. A relic of the Tao ancestor. It can block the heavenly secrets and all karmic deductions. Really? How impressive. Are you sure it's on the Heavenly Emperor? Confirm. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and said, Who do you need me to curse? The Heavenly Emperor said, Curse Great 9 Heavens and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to death first. They might expose my current identity. Yes, they plotted against Li Daokong. I won't let them go anyway. Hanju responded and removed the dream. After returning to reality, Hanju felt regret. He was almost exposed. He had to be more careful in the future. He couldn't be fooled. As for cursing Great 9 Heavens and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, it suited Hanju's intentions. The Heavenly Emperor had the fragment of the Jade slip of creation. Sages couldn't deduce it. As long as he did not say it, Hanju would not be exposed. Hanju still trusted the Heavenly Emperor. As long as he did not admit it personally, the Heavenly Emperor would not force the blame on him. Hanju shook his head and continued cultivating. He used boring cultivation to dilute his restlessness and uneasiness. 20 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Jade Emperor Zhou Yan while checking his emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has entered the ancient forbidden ground. Your granddisciple Fang Liang has inherited the providence of the ancient races. He has fused with the primordial divine body and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a deity realm cultivator of the heavenly court and was severely injured. A remnant soul managed to escape. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Tai Sutian has inherited the main body's cultivation and her providence has transformed. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Li Daokong went mad again. This fellow seemed to chase after whoever defeated him. He was simply a crazy devil. Hanju was speechless. Jiang Dugu was a terrifying existence that suppressed the primordial Yuan Phoenix. Moreover, he was also from the human school. Internal strife in the human school? Sighing, Hanju focused on Fang Liang. His expression became strange. Fang Liang's cultivation level had actually increased to the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. Too fast. How long had he been at the Emperor realm? Cheating. Definitely. Hanju fell into deep thought. Fong Liang's rapid progress was definitely related to his soul transmigration. This kid had definitely set up a trap in the primordial era. He didn't know why he could escape the eyes of a sage. Perhaps the Tao ancestor was helping him. If this continued, this kid might be able to reach the zenith heaven realm before the calamity ended. Forget it, he couldn't care less. Hanju could only wish that his grand-disciple could survive this calamity. Let's break through to the mid-stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm first. I'm too weak now. I didn't even curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yen to death. Hanju shook his head and continued cursing Jade Emperor Zhou Yen. In a cave abode, Xue Mingyi looked at a black-robed man across the table with a smile. The black-robed man was the Heavenly Emperor. Are you really not the Heavenly Emperor? Xue Mingyi asked with a smile. The Heavenly Emperor replied, The Heavenly Emperor is already dead. I only occupied his body. You can deduce my karma. I plan to pretend to be the previous Heavenly Emperor, and when Heavenly Emperor Fong is defeated, I will control the Heavenly Court in one go and help the Dark Forbidden Lord seize the Heavenly Tao Force. At the mention of the Dark Forbidden Lord, Xue Mingyi's expression turned solemn, as if the Dark Forbidden Lord was secretly staring at him. The Heavenly Emperor said, I need you to help me spread the news that the Chan School is secretly manipulating the war of humans and gods. Not only the Chan School, but also the Jie School. Xue Mingyi frowned. What about the human school? Although the three schools of the Tao sect are no longer glorious, they are still a sage sect. The three schools are united against the outside world. If we rashly disrupt their plan, the Heavenly Emperor interrupted him. The Dark Forbidden Lord is related to the human school. He cares about Li Daokong very much. Xue Mingyi was stunned. Didn't the Dark Forbidden Lord like the Heavenly Court? I see. No wonder Li Daokong was so loyal to the Heavenly Court. Without his support, how could that kid, Heavenly Emperor Fong, sit firmly on the Heavenly Emperor's throne? Xue Mingyi was enlightened. Everything made sense now. How could a peerless mighty figure like the Dark Forbidden Lord suddenly appear in the world? But it made sense if it came from the most mysterious human school. Xue Mingyi had no grudge with the human school, so this matter only made him more confident. No problem. Leave this to me. I'm best at this kind of thing. Xue Mingyi smiled proudly. Jade Emperor Zhou Yen had lost his reputation because of him. The Heavenly Emperor nodded. I still need your support in the Heavenly Court. From now on, I will help the Forbidden Lord recruit more followers and unite a new era of the Heavenly Tao. Xue Mingyi smiled. All right, as long as you need me, feel free to ask. He cursed silently. Bastard. This guy wants to fight for credit. Xue Mingyi wanted to be the most trusted aide of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He couldn't let this fellow surpass him. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Xianxia discovered that even if she obtained the sage's inheritance, she could not become the strongest prodigy of the Hidden Sect. Especially towards Liao, Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. This woman was too similar to Hanju. If he chose a Tao companion, he would definitely choose a woman like her. Xianxia could only work hard and not relax. She had thought that she could relax after returning. Unexpectedly, she was working even harder than when she was staying in the human Holy Land. From the looks of it, the hidden sect was stronger than the human race's holy lands. Xianxia shook her head and laughed, feeling that she had been thinking too much. Xianxia wasn't the only one who felt the pressure. The others were the same. There were endless conflicts in the immortal world, and the internal affairs of the hidden sect were no longer relaxed. Fortunately, there was good competition. Years passed. About 50 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved greatly. He finally felt that the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm was no longer far away. He actually had the urge to cry. How many years had it been? This was the longest time between breakthroughs. However, although he was not far, it would still take more than a few decades. On this day, the strange deity approached Hanju again and wanted to enter his body. He didn't stop it. The intelligence of the strange god hadn't increased for a long time. It was like Han Ju's pet. Ever since he obtained the ancient god's memories from the strange deity, Han Ju felt that it still had a special function, but the current system couldn't detect it. Could it be that there was another sign or reaction? Under Han Ju's expectations, the strange deity completely entered his body. Then, Han Ju's eyes widened and he muttered, "Are you playing with me?" The strange deity sneaked into his soul universe and wandered around wantonly and happily. It didn't help him at all. Han Ju sealed the reroll world to prevent the strange deity from harming it. The strange gods could easily destroy a mortal world. After a while, Han Ju suddenly sensed something. He began to use his inner vision and discovered that the strange deity was stopped in the sea of stars. It split into two balls of black mist. The two balls of black mist were condensing. At first glance, it looked like the strange god had laid two eggs. Han Ju seemed to have thought of something. He immediately used the chaotic body and condensed the Dharma idols of the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and the 9 nether Fiend Celestial on the two balls of black mist. The Fiend Celestial Dharma idols began to fuse with the black mist. Could it be? Han Ju widened his eyes and his breathing quickened. The strange deity had inherited the providence of all the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Han Ju might be able to create 3,000 chaotic Fiend Celestials again using the mysterious power of the Grand Unity aspect and the strange deity. Han Ju became excited the moment this thought appeared. If he could control the 3,000 chaotic Fiend Celestials, wouldn't he be invincible? For a time, Han Ju's favorability towards the strange deity rose to 100 stars. The strange deity was already completely controlled by him. Everything it created was naturally controlled by him. Han Ju began to observe the two balls of black mist. Unfortunately, the fusion did not succeed. Han Ju continued to try. After hundreds of times, the two balls of black mist finally retained a bit of the power of the Fiend Celestial. At least it was a good beginning. Chaotic Fiend Celestials were not so easy to create. Otherwise, they would be everywhere. As long as it worked, it was worth it even if it took a long time. Several months later, the strange deity left Han Ju's body. The two balls of black mist were still in the universe of stars. Han Ju named them the Fiend Celestial Chi. The Fiend Celestial Chi slowly absorbed the nebulous primordial Chi in the universe as if it was cultivating. Han Ju stopped paying attention to them and continued cultivating. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. Fong Liang sat on the throne expressionlessly. Below him stood Li Daokong and Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia had an impatient expression as he said, "The Heavenly Court can no longer cooperate with Chan and Jie schools. Otherwise, the human school will leave. Now, all the living beings in the immortal world think that it was the calamity caused by the 3 schools of the Tao sect. But our human school only took advantage of the situation and did not plan to harm all living beings." Li Xianxia was truly furious and spoke bluntly. Li Daokong was expressionless. He stared at Fong Liang, waiting for his answer. Fong Liang said calmly, "Do you really think that the human school isn't involved? Zhang Dugu even dared to attack you. Is the human school really united? Although you're the 2 orthodox disciples, have you thought about why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan dared to attack you without restraint?" Hearing Fong Liang's words, Li Xianxia's expression instantly turned ashen, as if he had been struck. He had actually doubted it before, but there was no response. He could only give up. Li Xianxia and Li Daokong had already entered the calamity. It was too late even if they wanted to retreat. Li Daokong slowly said, "I wonder if your majesty is fighting for yourself or for the sages?" Fong Liang chuckled. "Why ask so clearly? The 2 of you have been under the protection of the human school and have grown up before you even experienced it. You can actually feel what I want." Li Daokong frowned. Li Xianxia was furious. He drew his sword and said, "Fong Liang, you're really arrogant. Do you really think that the 2 of us are your subordinates?" Fong Liang shook his head and said, "Am I not respectful enough to the 2 of you? It's just that it involves the sage's plan. I have no right to say anything." Li Daokong turned around. "Junior, let's go." Li Xianxia glared at Fong Liang before turning around. After the two of them left, the smile on Feng Liang's face vanished. He clenched his fists in his sleeves, thinking about something. 10 years later, the Hidden Sect's 100-year competition had just ended. Among Han Zhu's disciples, no one could defeat Liao. Zhang Yi fought with Liao for a long time. After this battle, he could no longer remain calm. He was the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. How could he be caught up by a junior? Most importantly, the other party was only a woman. Xing Hongxian didn't participate in the competition, but she was stunned by the simulation trial. She was very curious about Han Zhu's cultivation. She had never seen such a mystical power in the human Holy Land. She had heard that Han Zhu had already reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Such speed. Too ridiculous. Xing Hongxian was already a prodigy, but she knew that Han Zhu was younger than her. When the two of them first met, he was still a youth. Han Zhu didn't pay attention to this 100-year competition. It was organized by Murongqi and there was no reward. However, everyone from the Hidden Sect looked forward to it. On this day, Han Zhu stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed and checked his emails. The war between the humans and the heavenly court continued. It was impossible to tell who would win for the time being. Li Daokong was still fighting Jiang Dugu. He had also been severely injured. Han Zhu couldn't understand the thoughts of the cultivators of the human school. They seemed to be even more excited to hit their own people. This time, Han Zhu planned to curse Jade Emperor Zhou Yan for 50 billion years. However, Han Zhu's lifespan had just decreased by 40 billion years when he saw an email. Because of your curse, your enemy Jade Emperor Zhou Yan suffered an attack from negative karma. His dermic powers surged and his last trace of will was devoured by the heavenly devil. He died and his Tao dissipated. He was finally dead? Han Zhu hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's portrait had completely disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. Another 6-star aggro user was killed by him. This was the true path of cultivation. Anyone else could die but myself. Han Zhu chanted the Tathagata incantation and used it to send Jade Emperor Zhou Yan off. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was already dead, Han Zhu would feel better if he did this. After all, this was a mighty figure, the immeasurable emperor, a terrifying existence that shook the world. Han Zhu felt a little sorry for making him die without anyone knowing. This guilt did not last long, though. There was another person to curse now. Great Nine Heavens. Continue cursing. 5 days later, Han Zhu put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating to break through to the mid-stage golden immortal realm. At the same time, the 2 blobs of fiend celestial qi in his body were still constantly absorbing the nebulous primordial qi in the stellar universe. Apart from the reroll world, these stars had yet to give birth to any living beings. They were like reserves of dermic powers. Han Zhu had an idea. If this universe of stars formed a living universe, wouldn't he become the heavenly Tao? Was there a possibility that the so-called chaos itself was the body of an unimaginable existence? Thinking of this possibility, Han Zhu couldn't help but shiver. How strong was such an existence? As a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Han Zhu was not only powerful, but he could also see through many heavenly Tao rules and karmic fate. However, he couldn't sense what was outside the heavenly Tao, like the dark forbidden zone. Once it involved the heavenly Tao, he couldn't sense anything. This was the difference in cultivation level. Perhaps when he became a sage, he would be able to sense existences outside the heavenly Tao. It was said that the deity realm of the ruins of End was hidden in the dark forbidden zone. Han Zhu had yet to encounter it. Immortal world, human race. On an altar, Zhou Fan stood proudly. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge and terrifying vortex. Mo Fuzhou and the geniuses of the various races stood below the platform discussing. Brother Zhou is really impressive. He can actually trigger the heavenly Tao. It's said that he has already obtained the human emperor's inheritance. I wonder which human emperor it is. This is the golden age of the human race. With the inheritances of all the past human emperors, we will definitely be able to defeat the heavenly court. 10 million people have just died in the 7th level of the battlefield. It's too tragic. Can't both sides negotiate? We can't. It's said that the sages want to change the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. Our human race has been abandoned. Hearing the geniuses' discussion, Mo Fuzhou couldn't help but shake his head. In the battle between the humans and heavenly court, he couldn't say who was right and who was wrong, but both sides had their own ambitions. At this point, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. Zhou Fan suddenly turned to look at Mo Fuzhou and smiled. Brother Mo, what do you think of the heavenly Tao? Can it defeat Hanju? He raised his right hand, and all the heavenly Tao lightning interwove in his palm. At this moment, he was like a god. Mo Fuzhou smiled. Why are you always thinking about winning against him? You obtained so many opportunities, but he has always been in seclusion. It's not fair to think about him again. Zhou Fan was already an immortal emperor, and there were very few opponents among the emperor realm. No matter how talented Hanju was, he had always been in seclusion. How could he compare to Zhou Fan? For some reason, I feel that I'm not his match. Zhou Fan shook his head and smiled. He felt that he had been tortured till insanity. Apart from Hanju, he was confident in dealing with anyone, even if they were ancient mighty figures. However, every time he thought of Hanju, he inexplicably lost his confidence. Mo Fuzhou didn't reply. Instead, he looked up at the rolling thunderclouds with envy. He also wanted to be like Zhou Fan, but his providence was inferior and he was not as ruthless. There was once a fortuitous encounter that appeared in front of them. The two of them endured the pain together. He was the first to retreat. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and endured it until he finally obtained the inheritance. After that, Mo Fuzhou knew that he would never catch up to Zhou Fan. He was also filled with anticipation for him. As long as he survived this immeasurable calamity, Zhou Fan would definitely rise. At that time, they would realize their ambitions. At this moment, a figure flew over on a sword. A powerful aura directly dispersed the heavenly Tao thundercloud. Everyone turned to look. It's Zhao Shenyuan, someone exclaimed. Everyone became nervous after hearing this name. Zhou Fan turned around and frowned. Zhao Shenyuan was handsome and graceful like an immortal. He came to the top of Zhou Fan's head and said condescendingly, "You, come out with me. I'll give you an opportunity." Fortuitous encounter? What fortuitous encounter? Zhou Fan frowned. He didn't interact much with Zhao Shenyuan and did not dare to trust him easily. Zhao Shenyuan said expressionlessly, "I can't say for the time being. There are other unparalleled geniuses following you. You're barely qualified. If not for the leader telling me to bring 10 people, I wouldn't think much of you." You! Zhou Fan was furious. This fellow was too pretentious. However, the opportunity tempted him. He had relied on fortuitous encounters to reach this point. He didn't want to miss any opportunity. Zhou Fan saw that Zhao Shenyuan was so arrogant and did not seem like he was lying. Cheaters were usually quite enthusiastic. Zhao Xuanyuan's attitude clearly showed that he didn't want Zhou Fan to come. Zhou Fan said, "All right, I'll go." Zhao Shenyuan left after saying, "See you in 7 days in front of the eastern wasteland." Mo Fuzhou jumped onto the altar and said in a low voice, "You're already so powerful. Why are you still taking the risk?" Zhou Fan said calmly, "Brother Mo, I can't stop on this path. When I obtain a great opportunity, I'll definitely give you some good stuff." Mo Fuzhou sighed helplessly. Zhou Fan said that every time and kept his promise. So Mo Fuzhou was really worried that something would happen to him. The two of them had experienced too many things together when they fought from the mortal world to the immortal world. Now, they were the most important people to each other. Mo Fuzhou could only look forward to Zhou Fan. He didn't even dare to follow, afraid that he would burden him. Zhou Fan had been implicated by him many times and had even died in his hands. Another 10 years passed. Hanju was cursing Great Nine Heavens. He hadn't broken through for nearly 600 years. But he couldn't ignore his usual mission. He estimated that he would reach the mid-stage Zenith Heaven realm in less than 100 years. After reaching the mid-stage, would the late stage still be far? After reaching the late stage, would perfection still be a problem? Wouldn't the pseudo-sage stage be in sight? Han Ju tried his best to motivate himself. On this day, he suddenly sensed that someone was summoning him in the chaotic domain. He ignored it and cursed first. For the next 3 days, someone kept summoning him. He only entered the chaotic domain after the curse ended. Zhao Shenyuan and Dao Sovereign immediately rushed over. Fellow Taoist. Brother, you're finally here. Facing the two of them, Han Ju said angrily. You're asking me for help again? Dao Sovereign said. Brother, you've already helped me more than once. If you help me again, I won't forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, I'll definitely agree, no matter what it is. Zhao Shenyuan sighed and lowered his head. Han Ju asked, How can I help? Dao Sovereign said, Help me send a message to Heavenly Emperor Fong. Say that we are trapped in the endless sea of blood, and that we have discovered a huge conspiracy that threatens the myriad worlds. Han Ju said, What benefits can I obtain? Where's the Dao literature from last time? Dao Sovereign said helplessly, The Dao runes are too profound. We can't comprehend them for the time being. If we can meet face to face, I can give it to you. I can't teach it now. How about this? If you help us, we'll give you a supreme treasure. This treasure is an extremely mysterious jade slip. Our divine sense can't break through the restriction inside. If we give it to you, you might be able to. And Ju could only say, All right, this is the last time. There won't be a next time. Dao Sovereign smiled. Why? In any case, I'm not putting you in danger. You aren't affected by karma and will directly obtain benefits. Isn't that good? You can also fight for the opportunities without any worries. Zhao Shenyuan added, It's not only us this time. Many geniuses of the human race have been suppressed. This is very important. Han Ju glanced at him and said angrily, Are you following him on his wrong ways? I think you should become my disciple and let me educate you. Zhao Shenyuan was embarrassed. He coughed and said, Fellow Taoist, you're really funny. He was always very nervous when facing Han Ju. For some reason, he felt that Han Ju was very strong, perhaps even stronger than Dao Sovereign. Dao Sovereign was so powerful and still had to rely on Han Ju to save his life. Most importantly, Dao Sovereign didn't know Han Ju's true identity. Dao Sovereign had heard the Heavenly Emperor mention it before. In any case, the Heavenly Emperor was very protective of Han Ju and didn't reveal anything. Could be seen that Han Ju's status was very high. That's all. Give that treasure to Heavenly Emperor Fong later. Han Ju waved his hand and went off. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Fong Liang, telling him about Dao Sovereign's request. Fong Liang immediately agreed, not even asking where the endless sea of blood was. The Heavenly Court definitely had a way to find it. Han Ju put down the Heavenly Dao token and released the strange deity. The strange deity pounced into his arms and rubbed against him affectionately. Han Ju smiled softly. Don't be like those guys in the future. They're useless and like to go around looking for trouble. The strange deity tilted its head as if thinking about what Han Ju was saying. He continued to cultivate. The water of the endless sea of blood was blood red. At the bottom of the sea was a huge barrier. Dozens of people were meditating inside. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhou Fan, and the others were among them. Zhao Shenyuan suddenly stood up and said, Everyone, we've already asked for help. The Heavenly Court will come and save us soon. A human prodigy asked in surprise, Isn't divine sense unable to penetrate the barrier? Dao Sovereign smiled faintly. Don't forget we have the chaotic physique. Such a physique has its own domain. Don't worry. The person I entrusted this mission with is very reliable. Another person asked, We're the prodigies of the human race. Will the Heavenly Court? Dao Sovereign interrupted. Heavenly Emperor Fong is also a human. The battle between the immortal gods and the humans is a battle for providence. You're all pawns and will not be targeted. These words sounded mocking, but they also heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Fan nodded. He still trusted Fang Liang. He asked curiously, "Who is the person you trust?" Zhao Xinyuan shook his head and said, "That person might be a senior. He's not someone you can understand." Zhou Fan cursed silently. "Stop pretending." Previously, he had sworn that there was a huge opportunity, but in the end, they were all suppressed here. Dao Sovereign closed his eyes and said, "All of you can continue cultivating. There will be a fierce battle next." The geniuses looked at each other. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Great Nine Heavens while checking his emails. He suddenly saw 2 emails. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His body melted and his soul was tortured, giving birth to mental demons. So tragic? Han Ju showed a frown. Fang Liang did not send anyone to save them? Han Ju could only mourn for them. In any case, he had already done what he could. He couldn't consume his lifespan for the 2 of them. Zhou Fan would definitely be able to hold on. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt like Dao Sovereign was a goner this time. Unfortunately, Han Ju had yet to see the domineering attitude of Dao Sovereign when he grew up in the future. As long as a prodigy like Dao Sovereign survived, he would definitely become a peerless mighty figure like Jade Emperor Zhou. He might even have a chance to attain the Dao. Han Ju looked at his interpersonal relationships. After confirming that Zhou Fan and Dao Sovereign's portraits were still there, he no longer cared about them. Everyone had their own fate. If there was a conflict, one would die. Han Ju focused on cursing Great Nine Heavens. It had been so long. He wondered how the situation was with this fellow. However, if Great Nine Heavens perished, Han Ju's curse would fail. He would sense it, so Great Nine Heavens was still alive. This fellow might be stronger than Jade Emperor Zhou. He wouldn't be cursed to death so easily. Most importantly, this fellow had yet to travel the immortal world, and Han Ju couldn't lead him on. To all living beings, they did not know of the existence of Great Nine Heavens. Several days later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. About 57 years passed. Han Ju finally had a chance to break through. He released the strange deity and began to break through. Previously, the strange deity had helped him break through. He didn't know if it would work this time. Breaking through also required time. After 9 years, Han Ju finally broke through. The dermic powers in the Zenith Heaven Dao fruit began to increase. Han Ju could clearly feel his body and soul transforming. This feeling was extremely wonderful. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 6,677/30 quintillion 49 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation: Midstage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Dao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Dao. Great Dao of Life and Death, Great Dao of Karma. His lifespan had nearly tripled. Han Ju felt extremely lonely looking at this long string of 9s. With such a long lifespan, who can pursue the Great Dao with me? He would give Great Nine Heavens 500 billion years of lifespan later. This would celebrate his breakthrough. 500 billion years was nothing to him. Han Ju even wanted to give Great Nine Heavens 1 trillion years worth of curses. But he rejected this thought. He couldn't act recklessly. Once he developed a habit, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Great Nine Heavens was only a potential danger and couldn't harm him for the time being. 3 years later, Han Ju's cultivation stabilized at the mid-stage Zenith Heaven realm. He began to improve his various Sword Dao mystical powers and spent another year. Han Ju continued to cultivate the grand unity aspect. The inherited memories were indeed loosened. A memory of a mystical power surged into Han Ju's mind. The third Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol. Wind-shaking Fiend Celestial. The great Tao of wind swept through everything. Every fiend celestial Dharma idol represented a great Tao. However, Hanju couldn't directly cultivate his great Tao through them for the time being. He could only obtain their power. 5 years later, Hanju completely grasped wind-shaking fiend celestial. With the 3 fiend celestials combined, Hanju felt invincible. Heavenly constellation fiend celestial, 9 fiend celestial, wind-shaking fiend celestial. Hanju started the simulation trial. Against the Heavenly Emperor, insta-kill. Against Li Daokong, insta-kill. Against Xue Mingyi, insta-kill. Against the Demon Emperor, insta-kill. Against the Heavenly Tao Buddha, insta-kill. Against the Master of the Divine Palace, insta-kill. Killing them instantly was too satisfying. Once the 3 fiend celestial Dharma idols appeared, no one else could compare to him. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could fight for 10 million rounds in a breath. The so-called insta-kill was actually not necessarily a one-hit kill. Apart from a few mighty figures, Hanju could instantly kill anyone at the Zenith Heaven realm. Facing an existence with unknown cultivation, Hanju found it very difficult. Every pseudo-sage expert had their own great mystical powers and supreme treasures. They were difficult to kill in a short period of time. The battle often lasted for more than an hour, so Hanju couldn't be bothered to continue. In his opinion, if he couldn't defeat the enemy after an hour, it was no different from being defeated. If he really encountered such a situation and the enemy had an accomplice, wouldn't he be in trouble? Hanju couldn't allow himself to encounter such a situation. Hanju tried to challenge Ancestor Shitian, but he died with a roar from the ladder. Everyone below the sages was an ant. Hanju didn't become upset. He occasionally tested himself against such extraordinary powers to raise his alertness. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Great 9 Heavens. Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. Great 9 Heavens and Feng Liang were discussing the calamity in the pavilion when his expression suddenly changed. Feng Liang asked, "What's wrong?" Great 9 Heavens said, "Nothing." He didn't dare to say that he was being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. If that was the case, how could he persuade Feng Liang? Several days later, Great 9 Heavens was in his room. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries, but the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse was becoming stronger and stronger. Why has this fellow's curse power become stronger again? Great 9 Heavens frowned. The uneasiness in his heart intensified. In the past, the Dark Forbidden Lord had only cursed for 5 days. This time, it came menacingly and had already lasted for more than 5 days. The thought of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's miserable outcome made him even more uneasy. No. He couldn't wait for death. Great 9 Heavens immediately jumped out of the 9th heaven and flew towards the 33rd heaven. Boom. Great 9 Heavens suddenly spat out blood from his 7 orifices. This blood was formed by his dermic powers, causing his essence to be greatly damaged. Oh no! I have to hurry up. Great 9 Heavens' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly penetrated the layers of heavenly Tao restrictions. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju saw that his lifespan had been deducted by 300 billion years and couldn't help but stop. No, I can't curse blindly like this. Hanju decided to give Great 9 Heavens a dream and let him develop hatred. Only then would he know his exact situation. Soon, the two of them entered the dream realm. The pale Great 9 Heavens saw the black shadow in front of him, and his expression instantly darkened. Dark Forbidden Lord. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, he immediately guessed his identity. He looked around and discovered that this was a dream. What mystical power is this? I didn't sense it before and was forcefully pulled in. Great 9 Heavens was terrified. From the looks of it, the Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely stronger than him. He had to eliminate him. Great 9 Heavens has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Hanju immediately ended the dream when he saw this line of words. In a huge palace. Great 9 Heavens suddenly woke up. A figure sat in front of him. His entire body was glowing with a strong light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. "What happened just now? Why were you lost in thought?" the strong figure asked. Great Nine Heavens replied, "The dark forbidden lord visited me in my dreams." Wait. Did the sage not notice this just now? The reason why the dark forbidden lord directly removed the dream was that he sensed a sage beside him. In an instant, Great Nine Heavens trembled. What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? Could it be that the dark forbidden lord was a sage? The reason why he did not dare to show himself was not because he was afraid of attracting endless trouble, but because it would damage his dignity. The more Great Nine Heavens thought about it, the more panicked he became. Oh, dream visit. The strong figure began to deduce with his fingers. The dream just now was too short and the two of them didn't communicate earlier. So the strong figure didn't capture Hanju's mystical power. He couldn't deduce anything now. He didn't suspect that Great Nine Heavens was lying. Thus, it could only mean one thing. The dark forbidden lord was very strong. Which sage is secretly plotting something? The strong figure muttered. Great Nine Heavens was almost scared out of his wits. He was really a sage. Great Nine Heavens panicked when he thought of the terrifying scene of the dark, forbidden lord cursing him. After dispelling the dream, Hanju continued cursing Great Nine Heavens. Because the previous session had just ended, his lifespan decreased after he began cursing again. 100 billion years of lifespan. 200 billion years of lifespan. It had already taken 500 billion years in total, but Great Nine Heavens was still fine. Hanju didn't believe in failure and continued cursing. After spending another 50 billion years of his lifespan, Hanju finally saw an email. Your enemy Great Nine Heavens has developed mental demons because of your curse. Fortunately, the sage used his Tao voice to protect his mind. Sage. Hanju immediately put down the Book of Misfortune. No wonder there was no result with the curse. This fellow was actually hiding beside a sage. Great. I want to see if you can hide forever. Hanju thought silently, but his heart was bleeding. 500 billion years. How many times could he predict the future with this? Great. Hanju thought silently. I want to know, which sage is protecting Great Nine Heavens? He didn't dare to curse the sage directly. But if he encountered this sage in the future, he would definitely stay far away and not be fooled. Sages spoke without emotions. It was difficult to guess their emotions and was very easy to scare others. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Cultivation Unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage. Sect Master of the Chan School. Immeasurable Emperor. Sect Master of the Chan School. Hanju wasn't surprised. After all, Great Nine Heavens was from the Chan School. The Chan School had always been mysterious. It was located in Kunlun, and they did not participate in the conflict. Occasionally, they could even organize a grand event and stir up a storm in the immortal world. It wasn't easy to weigh such a force. At least it was stronger than the intercepting sect. Previously, the Jie School had invaded the heavenly court and suffered a crushing defeat. The two couldn't be compared. Hanju stood up and stretched before walking out of the cave abode. He had just broken through, so he naturally had to treat the people around him well. Hanju decided to preach the Tao for 10 years. It was very rare for a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to preach the Tao even in the immortal world. Heavenly Court, Imperial Garden. Fong Liang and the Divine General sat opposite each other. Xianxia was cultivating a mystical power not far away. The Divine General glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Where's the Chan School's supremacy? He hasn't appeared recently. Are you going back on your word?" Fong Liang said, "I don't know what he's doing. We can't trust the Chan School completely. I've received information that the endless sea of blood is hiding a mighty figure of the devil race. I'm worried that the humans and the heavenly court will fight until the end and the devil race will benefit from it. What does His Majesty want me to do? Call the heavenly God General and lead 1,000,000 heavenly troops to reinforce the 3 emperors. Then, the heavenly court. Don't worry. I have someone to teach you. All right. Fong Liang nodded and gestured for the divine general to leave. The divine general immediately vanished. Fong Liang looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you remember Zhou Fan? This kid is trapped in the endless sea of blood." Xianxia said indifferently, "He's a traitor. Why should I remember him?" Fong Liang shook his head and laughed. "You can't say that he's a traitor. If the heavenly court loses, you can also join him. I've already told him." Hearing this, Xianxia stopped and turned to look at him. He frowned and asked, "The heavenly court is so powerful, but it will still lose?" "The heavenly court is indeed powerful, but it is not united, and I am not the one who controls it. Do you understand?" "True." "When the foundation of the tall building is all gone, won't the building still collapse? Those who live at the top of the building will suffer even more." Fong Liang looked melancholic. He no longer had the domineering aura from before. He felt that he was definitely the weakest heavenly emperor in history. It wasn't that his potential was poor, but that he had ascended too early and was facing the immeasurable calamity. If he was given time, he was confident that he could become the strongest heavenly emperor. Xianxia said, "If you really can't, go back and find your grandmaster. He definitely has a way to protect you." Fong Liang smiled and said, "I know, but I want to fight. I don't want to wander around. We know best what we've suffered. Don't you want to stand at the peak of the world?" Unknowingly, he started speaking like before he became the heavenly emperor. It was as if he had returned to the past. Fong Liang. Xianxia clenched his fists and cursed. "Of course I want to. If not for our bad luck, given 1,000,000 years, we would definitely be invincible. To be honest, other than Hanju," Xianxia looked down on everyone. Even Fong Liang felt inferior to him. He should be the strongest existence. However, he encountered the immeasurable calamity. Let's wait and see. If the two of us succeed, we will be the players in the next immeasurable calamity," Fong Liang said in high spirits. His eyes burned as if he could see his grand ambitions being realized. Xianxia smiled like a spring breeze. It was rare that he was not so overbearing. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years passed. On this day, Hanju had just finished cursing Great Nine Heavens when he walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. Recently, he had sensed that the Fusang tree was producing Kanate Qi faster and faster. Something was happening. "How do you feel?" Hanju asked. The others looked at him. They didn't sense him walking out of the cave abode and couldn't help but be surprised. The Fusang tree replied, "I don't know why. I've been feeling warm recently as if I'm about to break through." It did not sound pained but puzzled. Hanju raised his eyebrows. After this Fusang tree grew, it could connect to the myriad worlds in the universe. Could it be that it was about to succeed? Wasn't it going to take 1,000,000 years? Could it be that it referred to 1,000,000 years of the mortal world, but the spirit chi in Hidden Sect Island had doubled and accelerated its growth? Hanju deduced with the derivation function. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Fusang tree is about to mature. The rules of space and time are brewing. Hanju's eyes lit up. He was very curious about which world the Fusang tree would connect to. Hanju said, "You're about to grow up. At that time you will connect to other worlds. You have to control it a little. Don't open the door of time and space rashly." The Fusang tree shook its branches and said, "Am I that powerful?" The others gathered around. Chu Shern rubbed his chin and said, "The Fusang tree needs 1,000,000 years to grow, but the spirit chi in the island is even richer than the holy lands of the immortal world. It can indeed grow faster." Murong Chi asked curiously, "Connect to other mortal worlds?" Chu Shern shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. It might be an unknown world. Other than the myriad worlds below the immortal world, there are actually countless mysterious and unknown worlds hidden, just like the deity realm of the ruins of End and the ancient desolate that mighty figures often mention." Everyone began to discuss. Hanju was worried that it would attract a mighty figure and asked in his mind, "I want to know, Will there be an existence stronger than me in the world that the Fusang tree is about to connect to? 1,000,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Hanju's eyelids twitched. Fuck. Wasn't this sending an enemy to their doorstep? As long as the other party was stronger than Hanju, he could be an enemy and threaten his safety. Hanju had to be on guard. He asked, "Can you control the power in your body?" The Fusang tree replied, "No." When Hanju heard that, he immediately transferred Lu Bu and Ma Chao over to guard in front of the Fusang tree. Seeing Hanju transfer Lu Bu and Ma Chao over, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. It was rare to see him in such a panic. Could it be that the world connected to the Fusang tree was not simple? Everyone was on high alert. Liao asked, "Sect Master, is it dangerous? Should we cut down the tree?" The Fusang tree shook violently. "No, no!" It shouted in fear. Felt that Liao was so terrifying. She actually wanted to cut it down immediately. Hanju was deep in thought. The black hell chicken glared at Liao and scolded, "If you cut it down, where will we stay?" The golden crow, Ada, and Xiao Er nodded. Their nest was still on the Fusang tree, so they didn't want to cut it down. More and more disciples gathered. Hanju asked in his heart, "How long until the Fusang tree connects to other worlds?" 10,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 3,890 days. So precise? Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He left Lu Bu and Ma Chao at the Fusang tree and returned to his cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword suddenly followed him. After the two of them entered the cave abode, Hanju asked, "What is it?" Dao Comprehension Sword followed behind and chuckled. "Master, shouldn't you help me? I feel that I'm just a step away from reaching the Emperor realm." After learning the Heavenly Sword Dao Comprehension Sword's cultivation level had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Her potential was already very strong, and she was already very close to the Emperor realm. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and sized her up. He said, "Your Heavenly Sword Dao is very strong, but not strong enough. If you become the strongest person below the Emperor realm in the next 100-year competition, I will personally help you reach the Emperor realm." Dao Comprehension Sword's expression changed slightly, but she did not refute. Instead, she promised, "All right, I will definitely do it." Hanju waved his hand and gestured for her to leave. Dao Comprehension Sword stood up and looked at him. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she still left. Hanju touched his face and muttered, "I almost forgot that my appearance is unparalleled. This grass has grown up and actually has improper thoughts about me." It seemed that his charm had increased. Hanju smiled and continued cultivating. 10 years later, Hanju couldn't sit still anymore. He felt that the Fusang tree could connect to other worlds at any time. Hanju couldn't cultivate in peace. Since it was not time yet, he would curse Great Nine Heavens. After so many years, could this fellow still be by the sage's side? Wouldn't the sage find him annoying? Hanju cursed slowly. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. Because he didn't inject much dermic power, the strength of the curse was average, so the speed at which his lifespan decreased was also slow. Finally, the Fusang tree matured. Hanju hurriedly put down the Book of Misfortune and teleported in front of it. The disciples of the hidden sect looked up. They were all very nervous. Hanju had transferred Lu Bu and Ma Chao over and was clearly waiting. His gaze landed on a branch of the Fusang tree. This branch was located in the middle of the Fusang tree and was connected to a silver vortex. It was dazzling. There! Hanju immediately brought the 2 guards to the silver vortex. He probed with his divine sense and passed through a long spatial tunnel. His divine sense broke through a cloud and mist and saw a vast world. This world was located in absolute darkness. It was like a bright sun that emitted endless light. Hanju felt many powerful auras and hurriedly retracted his divine sense. Hanju asked, "Can you close this world portal?" The Fusang tree replied, No. Liao couldn't help but say, "Chop the tree." The others agreed. Of course, most of them were joking. The Fusang tree shivered in fear and shook off many leaves. Han Ju asked in his mind, "Can the Dao field cover the entrance of this tunnel?" The Dao field could block the prying of the heavenly Dao. If it could block this entrance, how could the living beings on the other side discover it? Yes. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw a word appear in front of him. However, he was still worried. He looked at Ma Chao and said, "From today onwards, you will guard this place. No one is allowed to go through it." Ma Chao immediately accepted the order. Lu Bu was called back by Han Ju and continued to guard the hidden sect island's beach. Han Ju began to remind the others not to send their divine sense into the spatial vortex. There are many experts hidden in that world. There are even my enemies. Once they discover us, we will all die, Han Ju said seriously. Everyone promised. Chu Shuren muttered to himself. Could it be the deity realm of the ruins of End? The black hell chicken shouted. Master, Chu Shuren might act recklessly. Quickly lock him up. Swish. Everyone looked at Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and said, I'm just guessing. How can I act recklessly? Han Ju looked at him suspiciously. Is this fellow very interested in the deity realm of the ruins of End? Sensing his gaze, cold sweat broke out on Chu Shuren's forehead. He hurriedly said, Grandmaster, don't listen to the stupid chicken. I don't want to go out. Really. If you don't believe me, let Ma Chao keep an eye on me. Han Ju nodded at him and left. Chu Shuren heaved a sigh of relief and looked fiercely at the black hell chicken. The black hell chicken hid behind the black hell demon lord and said smugly, Who asked you to always interrupt our words? You sound like you know the most. Chu Shuren said angrily, You've never gone out. Isn't it good for me to let you broaden your horizons? The others hooted, feeling that the black hell chicken was too annoying. It had to be said that Han Ju's gaze was too intimidating. Even Jiang Yi thought that Han Ju wanted to suppress Chu Shuren just in case. Back in the cave abode, Han Ju sat in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and asked curiously, Which world is the Fusang tree connected to? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A mere 100 million was really cheap. Kiliacosm world. A heavenly Tao world. It was created by the sage of the human school. Because of the immeasurable calamity, it was separated by the sage and hidden in the dark forbidden zone. It has a strong providence and is far from the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity. It wasn't the deity realm of the ruins of End, but the Kiliacosm world created by the sage of the human school. Han Ju was puzzled. Since the human school had its own world, why did it want to fight for providence in the immortal world? Could it be that the immortal world had some restriction on the heavenly Tao sages? Thinking about it carefully, Ancestor Shitian, Dijuan, and other extraordinary existences did not seem to be interested in the immortal world or the heavenly Tao. Han Ju was secretly glad that he didn't agree to Nua's request. It must have been a trap. Of course, to most living beings, becoming a heavenly Tao sage was a luxury and a fantasy. Han Ju was still confident. If he was given time, he would surpass the heavenly Tao sages sooner or later. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Muyi was the current sect master of the human school, but he was not a heavenly Tao sage. Why was he sending a dream? Could it be because Han Ju had probed the Kiliacosm world with his divine sense? Han Ju pretended not to see it. An hour later. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Ignore. The next morning. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Han Ju was speechless. Did these sages not care about their reputation? So persistent. Li Muyi sent a dream to Han Ju dozens of times before finally giving up. Li Muyi's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points. 2 stars. What a willful sage. Han Ju cursed silently. but he didn't take it to heart. 2 stars of hatred points was still at the level of having a bad impression and being annoyed. It had yet to reach the level of killing intent. Hanju made up his mind that he couldn't easily establish a relationship with a sage. It was too dangerous. He had to attain the Tao first. Time passed. Year after year passed. After the first space-time vortex appeared, the Fusang tree's cultivation speed became faster and faster. The Kanei Qi it produced also increased, benefiting the entire Tao field. In the short term, the Fusang tree would not be able to grow a second spatial vortex, but according to the system's introduction, it would connect to the myriad worlds sooner or later. At that time, Hanju could use the Fusang tree as a hub and cross the myriad worlds. He could even create a holy land that stood above the myriad worlds, like the sage Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. This was a very distant plan. Before attaining the Tao, it was impossible for Hanju to create a holy land. It would attract countless troubles. Apart from the Fusang tree, another ball of fiend celestial qi had already appeared in Hanju's body. It was the same as the previous 2 balls and was still being nurtured. It was unknown how many years it would take for it to become a chaotic fiend celestial. This was definitely a long wait. Perhaps the next immeasurable calamity would arrive by then. Hanju entered his cultivation schedule again and absorbed the negative karma of the 36th grade Reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus every day. 100 years passed like a dream. Tao Comprehension Sword stepped into the Emperor realm not long ago after obtaining Hanju's inheritance. Couldn't be helped. Below the Emperor realm were the Black Hell Chicken, Sun Chang'an, and the others. It was normal that they couldn't defeat Tao Comprehension Sword. Hanju had basically opened a back door for her. After stepping into the Emperor realm, Tao Comprehension Sword was in high spirits. Chu Shuren was stimulated and began to cultivate with all his might to break through to the Emperor realm. In the past 100 years, the war between humans and the heavenly court had become even more intense. Upon reading the emails, there were heavy injuries and attacks everywhere. It was unknown how much longer these 2 forces would fight. Fong Liang's cultivation had been increasing steadily and had already reached the rank 5 Immortal Emperor realm. He was definitely cheating. Perhaps this was the benefit of the battle for providence. No wonder so many living beings were crazy. On this day, Hanju suppressed the strange deity in the 36th grade Reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Great 9 Heavens. 100 years had passed. Great 9 Heavens should have already left the sage's side. Right? Calculate. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. If he had left, Hanju would have to invest 500 billion years of his lifespan. 2 billion was nothing. The sage is still beside him. Bastard. Did he want to stay there forever? Hanju cursed Great 9 Heavens for being shameless. In the Endless Palace, Great 9 Heavens, who was meditating, frowned and gritted his teeth. The dark forbidden lord is really persistent. Isn't he tired? Where did he go to capture so many living beings? Could he be rearing them? Great 9 Heavens cursed in his heart. He was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have provoked the dark forbidden lord. Which sage was it? Didn't he find this degrading? Great 9 Heavens was filled with hatred. The sage, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, asked, "Is the dark forbidden lord cursing you again?" Great 9 Heavens sighed. "That's right. I don't know what to do either." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said faintly, "Among the sages, only the one from the Western Buddhist sect is so petty." Great 9 Heavens widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "But I'm not targeting the Buddhist sect. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has also challenged the Buddhist sect, he fought with them first." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said calmly, "Perhaps he had no choice but to agree because of someone's plea. A long time ago the sages had a bet. The Chan School won, so they obtained a chance for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan to win Great Providence. For some reason, the sages from all over seem to have changed their minds. Fuxishan even personally entered. How strange." Great 9 Heavens did not reply. He didn't dare to express his opinion regarding the matters between sages. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate waved his right hand, and a beam of light appeared in front of him, condensing into an old figure. Tao Ancestor, how difficult has this calamity become? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked. Great Nine Heavens hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, not daring to look at the Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor replied, if a sage enters the calamity, the heavenly Tao will be in danger. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. He immediately waved his hand, causing the Tao Ancestor's illusion to vanish. Great Nine Heavens looked up and asked carefully, isn't Tao Ancestor? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate replied, this is the Tao Ancestor's Dharma idol. It can guide the sages, but we can only ask about the general trend and cannot sever the fate of the sages and all living beings. Great Nine Heavens was enlightened. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, from today onwards, you will stay in the Tao field. I will arrange for others to enter the calamity. Great Nine Heavens felt relieved and hurriedly thanked him. He indeed did not dare to enter the calamity again. The dark forbidden Lord was still staring at him. I have to find the one from the Western Buddhist sect. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate stood up. Great Nine Heavens asked nervously, when will you return? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate glanced at him and said, when meeting a sage you must bow to me. The dark forbidden Lord won't dare to enter the Tao field. As for the curse, the Tao field will also help you isolate it. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Great Nine Heavens could only nod. Inside the Khanate cave abode. 5 days had passed since the curse. Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He looked worried. If this Great Nine Heavens continued to hide in South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's Tao field, wouldn't he be unable to kill the other party? No. The hatred was already very high, and this fellow would harm the Heavenly Emperor. He had to kill him. Should I calculate? What if he just happened to leave? Hanju thought. Even if it was once. No, he could only put it aside for the time being. Therefore, Hanju spent another 2 billion years of his lifespan. The sage is not beside him. Hanju suddenly widened his eyes. His chance was here. I'll kill you now. Hanju immediately cursed with all his might, causing his lifespan to decrease rapidly. Far away, Great Nine Heavens' expression changed drastically. Oh no! This fellow was definitely a sage. The moment the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate left, he started cursing him? If this was not a sage, what was? Great Nine Heavens hurriedly circulated his energy to resist the curse. Violent winds stirred in the Tao field. Countless waves surged into Great Nine Heavens and transformed into a mysterious power that helped him resist the curse. However, the curse was stronger than ever. The dark forbidden Lord wanted to kill him. Crap! Great Nine Heavens shouted. Master! Save me! Although the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had left, as long as he called, he believed that he could hear it. I'm trapped by sages. I can't help you for the time being. Try your best to live. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's voice was filled with anger. Great Nine Heavens' face instantly turned pale. No wonder the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had not returned for several days. It was all a trap. The sages had deliberately lured the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate out to kill Great Nine Heavens? Why? This didn't make sense. 200 billion years. 300 billion years. 400 billion years. 500 billion years. Hanju's eyes turned red. This time he was determined to kill Great Nine Heavens. Because of him, the Heavenly Emperor had been possessed by an inferior strange deity. Now, he had even fallen into a state where he was neither god nor ghost. It was also this fellow who helped Jade Emperor Zhou Yan win providence and slaughter all living beings. If not for Hanju changing the calamity, the people around him might have died in the other party's hands. He had to die. Hanju didn't have many direct enemies, but as long as it threatened the lives of the people around him, he wouldn't let it go. This time, he wanted to break through the limits of his curse. 600 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Great Nine Heavens has developed mental demons. Great Nine Heavens' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 6 stars. 700 billion years. Hanju finally felt a little dizzy, but it was nothing. Because of your curse, your enemy Great Nine Heavens suffered from mental demons. His dermic powers surged and his zenith heaven Tao fruit shattered. 800 billion years. Go and die. Hanju was about to go mad. Why was this fellow so hard to kill? How much lifespan had he spent cursing zenith heaven existences? Could this fellow be the number one among the pseudo-sages? 900 billion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Great Nine Heavens suffered a backlash to his soul. His Tao heart collapsed and he perished. He died. Hanju immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He was sweating as a zenith heaven golden immortal. If news of this spread, it would probably become a huge joke. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships. Great Nine Heavens' portrait had disappeared. He was really dead. He put down the book of misfortune and heaved a sigh of relief. 900 billion years. Although Hanju's heart ached, he felt that it was worth it. If he didn't kill this potential enemy, it would definitely be extremely troublesome in the future. Hanju didn't want powerful enemies to appear in front of him. He wanted to kill them before they appeared. The enemy who could appear in front of him was definitely someone he could insta-kill. Otherwise, it would be unstable. Great Nine Heavens is dead. The future of the calamity will definitely change. But I don't have to calculate. I'm far from the calamity now. I can calculate it when the world changes. Hanju thought silently. He had always been changing the calamity, so the outcome would always change. Unless he stopped, the future would change. What Hanju needed to do was to wait for a future that he was satisfied with. However, it was obvious that a sage was pushing for the calamity. Previously, a future that satisfied him had also appeared, but it still changed. Now, Hanju didn't expect to predict the future. He only hoped to eliminate potential enemies through it. With Great Nine Heavens' death, Hanju didn't know who to curse now. Hao Tian was originally on his curse list, but ever since he and Long Hao fused, he couldn't curse him anymore. Anyway, Hao Tian didn't have any hatred towards Hanju and couldn't threaten the Heavenly Emperor now. Forget it. It's good that there's no one to curse. I can cultivate peacefully. Hanju thought silently. Great Nine Heavens' death did not cause any trouble, because in the immortal world, he was a nobody. A pseudo-sage died silently. No one knew. It was so tragic. With no enemies to curse, Hanju focused on cultivating. 23 years later, a reaction came from the chaotic domain. Someone was calling him. Hanju jumped into the chaotic domain, and the strange deity followed. Hanju discovered that there was another person in the chaotic domain. Apart from Dao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan, another person arrived. This person looked familiar. Wait. Hanju hurriedly checked the emails. Your good friend Zhoufan has absorbed the essence of the endless sea of blood. His body has transformed and he has obtained the chaotic physique. That worked too? Even if you're a sage, you can't cheat like this, right? Why didn't the heavenly Tao strike him with lightning? Hanju cursed silently. Tao Sovereign and the other two hurriedly came over. He was the first to speak. This is the strongest prodigy who often saved us. What strongest prodigy? Hanju didn't dare to accept this title. There must be a trap. He didn't acknowledge Zhoufan. The four of them could only see each other's figures and could not see their true faces. It had been thousands of years, so Zhoufan naturally didn't recognize Hanju. After all, his Dharma treasures had been changed. Coupled with his clothes, his figure looked very different from before. Greetings, Senior, Zhoufan said respectfully, his tone a little excited. This was a supreme domain. Under the heavenly Tao, only the four of them had the chaotic physique. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were the four with the greatest talent. How could Zhoufan not be excited to join such a circle? Hanju nodded slightly and asked in an extremely indifferent voice, Did something happen again? Zhao Shenyuan lowered his head in embarrassment. Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Really? Aren't you afraid of death? Dao Sovereign coughed and said, ever since the endless sea of blood, we followed the traces of the devil race and found the world created by the primordial devil ancestor. After the calamity failed, the primordial devil ancestor actually didn't die. Instead, he learned from giant god Pangu and created a world. We were trapped by a spell. Hanju interrupted. Where's the supreme treasure fragment that we talked about last time? It's already been given to Heavenly Emperor Fong. You can take it at any time. What about this time? We discovered a lotus throne. It's one of the Heavenly Dao supreme treasures. We can give it to you. So generous? Could it be that you can't use it? I'm ashamed. We can't use it, but we can't leave it to the primordial devil ancestor. Otherwise, the heavens will be in trouble. Heh. How righteous. Hanju ridiculed in his head and said, all right, I'll help you send a message to Heavenly Emperor Fong. Thank you. Dao Sovereign thanked him. Hanju went off. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, who is this senior? For some reason, he felt familiar to him. Dao Sovereign said calmly, I'm not sure either. The previous Heavenly Emperor hid him very well. The new Heavenly Emperor Fong also admires him greatly. He must be a peerless mighty figure who cultivated the chaotic physique with the highest dermic powers. Back then, I still underestimated him. I didn't expect him to save me so many times. How ironic. Zhou Fan was even more curious now. Zhao Shenyuan said, Taoist brother, how about I join this senior after I return? Dao Sovereign glanced at him and asked, what do you mean? Zhao Shenyuan smiled bitterly. I'm a little weak. You guys are too. Dao Sovereign was extremely daring, and Zhou Fan was simply a madman. Zhao Shenyuan felt that he wasn't on the same page as them. He was so talented and had a powerful background. There was no need to risk his life. Instead, he was very interested in Hanju. He had a feeling that joining Hanju was the greatest opportunity. After this matter is over, you can do whatever you want. Dao Sovereign snorted, feeling rather dissatisfied. Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Fong Liang. After Fong Liang learned of this, he was greatly shocked. Have they gone mad? They actually provoked the primordial devil ancestor. No immortal god in the heavenly court can save them. So, you can't save them? Of course. It's fine. Let them die. Hanju shook his head. They were really asking for it. However, with Zhou Fan around, the three of them probably wouldn't die. Fong Liang said, I've already brought the supreme treasure Dao Sovereign promised you. Do you want to come and take it? I'll use the invocation technique to invite you. Don't worry. It won't waste your time. Hanju didn't agree immediately. He asked cautiously, if I go to Fong Liang's side now, will my life be in danger? There would definitely be danger, so as long as it did not involve his life, it was fine. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju immediately replied, all right. Fong Liang began to use his mystical power. Soon, a black vortex appeared in front of Hanju. He stepped in. Immortal world, heavenly court, numinous palace. Fong Liang stood up and looked at the black vortex floating in the hall. He couldn't help but become nervous. After not seeing Hanju for many years, the other party's image in his heart became more and more mysterious. A figure stepped out of the black vortex. He wore a heavenly constellation great Dao robe and had a golden seal domain blood belt wrapped around his waist. He wore the Constitution mystic boots and his body was wrapped in the heavenly envy cloud silk. He looked extremely spirited. Who else could it be but Hanju? Even Fong Liang, who was already the heavenly emperor, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw him. As expected of Grandmaster, even if his soul passed through the primordial era, Fong Liang had never seen a man more handsome than Hanju. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under the heavenly Dao, even the most beautiful woman was inferior to him. Hanju landed on the ground, and Fang Liang hurriedly bowed. "Where is it?" Han Ju asked directly. He was expressionless, but he was nervous inside. He directly checked the strongest person nearby. Li Daokong. Late stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, eldest disciple of the human school. Gasp. This fellow has already reached the late stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm? Too fast. Han Ju was secretly shocked. At the same time, he copied Li Daokong's cultivation so he could be an opponent in the simulation trial. Fang Liang raised his hand, and a white jade fragment appeared on his palm. Han Ju took the treasure and placed it on his sleeve. Then, he turned around and walked towards the black vortex. "Grandmaster, aren't you going to stay for a while?" Fang Liang hurriedly shouted. This was too fast. Han Ju said, "What's the matter?" Fang Liang said helplessly, "This is the heavenly court. I'm the heavenly emperor. What danger is there? If there's danger here, won't the heavenly court be destroyed? I just want to chat with you, Grandmaster." Han Ju looked at his tired face and agreed. "An hour at most." "No problem." Fang Liang was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly took out a throne and placed it beside the heavenly emperor's seat. The two of them sat down. Fang Liang began to talk about the heavenly court's development over the years. The heavenly court had been fighting with the humans and recruiting immortals overseas. After so many years, not only did the number of heavenly troops not decrease, but it also continued to increase. There were countless living beings in the immortal world. As the calamity progressed, more and more living beings couldn't be left alone and had to enter the calamity. Fang Liang said, "The entire immortal world is filled with negative karma now. I don't know how long it can last. The true calamity is about to descend." Han Ju asked, "If the heavenly court is defeated, will you?" Fang Liang shook his head and said, "Perhaps, but the heavenly court won't lose because many mighty figures are supporting it. If the humans are defeated, it's already impossible to escape. Even if the heavenly court wins, I might not be able to sit firmly on the heavenly emperor's throne." Fang Liang knew very well that his heavenly emperor position was only temporary, meant to use him as a target board. Han Ju was silent. He couldn't give an opinion on Fang Liang's choice. He couldn't enter the calamity for him. At this moment, Han Ju felt two powerful auras approaching. He immediately stood up and said, "Someone's here. I'm leaving." Han Ju immediately walked towards the black vortex in the air. A terrifying gust of wind blew over. "Where are you going?" Li Xianxio's voice sounded. Han Ju quickened his pace and stepped into the black vortex. In a flash, Li Xianxio suddenly appeared behind him and reached out to grab him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This fellow was only at the 6th mystic divine origin realm. How could he be so fast? The human school's mystical power? Han Ju raised his hand and struck with the great freedom heaven imprisoning palm. Li Xianxio's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block. "Wait, we have no ill intentions." Li Daokong's voice sounded, and Han Ju immediately heard him. He stopped. The great freedom heaven imprisoning palm stopped in front of Li Xianxio. The terrifying pressure blew his long hair, leaving him stunned. So strong. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and looked over. Li Daokong transformed into a shadow and flew into the hall. Fang Liang was dumbfounded. He knew that Han Ju was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that Li Xianxio would panic. Li Daokong stopped and kept a distance from Han Ju. He sized him up with a burning gaze and said, "You're actually already a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Did you receive guidance from a sage?" He still remembered Han Ju. Other than him, no one else made him want to take in a disciple. Han Ju smiled and said, "Senior Li, long time no see." He didn't answer Li Daokong's question. It was easy to be suspected. The result of answering yes was that he would ask which sage it was again. The trouble was endless. Han Ju said, "Continue chatting. I'll go back first." "Wait, we're not enemies. What are you afraid of?" Li Daokong called him. Han Ju said, "It's been many years. I'm afraid of strangers." Li Xianxia stared at him as if he wanted to eat him. Fortunately, this fellow didn't increase his hatred towards him. Otherwise, Hanju would definitely teach him a lesson when he returned. Li Daokong smiled and said, "Join our human school. You can choose not to acknowledge me as your master. We can be fellow disciples. My master is very interested in you." Li Muyi? That petty person? Hanju said, "Let's talk after the calamity ends. It's too dangerous now. I don't dare to interact with any of you." Li Xianxia couldn't help but say, "The calamity won't affect the foundation of our human school. We're a sage sect. Joining us is your opportunity." Hanju glanced at him and asked, "How have you been all these years?" Li Xianxia snorted. "Wonderful." He felt bitter inside. Actually, it wasn't wonderful at all. It was torturous. Hanju looked at Li Daokong and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. Senior Li, goodbye." With that, he suddenly entered the black vortex. Li Daokong's eyes flashed as he charged into the black vortex. A sword chi suddenly swept out and sent him flying. The sword chi rushed out of the numinous palace and cut the sea of clouds in half. The black vortex shrank. Li Daokong landed in the hall, slightly moved. Fong Liang widened his eyes. Li Xianxia turned around and asked, "Senior, you can't catch up to him?" Li Daokong did not answer. His right hand trembled slightly. What a domineering sword chi. This kid has already caught up to me. Although Li Daokong was careless just now, it was still very impressive that Hanju could force him back with a single strike. Fong Liang noticed Li Daokong's right hand and his heart churned. How strong is Grandmaster now? Inside the Khanate cave abode. After the black vortex shrank, Hanju spent 100 million years of lifespan to ask if anyone had followed him to discover the hidden sect island. The answer was, not for the time being. Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Why did his favorability increase? Hanju was surprised. He thought that Li Daokong was an extremely prideful person and would challenge him endlessly once he lost. After adjusting his state of mind, Hanju started the simulation trial. The target was naturally Li Daokong. The previous Li Daokong of the simulation trial was Li Daokong of the Great Ultimate Hall. He was far inferior to his current self. 5 minutes later, Hanju opened his eyes. He sighed. "Li Daokong, I'm willing to call you the #1 in the Zenith Heaven realm." This fellow was really strong. Other than his terrifying sword techniques, he also had the protection of a supreme treasure. If not for the fact that Hanju had 3 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols, he really wouldn't have been able to kill him. Not only was Li Daokong difficult to fight, but he could also hurt Hanju during the battle. This was different from his previous battles. The current Hanju was unparalleled under a pseudosage. Even a pseudosage could only fight with him. Pseudosage wasn't a sage after all. It was just a word, but there was a huge difference. Hanju continued the simulation trial, wanting to find a way to insta-kill Li Daokong. The time needed for the battle was naturally different. Everyone had flaws regardless of cultivation level. Several days later, Hanju still couldn't find a way to insta-kill Li Daokong. It would take at least 3 minutes. Hanju's fighting spirit rose. His goal was to insta-kill Li Daokong. Li Daokong's speed of becoming stronger was visible to the naked eye. While Hanju became stronger, he also became stronger. It could even be said that he became stronger rapidly. Hanju no longer used the simulation trial. Instead, he took out the jade piece that Fong Liang gave him. Could it be a fragment of the Tao ancestors' jade slip of creation? Hanju thought expectantly that this was the return gift from helping Tao sovereign seek help. His divine sense probed the jade slip, and he felt a powerful restriction blocking him. He tried his best, but he couldn't break through. No wonder Tao sovereign had given it to him. He couldn't use it. Hanju had to use the derivation function. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 3 billion years. This was equivalent to the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Amazing. He had to spend it. The words in front of Han Ju changed and an introduction appeared. Divine Jade of the Ruins of End. An incomplete Great Tao Supreme Treasure. Legend has it that the deity realm of the Ruins of End is formed by the Great Tao. The Tao ancestor controls the deity realm of the Ruins of End and uses the heavenly Tao to eliminate the Great Tao. This Great Tao will transform into 7 pieces of divine jade. Obtain one and you can freely travel through the deity realm of the Ruins of End without being restricted by the Khanate restrictions. By gathering all 7 pieces of the divine jade, you can awaken the Great Tao and control the deity realm of the Ruins of End. Wasn't this just a key? It was useless now. A little disappointed, Han Ju could only put down the divine jade of the Ruins of End. He had heard of the deity realm of the Ruins of End many times, but he wasn't very interested. To put it bluntly, it was another immortal world. The threshold was extremely high and would definitely be more dangerous. If Han Ju cultivated to a sage and became invincible in the immortal world, he would definitely stay in the immortal world and not go to the stronger deity realm of the Ruins of End. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the highest level in the world. If he went to a higher level world before he even enjoyed it, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Every time Han Ju read fantasy novels in the past, the protagonist would change locations all the time. It made him tired. How could there be so many choices in life? He should avoid trouble and stop whenever he wanted to. Han Ju thought as he cultivated. As he got older, he would often recall some trivial matters from his previous life. Perhaps it was because he had few experiences in this life. It was boring and not as exciting as a mortal life. However, he didn't regret it. He was even glad that he had taken every step so cautiously. Nothing was more important than living. Numinous Palace. Immortal gods gathered, and the atmosphere was solemn. Fong Liang sat expressionlessly as he scanned everyone in the hall. The heavenly god general broke the silence. Fuxician's Dharma idol is a pseudo-sage. If you want to deal with him, you must ask the sage for help or ask the vice-sect masters of the various sects to help. The Immortals said, Fuxician is a sage. He actually personally took action. Damn it, he's a sage's Dharma idol. Even ordinary pseudo-sages are not his match. Indeed, isn't the heavenly court supported by sages? If we want to eliminate the human race, we have to suppress Fuxician. Fong Liang did not reply. He looked at Li Daokong. Li Daokong said calmly, Junior, go to the human school and invite Senior to help. Li Xianxia frowned. He was dissatisfied, but he still obediently turned around and left. Li Daokong kept shouting at him in public. He wasn't giving him face. Why aren't you inviting him yourself? After Li Xianxia left, the Immortals relaxed. Since someone from the human school had made a move, they didn't have to die now. No more attacks are allowed at the front line. Wait for the mighty figures of the human school to arrive. Fong Liang said and waved his sleeve. The Immortals bowed and left. Soon, only Fong Liang and Li Daokong were left in the hall. Fong Liang looked at Li Daokong with a puzzled expression. Li Daokong asked, Where is your grandmaster? How did you invite him last time? Fong Liang was silent. Li Daokong continued, I have no ill intentions. I just want to spar with him. I have a good impression of him. To be honest, it's rare for me to be so interested in someone. Wouldn't it be great if I could become his confidant? Fong Liang cursed silently. Great my ass. Do you think I want to curry favor with your human school? Fong Liang smiled helplessly. I really don't know. I used a mystical power last time. I can only summon the ancestor and can't sense him. I can't control his will even if he comes. Li Daokong frowned. He couldn't forget Han Ju's strike. It was extremely casual but oppressive. In the Sword Dao other than sages, Li Daokong rarely encountered such an opponent. He was very excited because Han Ju wanted to study the Sword Dao again. Fong Liang said, You can visit my grandmaster after the calamity ends. You should know that my grandmaster is avoiding the calamity. That's why he doesn't dare to interact with you. Li Daokong could only give up. He turned around and left. After he left, Fang Liang's eyes were filled with confusion. What kind of existence is Grandmaster? Back then, I wanted to give him a fortuitous encounter, but I was obstructed by the great Tao of destiny. Could it be that he can already control his past and future? Fang Liang thought silently. After transcending the primordial era several times, he had changed the fate of many mighty figures and even affected sages, but he couldn't affect Hanju. What did this mean? Hanju was at least a sage, perhaps even stronger. Fang Liang couldn't help but question his Tao heart. Was there really a need for him to take risks like this? Would it be better to follow Hanju? If not for Hanju changing his fate for him, how could he have become the son of heaven and earth and even be chosen by a sage? The more Fang Liang thought about it, the more confused he became. He thought of Murongqi. He wondered who would be stronger the next time he met him. Another 30 years passed in Hanju's cultivation. On this day, Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Again? Hanju chose to ignore it. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Then the notification popped up crazily. One every minute. Hanju was convinced. Was this old fellow messing around? But then again, if he only accepted the dream, would it expose the Tao field? Hanju decided to derive it. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Tao field is located in the dark forbidden zone. Sages can't lock onto it. It's impossible even with the connection of the dream entering mystical power. The dark forbidden zone could even isolate sages. Hanju didn't immediately accept Li Muyi's dream. 2-star hatred points was there. Once Li Muyi asked him for something, if he rejected, the hatred points would definitely increase. Instead of that, it was better to leave it hanging. If he was a sage, he would only suspect himself and not the other party. How could anyone resist the mystical power of a sage? Hanju wasn't a sage. After thinking it through, he was relieved. Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Muyi wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Even if Hanju closed his eyes, he could still see the system notification, so it was very annoying. How was this a sage? Too unreasonable. Previously, Nuwa and Dijuan did not do it so frequently. Hanju could only endure. After more than half a year, Li Muyi finally gave up. Hanju cursed him in his heart. This sage didn't act like a sage. What did the founder of the human school teach him? I want to know. Why is Li Mu looking for me? Hanju asked in his heart. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Let's check, just in case. Hanju's consciousness entered the illusion. He came to the sage's palace. The sage's Tao field had a characteristic, which was that it was huge. The hall was endless and seemed to be a world of its own. Yes, WER. N was. 3 figures were gathered. One of them was Li Muyi. The other 2 figures were also sage-like and unfathomable. Hanju felt that these sages looked similar. They all wore Taoist robes and had bright hair. Their temperament was otherworldly. One of them was the sect master of the Chan school, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Hanju remembered him as Great Nine Heavens backer. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, Fuxician personally entered the calamity. This is already a very strong signal. I suspect that Fuxi and Nuwa have already colluded with the one from the Western Buddhist sect. I've already been suppressed by 3 sages, but I'm not sure who attacked. Li Muyi frowned and asked, They're all sages. Why don't you know their identities? South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said coldly, Their bodies are wrapped in chaotic qi that hides their fate. The 3rd sage, who had not spoken yet, said slowly, Prepare for battle. The 3 schools of the Tao sect should also join forces. Someone is clearly behind this calamity. They want to overturn the 3 schools of the Tao sect and even overturn the Tao ancestors' providence. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. The Chan school, the Jie school, and the human school were all created by the personal disciples of the Tao ancestor. These sages really plan to destroy the Tao ancestor? He has only disappeared for a few calamities, but they want to overturn his lineage? Dream on. The three sect masters began to discuss countermeasures. Hanju listened from the side. Many unknown names were involved. He didn't understand them. Anyway, they were all schemes. Li Muyi talked about Hanju. The other sages also want to form a good relationship with this variable. We have to act quickly. Senior brother Li, your disciple has the most karma with him. Contact him again. The sect master of the Jie school said. Li Muyi nodded, but his expression was not good. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked curiously, could this variable be hiding in the dark forbidden zone? The sect master of the Jie school said, that should be the case. It's not that easy to contact him. The scene shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He looked worried. They all wanted to rope him in. This was not good. No matter who Hanju chose, he would definitely offend all the other heavenly Tao sages. It was all the Tao ancestors' fault. What variable was he? I'm just an ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How can I reverse the immeasurable calamity by myself? Hanju laughed at himself. At most, I cursed the enemy behind his back. After understanding the reason, Hanju stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Time passed quickly. Life was like a dream. 26 years passed. On this day, Hanju received Li Muyi's dream again. He ignored it. After 3 months, Li Muyi finally gave up. When Hanju thought that he could relax, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate tried to visit him in his dreams. Hanju also ignored him. A month later, another sage sent him a dream. Sect Master Tianju sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Hanju ignored the message and then spent 3 billion years to understand this fellow's background. Sect Master Tianju, Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master of the Jie School, Immeasurable Emperor. Because he wants to establish good karma with you. He wishes to visit you in your dreams. Sect Master of the Jie School. Hanju smiled bitterly. He would definitely offend some sages in the future. Currently, the known Heavenly Tao sages were the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Nuwa, and Fuxishan. Li Muyi wasn't a Heavenly Tao sage, but he wanted to stir up trouble. There was something wrong with him. Hanju wanted to see which other sages would try to visit him in his dreams. 3 years later. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Again. Hanju spent another 3 billion years deriving his identity. Qiu Shilai, Cultivation unknown. Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master of the Western Buddhist Sect, Immeasurable Emperor. Because he wants to build a good relationship with you, he wishes to visit you in your dreams. Sect Master of the Buddhist Sect? Hanju was secretly nervous. He had killed a Buddha and naturally didn't dare to have anything to do with the Buddhist sect. Something that made him speechless happened. Qiu Shilai was even more annoying than Li Muyi. In just a day, he sent a dream more than 10,000 times. Hanju almost exploded. Was this fellow insane? So annoying. In the next few days, Qiu Shilai became even more exaggerated. The news notifications dazzled Hanju. He even wanted to take out the Book of Misfortune and curse him. If not for the difference in cultivation, Hanju would definitely have killed him. Sometimes, killing intent came very suddenly. When Qiu Shilai stopped trying to visit his dreams, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. What was wrong with these sages? Could it be that they wanted to fight? Already 5 Heavenly Tao sages couldn't hold back. It was unknown who the remaining 4 were. Another 10 years passed. Hanju checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Zhoufan has obtained the inheritance of the primordial devil ancestor. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by human cultivators X3228. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has devoured negative karma, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Long Hao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure, and was severely injured. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has cursed too many people and obtained a huge amount of heavenly Dao negative karma. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a heavenly court Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal X7. Zhou Fan was really Zhou Fan. He had escaped death and obtained an opportunity. Han Ju noticed Huang Zuintian's situation. Was this fellow also cursing someone? How tragic. Without a supreme treasure, how can you curse people? It had been a while since he told Huang Zuintian to be a spy. Should he contact him? This fellow was already an immortal emperor and had even become the vice sect master of the Jie school. He was even more ferocious than some of Han Ju's disciples. Most importantly, Huang Zuintian's favorability towards him did not decrease. He would wait a little longer. Recently, the sages had come down. Perhaps Huang Zuintian was being watched by them. Han Ju suspected that the reason why Huang Zuintian was so recognized by the Jie school was probably related to him. The Jie school sage wanted to rope him in to begin with. It was impossible for him to not notice that he had karma with Huang Zuintian. There were only so many people involved with Han Ju's karma. It was no coincidence that everyone who went out was doing well. He read the emails. Most of them were about fighting. It was unknown how long the humans and Heavenly Court would fight. I've been too bored recently. I don't even have a target to curse. Sigh. The Dark Forbidden Lord is about to retire. Han Ju sighed and slowly stood up. He prepared to go out and preach the Tao to help his disciples improve their cultivation. Unknowingly, more than 70 years passed. Detected that you are 7,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and fight with the sages. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system, a supreme treasure, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. 7,000 years old. He wasn't far from 10,000 years old. Han Ju sighed. He didn't expect to be so old already. He silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Chaotic Origin Stone. Chaotic Origin Stone. The first stone that was created at the beginning of chaos. It can produce an endless stream of chaotic chi. It contains the power of creation that gives birth to all things. Han Ju's eyes lit up. What a treasure! This was even more valuable than the Fusang tree. Han Ju immediately took out the Chaotic Origin Stone. This stone looked like a ball of water. Its shape kept changing. It was murky and shiny. After thinking about it, Han Ju threw the Chaotic Origin Stone into the depths of his soul, into the world of stars. He had always wanted to turn this world of stars into a true heavenly Tao world. In addition, the chaotic chi produced by the Chaotic Origin Stone might be able to help the Fiend Celestial Chi evolve. Han Ju hoped to nurture more chaotic Fiend Celestials. If his world of stars could develop into an immortal world, wouldn't he be the heavenly Tao? If someone became a sage, wouldn't he surpass the heavenly Tao? This plan seemed impossible, but Han Ju felt that it was feasible. The stellar primordial body was a powerful physique that surpassed chaos. Even a chaotic Fiend Celestial might not be able to compare to him. Anything was possible with the Chaotic Origin Stone. Han Ju continued cultivating and observing the Chaotic Origin Stone. The stone continued to produce chaotic chi, and most of it was absorbed by the 3 balls of Fiend Celestial Chi. Soon, Han Ju discovered that the Chaotic Origin Stone stopped producing chaotic chi because the demand for it was too high, and it couldn't withstand the output. Han Ju had no choice but to move the Chaotic Origin Stone further away. Not long after, the Chaotic Origin Stone continued to produce chaotic chi. Looks like I have to wait for a while longer. Han Ju thought silently. His stellar primordial body could produce chaotic chi. To be precise, it was a higher-level nebulous primordial chi, but it was slower. Han Ju felt that it was mainly because his cultivation was not high enough. When he became a sage, the speed at which he nurtured nebulous primordial chi would definitely be terrifying. In short, my future is limitless. Hanju thought proudly. With the resources he had now, he didn't need to pursue opportunities at all. If he cultivated quietly, he would become a terrifying existence that even sages couldn't imagine. Continue being steady. I will become the strongest sooner or later. Hanju silently encouraged himself. Soon, he entered his cultivation state. Hanju had been paying attention to the passage of time, but the hidden sect disciples had already forgotten. They even ignored the fact that the immeasurable calamity was ongoing outside. Apart from cultivation, their main topic was competitiveness. After Dao Comprehension Sword, Chu Shuren also reached the Emperor realm. Zhou Mingyue was bitter. In the past, Chu Shuren had only suppressed him by a realm. Now that he was using all his strength, he couldn't catch up at all. Chu Shuren no longer kept asking people not to cultivate. Other than telling everyone his knowledge, most of the topics were about discussing the Dao and how to become stronger. Apart from Chu Shuren, Zhang Yi's talent had also completely erupted. He had broken through not long ago and had already reached the rank 4 Immortal Emperor realm. Although he had successfully broken through, Zhang Yi was not excited. He was still filled with urgency. Liao was already attempting to break through to the rank 3 Immortal Emperor realm. This woman was too powerful. Apart from cultivation, Liao's combat talent was also very strong. Almost everyone agreed that Liao was the female version of Hanju. Most importantly, Liao wasn't Hanju's disciple and did not call him master. This relationship was worth thinking about. Under Liao's lead, the entire hidden sect was filled with a competitive cultivation culture. The Black Hell Demon Lord felt the worst. Being chased up by juniors meant that his status could not be preserved. Although it was uncomfortable, he had no choice. His potential was indeed inferior to these few. Apart from Liao, Tu Linger and Murong Qi were also very fierce. The two of them liked to rely on battles to break through. They comprehended in battle and were natural battle maniacs. Next was the chaotic gourd spirit Han 8. His strength had already left the other 7 brothers behind. He was advancing towards the first-tier group of the hidden sect disciples. The cultivation levels of the 10,000 Nether race members were almost identical. They were even slightly inferior to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. In short, everyone in the hidden sect was very satisfied with their current life and experienced the benefits of cultivation. The hidden sect's overall strength was also rapidly increasing. The Black Hell Demon Lord joked that if the hidden sect entered the immortal world after the calamity ended, it would definitely stir up a commotion. Another 30 years passed. The 100-year competition had just ended. Some were happy while others were worried. Hanju was still far from the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm, but he was not discouraged. After all, his speed was already fast enough. After reaching the Zenith Heaven realm, who could break through a minor realm in 1,000 years? There was someone indeed. Li Daokong. However, it was the immeasurable calamity now. Li Daokong relied on his great providence to constantly grow. On this day, Hanju was teasing the strange deity and enjoying the massage when he suddenly sensed the chaotic domain's summoning. It was a new fortuitous encounter. Hanju jumped into the chaotic domain. Only one person was waiting for him in the chaotic domain, Zhao Shenyuan. Hanju asked in surprise, "Where's Dao Sovereign?" Zhao Shenyuan replied, "Daoist brother and Zhou Fan obtained a huge opportunity not long ago. I parted ways with them and have already returned to the human race." Hanju lost his interest immediately. Although Dao Sovereign always troubled him, he would also bring benefits. As for Zhao Shenyuan, Hanju was not close to him. Zhao Shenyuan saw that he was bored and hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm not here to trouble you. I want to." Senior? Didn't he call Hanju fellow Taoist before? Hanju was alerted. Could it be that a sage was behind this? Now, the heavenly Tao sages were even thinking of ways to form a relationship with Hanju. At this juncture, Zhao Shenyuan came looking for him. "I want to become the disciple of your sect." said Zhao Shenyuan after mustering his courage. Han Ju asked in surprise, "Who told you I have a sect? Back then, didn't you ask Taoist brother to go?" "I was just casually joking. My cultivation level is inferior to yours." "Impossible. You give me an unfathomable feeling. My instincts are very accurate. I've never misjudged anyone. Perhaps this is my talent." Zhao Shenyuan stared at him and said seriously. Han Ju didn't agree immediately. Zhao Shenyuan said, "I heard from Tao Sovereign that you don't want to enter the calamity. Don't worry. I definitely won't let you be involved in karma with the humans." Han Ju fell silent and didn't reply immediately. For a time, the chaotic domain fell silent. Zhao Shenyuan was uneasy. After a long while, Han Ju said, "Forget it. My temple is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like you. I don't want to worry about you in the future after establishing a relationship with you. My disciples have to cultivate diligently and stay away from the mortal world. If they want to pursue the Tao, they are no different from a monk." Coming to a realization, Zhao Shenyuan said, "Don't worry. I don't like women and like fighting." "Don't like fighting?" Han Ju almost believed it. Zhao Shenyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, give me a chance. I really—" He began to beg Han Ju nonstop with a humble attitude. "I want to know, is Zhao Shenyuan plotting something? Or is a sage involved?" Han Ju thought silently. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. "Do you want to continue? Was Zhao Shenyuan worthy of 100 million? Could there really be a conspiracy?" "Continue." "There is no conspiracy or plot by a sage. He is sincere." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as no sages were involved. Upon careful thought, it made sense. He had never met Zhao Shenyuan before, and there was no karma between them. How could a sage deduce that? Han Ju was also very hesitant. This fellow didn't even have a favorable impression of him. How could he accept this guy? Han Ju even suspected that Zhao Shenyuan was a puppet. How could he not have emotions? Zhao Shenyuan asked anxiously, "Senior, do you have any other concerns?" Han Ju asked, "Don't you have emotions?" Zhao Shenyuan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Zhao Shenyuan was confused, but he replied honestly, "My Tao heart is like water. I have lost the emotions and desires of mortals since I was young. Other than feeling nervousness and helplessness towards experts, I don't even get angry." "What?" Thinking of something, Zhao Shenyuan said, "If Senior is willing to accept me, I will follow your lead. If I attain the great Tao, I will also return to help you." Zhao Shenyuan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. 6 stars. Han Ju was stunned when he saw the line of words. 6-star directly? This kid is mental. Han Ju felt that Zhao Xuanyuan's potential was not bad. "All right, I'll teach you a mystical power. After you learn it, summon me. I'll fetch you." Han Ju taught Zhao Shenyuan the invocation technique. Ever since there was a world of stars, Han Ju could use the invocation technique to move people. He wasn't worried that Zhao Shenyuan would leak the invocation technique. It was useless even if it was revealed. After using the invocation technique, if he did not agree, no one would be able to summon him. Zhao Xuanyuan's potential was indeed impressive. He quickly grasped the invocation technique. "Summon me when you're ready." Han Ju left after saying this. Zhao Shenyuan was stunned. What a powerful mystical power. This senior was a senior, indeed. He began to look forward to their next meeting. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju continued cultivating. Several days later, Zhao Shenyuan used the invocation technique. Han Ju cautiously used the derivation function and asked if there were any pseudo-sage or stronger existences near Zhao Shenyuan. He consumed 100 million years of his lifespan. "Yes." "Yes?" "Then I can't go." Han Ju couldn't be bothered to care about anyone. As long as there was danger, there was no need for him to interfere. For the next period of time, Zhao Shenyuan used the invocation technique from time to time. Han Ju didn't spend 100 million years of his lifespan to ask every time. 7 years later, Zhao Shenyuan used the invocation technique again. This time, Han Ju used another 100 million years of his lifespan to derive it. No. Seeing this word, Han Ju was finally relieved and stepped into the black vortex. Immediately after, he arrived at a bright palace. Zhao Shenyuan was sitting in front of the black vortex. Seeing Han Ju appear, Zhao Shenyuan was pleasantly surprised. He thought he had failed again. Zhao Shenyuan stood up and said excitedly, "Senior, what a handsome man." Zhao Shenyuan originally thought that he was already the most handsome man in the world, but in front of Han Ju, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Let's go first." Han Ju waved his hand and put Zhao Shenyuan into his sleeve. He then moved into the world of stars and flew into the black vortex. The black vortex shrank and quickly vanished. At this moment, a figure appeared in the hall. This person wore a black and white robe. He had a dignified expression, and his eyes emitted a faint blue light. He was extremely magical. "Oh?" He left so quickly. The robed man pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't deduce Zhao Xuanyuan's whereabouts. Could it be that they jumped into the dark forbidden zone instantly? This variable is indeed not simple. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju let Zhao Shenyuan out. Still immersed in the shock of the world of stars, when he landed in front of Han Ju, Zhao Shenyuan jolted awake. He hurriedly knelt in front of him as a greeting. Han Ju said, 7 years ago, I sensed your summoning. It's just that you had a pseudo-sage or even stronger existence by your side. Zhao Shenyuan was stunned. He frowned and said, I only told my master that I wanted to go out. A pseudo-sage of the human race. Could it be? Zhao Shenyuan realized something. Han Ju walked towards the entrance and said, Follow me. Zhao Shenyuan hurriedly followed him. He also sized up this Khanate cave abode. His gaze was attracted by the resurrection lily in the corner. Isn't this the resurrection lily of the netherworld? Senior actually planted it. A storm brewed in Zhao Xuanyuan's heart. Not only that, but he could feel that the spirit chi and Khanate chi here were extremely dense. Even denser than on the Cultivation holy land of the humans. After walking out of the cave abode, all the disciples cultivating under the Fusang tree turned their heads. They didn't sense Han Ju's aura, but Zhao Xuanyuan's. From today onwards, this is my 6th disciple. Get to know each other, Han Ju said. With that, he turned around and returned to his cave abode. Everyone surrounded him. Jiang Yi asked in surprise, Zhao Shenyuan, why are you here? Zhao Shenyuan narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, Are you Jiang Yi of the Golden Crow Divine Clan? The two of them were both geniuses, but the difference in cultivation was huge. Zhao Shenyuan was already at the 3 mystic divine origin and could be considered Jiang Yi's senior. Jiang Yi sighed. You've already stepped into the deity realm and still acknowledge Sima Yi as your master. Does the human race know about this? The black hell chicken couldn't help but ask, Why are you still calling Master Sima Yi? None of your business. Jiang Yi and the black hell chicken fought again. Zhao Shenyuan began to observe the others. Before long, Xianxia also walked out of the cave abode to watch the commotion. She was stunned when she saw Zhao Shenyuan. Isn't this the #1 prodigy of the human race? How did Han Ju poach him? The next day, Han Ju opened the authority of the simulation trial for Zhao Shenyuan. He was stunned by the simulation trial. Like the other disciples, he quickly became obsessed and couldn't extricate himself. Zhao Shenyuan tried to challenge Han Ju. In the simulation trial, Han Ju's cultivation had been updated to his current state. Without any surprise, Zhao Shenyuan was killed by a punch from heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. Zhao Shenyuan wasn't affected. Instead, he was very excited. He had made the right decision. Han Ju was indeed ridiculously strong. Zhao Shenyuan had never heard of a mystical power like the simulation trial. After interacting with the other disciples for a period of time, He understood the rules of the hidden sect and looked forward to it even more. If he stayed here when the calamity ended, he would definitely become a zenith heaven cultivator. Zhao Xuanyuan's appearance greatly stimulated the hidden sect disciples. Other than Hanju, Lu Bu, and Ma Chao, no one was his match as he was in the three mystic divine origin realm. After Zhao Shenyuan experienced the simulation trial, he became low profile. Compared to Hanju's opponents, he was still weak as a mortal. As he learned more about Liao, Tulinger, Chu Shuren, and the others, Zhao Shenyuan also felt a sense of danger. These disciples were actually so young. They weren't even 10,000 years old. Their talent was terrifying. He had heard of Zhang Yi's talent. He was even more famous than him and had also entered the hidden sect. He was very curious about Hanju's identity, but he didn't dare to ask. In a few years, peace returned to Hidden Sect Island. The disciples cultivated separately. Hanju was also focused on cultivating, tackling the late stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. Although he was still far from breaking through, Hanju felt that it was not impossible to reach the pseudosage realm before the immeasurable calamity ended. Looking at the calamity's trend, who knew how long it would last? 40 years later, the Hidden Sect Island was attacked by an inauspicious evil that retreated an hour later again. Zhao Shenyuan couldn't help but become curious about Hidden Sect Island. Could this island be a Dharma treasure? On this day, Hanju, who was cultivating, was interrupted by a notification. Detected that the immortal world is filled with negative karma. A sage has forcefully entered the calamity, so all living beings will face the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and challenge the sage. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner, and you can obtain a mystical power inheritance. A sage forcefully entered the calamity? So impressive? Hanju was secretly glad that he wasn't in the immortal world. Unfortunately, the reward for choice 2 did not have a great Tao fragment. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Tao Destruction Mystical Power. Life of all. Life of all. Tao Destruction Mystical Power. Destiny Mystical Power. Sacrifice one's cultivation and providence in exchange for the death of all living beings. The living beings here refer to those below the user's cultivation level and can only be used under a certain heavenly Tao or immeasurable calamity. The price is that one's cultivation level will decrease by a major realm. So cruel? However, dropping a major realm was too exaggerated. Furthermore, using this mystical power consumed providence. Furthermore, it could only destroy living beings below his cultivation level. It was a little useless. Forget it. He would learn it first. Having more skills did not burden him. Hanju began to inherit the Tao Destruction Mystical Power. Boom. A terrifying black pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. The hidden sect disciples who were cultivating turned to look at the Khanate cave abode. Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes widened in fear. What's this? The black pillar of light terrified him. A deity realm existence. The black hell chicken looked at Chu Shuren and asked, "Why aren't you speaking? Tell everyone about it." Chu Shuren frowned and did not answer. Clearly, he didn't know either. In a dark hall, Li Muyi, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Tao Destruction. Who is it? Li Muyi frowned and started to deduce with his fingers. At this moment, two figures appeared in front of him. They were South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju. Sect Master Tianju said, "Senior, do you feel it? Someone has comprehended a Tao Destruction mystical power at this juncture." South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. "It must be Fuxician. This fellow forcefully entered the calamity and used his cultivation as a sage to suppress the heavenly court. He's simply shameless. If he uses the Tao Destruction mystical power, he can destroy the world in one go and end the immeasurable calamity." Li Muyi's expression darkened. The leaders of the three schools of the Tao sect had all entered the calamity. If Fuxician destroyed the world, their providence would be greatly damaged. As heavenly Tao sages, their providence would affect their cultivation. Although Limui wasn't a heavenly Tao sage, his disciples were still facing the calamity. In that case, all of you can enter the calamity too, Limui said with a low voice. Hearing this, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju were moved. Sect Master Tianju frowned and said, "Once we enter the calamity, our killing intent will rise. We heavenly Tao sages will also fight to the death." Limui said, "If you don't enter the calamity, we'll have to wait for Fuxician to devour our providence." South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, "Perhaps it's not Fuxician. There's no need for him to comprehend such a damaging mystical power after entering the calamity. Fuxician doesn't have any backing." Limui and Sect Master Tianju felt that it made sense and nodded. No matter who it is, they will determine the direction of the immeasurable calamity. I have to personally make a trip. Two heavenly Tao sages have grasped the Tao destruction mystical power. Ask them. Limui stood up and said with a solemn tone. Immortal world, human race. On a huge altar, a human cultivator sat in a formation. Countless cultivators were meditating and stopping around the altar. Everyone's gaze descended onto a sea of clouds above the altar. Above the sea of clouds, golden light shone brightly. A figure was meditating and preaching, his Tao voice echoing through the world. This person wore a black and white robe and had a dignified expression. He was the human race's sage, Fuxician. Fuxician opened his eyes and frowned. Although he didn't open his mouth, his Tao voice echoed endlessly. Tao destruction mystical power. Who is it? Fuxician pinched his fingers to deduce. Like Limui, he couldn't deduce that mysterious mighty figure. His heart sank. The Tao destruction mystical power could overturn all living beings. Even sages couldn't stop it. If the other party was a sage, he could destroy all living beings in the heavenly Tao with a thought, and the human race would also die. Then, everything he had done would be in vain. His own status would even become unstable as a sage. Damn it! I just entered the calamity and someone already comprehended a Tao destruction mystical power. Could it be that those two taught someone? Fuxician frowned even harder, feeling extremely frustrated. Sages had calm minds, but when it involved their own cultivation, it was difficult for them to maintain their cool. Khanate Cave Abode. It took Hanju 7 days and 7 nights to master the Tao destruction mystical power. The black pillar of light on the peak of the mountain dissipated. How domineering, complicated, and useless. Hanju muttered to himself. His mood was average. Life of all sounded terrifying, but if Hanju used it, he could only kill living beings below the mid-stage golden immortal realm. It was meaningless. After using it, his cultivation level would fall to the deity realm. Hanju didn't want his cultivation realm to fall at all. If he used life of all after attaining the Tao and became a sage but directly fell to the pseudo-sage realm, his Tao heart would explode. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he absolutely couldn't use this mystical power. He continued to cultivate. Little did he know that the circle of the heavenly Tao sages was already in chaos. In a strong light, the 9 figures sat together. They were all in the light, not allowing their true appearance to be seen. Fuxician was the first to speak. Which fellow Taoist has comprehended the recent Tao destruction mystical power? Although we heavenly Tao sages are fighting, we are only plotting. Sect Master Tianju snorted. It's probably not the 9 of us. It should be a puppet supported by a fellow Taoist. After all, such a mystical power will threaten the sages' position too. The sages spoke one after another. The Tao ancestor only taught Qiu Shilai and Taoist fated secrets, the Tao destruction mystical power. It can only be the 2 of you plotting. Our Buddhist sect preached the Tao to the myriad heavens. How can we use the Tao destruction mystical power to threaten our lineage? I won't either. My inheritance has long left the immortal world. Why would I want to be affected by great karma? Ever since the Tao ancestor left, there have been several immeasurable calamities. No Tao destruction mystical power has appeared. This is not normal. We have to be careful. 10 years passed. Khanate Cave abode. Hanju was still cultivating. He didn't know that the sages were suspecting each other because he had comprehended the Tao destruction mystical power. There was only cultivation in his eyes. He had even forgotten about life of all. This mystical power was inconsistent with his Tao heart. He almost had no chance to use it. It was fine to learn it, but there was no need to think about it further. On this day, since Hanju had nothing to do, he started to read the emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has devoured negative karma, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Su Qi has broken through the heavenly Tao shackles and entered the immortal world. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by human cultivators X450021. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Zhoufan and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhoufan was attacked by your good friend Long Hao and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a heavenly Tao sage and was severely injured. Your good friend Duan Hongchun received a dream from a sage. His cultivation has increased greatly. Heavenly Tao sage. Apart from Li Daokong, many of the heavenly court's good friends were attacked by sages. All of them were severely injured, but no one died. Hanju was suddenly worried about the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor was surrounded by negative karma. If he was attacked by a sage, he would definitely die. As for Su Qi, why did this kid return to the immortal world? He wanted to leave during peace, but when it was chaotic, he insisted on returning. In conclusion, he was courting death. If a sage took action, the calamity shouldn't last long. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Damn. Again? Do you want to eat shit? Hanju cursed in his heart and could only ignore the request. However, this dog kept sending dreams. Soon a year passed. He was still sending dreams. This fellow had already sent it millions of times. He was insane. Can you block him? Hanju couldn't take it anymore and asked in his mind. Not for the time being. Karma must be shown. Hanju wanted to vomit blood. The system was so advanced, but it couldn't even do this. Holy shit. Damn it. You win. I accept it. I want to see what you have to say. Hanju thought silently. He seriously suspected that Qiu Shilai would never stop sending dreams until the end of time. I want to know, will I face danger if I accept the dream? Hanju asked in his heart. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. The Tao field is isolated from the dark forbidden zone. The other party can only communicate. The system can help you leave the dream realm at any time. Hanju raised his eyebrows and immediately accepted the dream. Soon he entered the dream realm. This was a dazzling temple hall. In front of him was a majestic and imposing 10,000-foot-tall Buddha. Qiu Shilai. It looked like a golden Buddha statue, not a living being. Hanju suppressed his anger and looked at him, pretending to be confused. Qiu Shilai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Not bad. When Hanju saw the favorability, his anger decreased by more than half. The reason why it did not decrease completely was that he only had 1 star of favorability. Hanju didn't speak first and waited for Qiu Shilai to speak. After a while, Qiu Shilai finally said slowly, Hanju. Hanju looked at the Buddha statue in shock. Stop pretending. You've already discovered me. Cough cough. I wonder if you are. Hanju asked awkwardly, also thinking about his intentions. Qiu Shilai said, the immeasurable calamity has begun. Someone wants to destroy all living beings. All living beings are in trouble. You are the variable of the heavenly Tao that the Tao ancestor has determined. I came to you because I hope that you can become a savior. If you agree, I will quickly raise you to the pseudo-sage realm and impart you a supreme treasure. Hanju frowned and said, I don't want to be a savior. I just want to cultivate well. You're in the dark forbidden zone? In any case, sages couldn't spy on the dark forbidden zone. Hanju wasn't afraid of being exposed. Xianxia said, if you succeed in saving the world, you can obtain immeasurable merit and even a chance to attain the Tao. You can become a heavenly Tao sage and surpass all living beings. You will no longer be troubled by the immeasurable calamity. Otherwise, even if you survive this immeasurable calamity, when the next one comes, will you continue to hide? One day, the dark forbidden zone will no longer be a safe place for you. The longer you stay in it, the more the inauspicious evil will affect you. In the future, it will be difficult for you to return. The heavenly Tao will resist you. Hanju said, Senior, give me some time to think. This is very important. Xianxia said, all right. In addition, if the human race's sage, Wuxia, looks for you, ignore him. He's preparing to clean up all living beings. Don't be used by him. All right. Xianxia raised his hand and the dream shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to the cave abode. He cursed. Dream on if you want me to be a savior. He had thought that Xianxia had something urgent to tell him, but it was just pointless talk. In the future, no matter how he begged Hanju to come by disturbing him, he would no longer accept dreams from this guy. Hanju shook his head and continued cultivating. 5 years later, another person sent him a dream. This time, it wasn't a heavenly Tao sage, but the heavenly emperor. Hanju naturally agreed to the heavenly emperor's dream. He wondered how the heavenly emperor was doing. Hanju entered the dream realm again. The heavenly emperor's dream was still the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After returning to this forest, Hanju sighed. He felt that things had changed. What a nostalgic heavenly emperor. Hanju saw the heavenly emperor. He was dressed in a black robe, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He looked like a demon and no longer had the sacred prestige of the past. The heavenly emperor sized him up and smiled. I can't even see through you anymore. It seems that your cultivation level is becoming stronger. What's your cultivation level now? Have you reached the 6th mystic divine origin realm? Hanju smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, you really think highly of me. How can I cultivate so fast? The heavenly emperor chuckled. That's true. How have you been, Your Majesty? The heavenly Tao is chasing me away. Recently, there have been rumors in the immortal world that a sage is about to destroy the world. I'm here to remind you not to return to the immortal world, lest you encounter any mishaps. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I definitely won't return. What about you? Aren't you going to withdraw? I can't retreat. I'm surrounded by negative karma. Once I leave, I'll be found by the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. My outcome will be even worse. I can only continue fighting. Hanju frowned. He didn't know what to say. Any consolation was meaningless. He couldn't directly help the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor continued. This calamity has been pushed by a sage. I'm afraid it will end soon. Help me contact the dark forbidden lord. Stunned, Hanju asked in surprise, how can I contact the dark forbidden lord? The heavenly emperor walked forward and asked with a faint smile, are you really not related to the dark forbidden lord? It was very difficult for him to believe that Hanju was the dark forbidden lord, but he was definitely related to him. If that wasn't the case, why would the dark forbidden lord help him? He couldn't think of any other reason. I really don't know him. Should I ask Feng Liang? Hanju smiled bitterly. Really? If I lie to His Majesty, I will never become a heavenly Tao sage. Hearing Hanju's vow, the heavenly emperor frowned and said, there's no need to make such a serious vow. Fate exists in the world. Be careful not to cause trouble with words. Hanju said seriously, I know. I'm telling the truth. I don't want to become a heavenly Tao sage. Anyway, I want to surpass the heavenly Tao and become a free and unrestrained sage. The heavenly emperor was secretly puzzled. Am I thinking too much? He understood Han Ju's personality. This kid only had the goal of cultivating. How could he destroy his own future? Could it be that Han Ju was really unrelated to the Dark Forbidden Lord? The heavenly emperor's suspicions towards Han Ju vanished. If the Dark Forbidden Lord had nothing to do with Han Ju, he must be targeting him instead. The heavenly emperor reminded him. Then, you have to be careful of the Dark Forbidden Lord. This person's background is mysterious and his intentions are difficult to guess. Han Ju said, I understand. I've also heard of his deeds. Could he be arranged by a sage? The heavenly emperor shook his head. It's unfathomable. Don't trust any sage. I'm already a thorn in the eyes of the sages. If not for the fact that I belong to the true dragon race and the Tao ancestors' lineage, I'm afraid the sages would have long attacked me. Han Ju nodded. The two of them continued to chat. The heavenly emperor recounted his recent experiences. He didn't hide anything and recounted his situation. Han Ju felt heartache. The heavenly emperor was once the high-spirited master of the heavenly court, the emperor of the immortal gods. He was high and mighty. In just a short calamity, the heavenly emperor had been treated like a street rat. The heavenly emperor was still fine. Looking at the demon emperor, the heavenly Tao Buddha, Zhu, Jade Emperor Zhouyan, and the others, all of them had perished. It was a pity. Han Ju had a deeper understanding of the term immeasurable calamity. As long as he wanted to fight, he had to enter the calamity. Entering the calamity, fortune and misfortune were unknown. With good fortune, he would soar into the sky and live as long as the world. If there was trouble, both body and soul would be destroyed, never to rise again. The heavenly emperor looked at him and said with a burning gaze, Han Ju, I've done everything I can for you. I don't ask you to repay me. I only want you to return this favor to the heavenly court. If the next calamity descends and the heavenly court faces the danger of extinction, I hope you can help save it. Han Ju asked, what if the heavenly court can't survive this calamity? The heavenly emperor shook his head. No, I have an agreement with the sages. Regardless of success or failure, the heavenly court will be preserved at least after this calamity. Han Ju replied, all right, I promise you. If I have the ability, I will definitely help. Before the next calamity, Han Ju might have already successfully attained the Tao. It shouldn't be difficult for him to protect the heavenly court. Of course, if he really couldn't keep it, there was nothing he could do. My Tao field can isolate the inauspicious evil. Are you willing to come? Han Ju asked. The heavenly emperor shook his head. I won't trouble you anymore. I have to fight and can't stop. Thank you for your kind intentions. I didn't treat you so well in vain. Han Ju asked, then your children. Ignore them. Everyone has their own fate. I have long chosen their own backing. Even if heavenly court falls, they will be safe. Fine. The two of them chatted for a while more. After ending the dream, Han Ju realized that he had returned to reality. He didn't calculate the heavenly emperor's future. Now that the sages controlled the lives of all living beings in the world, Han Ju couldn't curse the sages, right? Not only would it be useless on the sages, but it would also attract their attention. It wasn't impossible for sages to find the person who had cursed them. Han Ju suddenly thought of his forgotten subordinates, Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. It was time to find them. Han Ju decided to pull the two of them into the dream realm and let them meet. However, before that, he still had to deduce it to prevent any mighty figures around them. Using up 1 billion years of his lifespan, Han Ju was relieved after confirming that there were no mighty figures around the two of them. No. Residential AR. Dark Nightmare, activate. Han Ju pulled the two of them into a dark cave. This scene was very suitable for the atmosphere of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong hurriedly knelt down and bowed when they saw the Dark Forbidden Lord. They were very excited. The dark forbidden lord was finally looking for them. Xue Mingyi was the first to ask. Forbidden Lord, the calamity is clear. The humans and the heavenly court will definitely decide the winner. Are we still supporting the heavenly court? Jing Tiangong also stared at him. Hanju asked, do you have your own motives? Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong looked at each other. They had long been in the dark. They were both followers of the dark forbidden lord and would naturally help each other. The Jie School and the Darkness Sect's alliance made both sides benefit greatly. Xue Mingyi said, since a sage entered the calamity, we only want to protect ourselves. Jing Tiangong nodded. They all supported the heavenly court and had fought with the humans. Facing Fuxician's powerful strength, their ambitions had been crushed. They only wanted to protect themselves. Hanju said, if you want to protect yourselves, it's up to you. Don't be controlled by the killing intent. Xue Mingyi frowned. Jing Tiangong asked, Forbidden Lord, when will you appear? Do you have a way to deal with sages? Xue Mingyi nodded. They were all looking forward to Hanju's move. They believed that the dark forbidden lord was definitely a sage. At the very least, even sages couldn't find him. Hanju's heart raced. Show myself? What are you thinking? I don't want to enter the calamity. Hanju pretended to think deeply and then said, when the darkness shrouds the heavens, it will be the time when the dark forbidden lord appears. That will also be the time when I control everything. The current calamity is not my time. The true calamity has just begun. All of you must wait. Follow me sincerely. If I appear, I will definitely not mistreat you. Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong immediately became excited. Although the dark forbidden lord was promising a bright future, he had summoned the two of them at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to say something. When the darkness shrouds the heavens, just the thought alone made them excited. The dark forbidden lord was ambitious. Jing Tiangong asked, then, should we follow the heavenly court now? Hanju said, follow. Don't watch with folded arms. No matter who wins or loses in this calamity, the winner will suffer heavy losses. Next is the battle of the sages. The humans and the heavenly court will soon leave the stage. The two of them nodded. They had also seen this sign. Hanju didn't say anything else and ended the dream. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes. He actually didn't think much of Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. He was only slightly concerned. After all, the two of them worshipped him because they wanted to fight for providence. Continue cultivating and break through to the late stage. Hanju perked up and thought silently. Time passed. The dark forbidden zone was forever silent. About 37 years passed. Boom! Hidden Sect Island shook violently. Hanju opened his eyes and thought that the inauspicious evil was attacking again. Immediately after, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure facing his soul. Before this pressure, even he, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, instinctively felt fear. It wasn't the inauspicious evil. Hanju subconsciously checked the surrounding enemies. Fuxician, Cultivation Unknown, Heavenly Tao Sage, Human Race Emperor, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Cultivation Unknown, Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master of the Chan School. The sages were fighting? Almost frightened to death, Hanju hurriedly controlled the hidden sect island to leave this place.